disrupt our daily lives, a time when COVID is no longer a crisis, but rather something we protect against and treat. With that, over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by walking you through today's data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 692,400 cases per day, a decrease of about 6% over the previous week. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 19,800 per day, a decrease of about 8% over the prior week. And the 7-day average daily deaths are about 2,200 per day, which is an increase of about 21% over the previous week. Yesterday, CDC released a new report that details the severity of Omicron in comparison to other variants. Similar to our prior report, these data demonstrate that COVID-19 disease severity appears to be lower with the Omicron variant than with prior variants. On this slide, you can see relative rates of cases, shown in purple, hospital admissions, shown in orange, and COVID-19 related deaths, shown in blue. This figure compares these outcomes during the 3 periods of high COVID-19 transmission. The peak last winter is shown in the green shaded section, when vaccination rates were low and cases, hospitalizations, and deaths were high. The peak during the summer months was when the Delta variant was dominant, is in yellow shaded area, when nearly 50% of the country had been vaccinated with a primary series. And the third shaded section in orange represents the past month, when cases dramatically increased due to the Omicron variant. Right now, nearly 64% of the country has received a primary series, and about 50% of eligible people over 18 are boosted. When you look at the Delta period and last winter, as cases increased, hospitalizations and deaths increased in a similar pattern. Strikingly, when we compare the past month, when Omicron was the predominant variant, we see a clear separation between cases, hospital admissions, and deaths. And while cases have dramatically increased and are 5 times higher than they were during the Delta wave, hospitalizations have not increased at the same rate, and deaths remain low in comparison.
Leader Chuck Schumer has promised Democrats want a quick confirmation process. They are facing the possibility they may lose majorities in the midterm elections, and the president would be far more limited, if not totally blocked, on which nominees he could put forward.
The fact that Justice Breyer made this announcement or allowed word of his retirement to leak in January tells me that everyone involved understands the importance. There's a ticking clock here. They need to get their new nominee through before the midterm elections and before a potentially Republican Senate comes into power, because at that point, all bets are off and the game changes entirely.
Some of the names being floated are young by Supreme Court justice standards, meaning their confirmation would ensure that seat stays liberal for decades to come. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that report. Staying in Washington for this next story, U.S. officials are working towards a path of diplomacy as tensions continue to mount between Russia and Ukraine. As a growing number of Russian troops gather along the Ukrainian border, now Secretary of State Antony Blinken is telling Moscow the ball is in their court. Fox News correspondent Alex Holgan has the details.
American weapons and supplies, including anti-tank missiles, arriving here in Ukraine as the military prepares for a possible invasion. Russia has roughly 100,000 troops massed along its western border with Ukraine, and another 30 train loads of Russian soldiers, tanks, and weapons are being deployed in Belarus just to the north. The U.S. responding by putting 8,500 U.S. troops on high alert for rapid deployment to Eastern Europe. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby telling Fox News all options are on the table.
We still think there's time and space here for diplomacy to work. These NATO response force troops that we're talking about, if it's activated, are not about training. It's about credible combat power.
But those troops would be part of a multinational response force under NATO command. It is not clear if NATO allies would approve a military engagement with Russian forces.
We have no intention of putting American forces or NATO forces in Ukraine. But as I said, there are going to be serious economic consequences if he moves.
And with Russian troops in Crimea to the south also on high alert, there are fears Ukraine could be lost without a fight.
We have a situation where Ukraine's surrounded They're surrounded by the Russians right now.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian troops on the front lines are bracing for what many see as an inevitable conflict, while civilians evacuate border towns and cities as tensions escalate.
There is practically no one here because everything is broken. There is light, gas, water, but there is no life.
The State Department says it has, quote, crippling sanctions to go into effect against Moscow if Russian troops cross the border. In Kiev, Greg Palkon, Fox News.
All right, and we are keeping a close eye on this story. Make sure you are tuned into Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the latest developments. Moving on to the coronavirus. Can you believe it's been 2 years since the first case was detected in the United States? Let's take an in-depth look at how America has changed since the beginning of the pandemic.
Alexis, you ready?
It's another busy morning for Kenny and Brianna Howard, full-time working parents raising an active 8-year-old daughter in Northern Virginia.
Breakfast. Let's go. Thanks, Mommy.
The morning routine, making waffles and strawberries, then school lunch.
Is your backpack heavy?
Followed by a quick turnaround out the door.
You want to put your gloves on?
Mom and daughter walk to the bus stop, and after Alexis boards the bus, Brianna has a minute for a cup of coffee before starting a full day at her job in healthcare from her dining room table. She says both her husband and daughter Alexis contracted earlier variants of coronavirus and have come out of it more resilient.
We're taking the necessary precautions, but I don't want to stop living our lives in fear of COVID either.
But not everyone's as upbeat. Suzanne and Anthony Lucio, based in Chicago, both began working from home full-time when the pandemic hit. They say their kids, Gianna 12 and Roman 5, were forced into remote learning, and the threat of getting COVID has upended their lives ever since.
It's what we base our activities on. Everything in our lives is based on COVID.
Oh, I got sniffles or I got a headache. Is this COVID? So, you know, you're on high alert all the time.
President Biden recently called COVID one of the most formidable enemies America has ever faced.
Omicron has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy.
For the Gregg family in Denver, fear of getting the virus is still very real, now 2 years after COVID first hit the U.S.
I've been collecting at-home tests so that we don't have to go out in a shortage and look for them. I feel like I need to test all the time.
Heather Gregg says daily life now is more complicated than it used to be, and it'd be helpful if the federal government and states came up with some clearer guidance.
There isn't some sort of protocol that everyone recognizes as this is how we do it.
Suzanne Lucio agrees and says now with schools open again, getting the kids out the door every morning seems infinitely complex.
When I wake up in the morning, I have to get the disposable masks out for my children. I have to make sure that I order the 4-ply disposable masks.
It's not just what kids wear to school that's changed, it's how they're learning.
May I have a cookie, please?
Parents are worried about the effects remote learning has had on their kids.
She didn't get to have a first day of kindergarten. Can you imagine taking your kid to the first day of school and such? She was just looking at a screen.
She has spent almost half of her academic career now behind a computer screen. And we really don't know the long-term impacts that virtual learning will have on our students.
Nicole Donoso and her husband are raising 2 sons outside San Antonio. She says one of the major challenges compounding the difficulty for families is record inflation. It's a pocketbook pinch being felt all around the country.
The second grader, his fee for camp is about $75 more.
I've never been a person who has closely followed my grocery budget, but I've noticed the prices of some things are just so insane.
Gas prices are about as predictable as COVID. We don't know from day to day, is it going to be 30 cents higher? Is it going to be 30 cents cheaper?
Be mindful of what you're spending.
Brianna's husband, Kenny, has changed jobs twice during the pandemic to spend more time with his family and less time commuting.
I actually had to take a 25% pay cut.
Record numbers of Americans have been without work during the pandemic, but Kenny says despite his own hardships, COVID has been good for his career.
There's a blessing in disguise because now I've loved what I do right now, and it's awesome. I've learned a lot, and I just want to keep thriving.
I am just giving you a follow-up call.
Brianna was forced to work from home when the pandemic hit, but now does so voluntarily twice a week so she can watch her daughter compete with her cheer team.
I've never seen her cheer without a face mask. I would love for the day to come to just see her smile while she's performing.
Kids even younger than the Howard's daughter may not even remember life pre-COVID.
My 5-year-old doesn't really know a world without COVID. He's used to wearing a mask. He doesn't know what a play date is.
Parents of small children like the Lucios say keeping their kids healthy during COVID is what matters most. But for parents in some pockets of the country, the threat of COVID is coupled with concerns about crime, as the pandemic has coincided with a dramatic spike in violent crime.
There's carjackings over here, just people walking up armed, robbing people.
For the Carney family of Amherst, New York, the crime spike hits close to home.
Over the course of the last 18 months, being a wife of a police officer has been an incredible challenge.
Sarah Gelman Carney's children are twins who will soon head off to college. She's optimistic.
Hopefully they know what to do and they adapt quickly.
Adaptability is a skill families have been forced to learn during the pandemic. Making hard choices has become just part of the routine.
I found a school that was really just running things as cautiously as they could. They still let the kids just be themselves.
We've kind of backed off on a little date nights, to save extra money.
For the Howards, less evenings out means more evenings at home as a family.
We can have leftovers tomorrow.
Something all these families agree on, they want their kids to be okay.
I think every mother, wants the very best, for their kid, and that's what my husband and I want.
Looking to the future, the moms, the dads, even the kids we talk to say they want more than anything for life to get back to normal. They say that might not be next month or even next year, but they all expressed a lot of hope. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Thanks, Jillian. We're all so great at adapting to this new normal. Sometimes we forget that we really have been living in a global pandemic for the past 2 years. So it's a little reality check to hear some stories, some heartfelt stories of how people have been adjusting during this time. And as always, we love to connect with you here at Live Now from Fox. Don't be afraid to follow us at Live Now Fox and send us some pictures. Maybe tell us your story about how you've been coping throughout COVID-19. All right, 6:13 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be with you for the next few hours. We're staying on top of top stories and breaking news across the country. But first, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have the latest on a winter storm that the Northeast is bracing for. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 6:16 a.m. Not bright and early. I'm going to say dark and early this morning on the East Coast. Let's take a Live Now look at our XRAD weather radar. You can see how temperatures are faring in your area. Now, if you take a look at the northeast Oh my goodness, very chilly temperatures. I'm looking at 0 degrees right there in New York. Now the Northeast is bracing for what could potentially be a bomb cyclone with the power of a hurricane. Hopefully it won't happen, but just in case, they are preparing for at least 12 inches of snow. Let's go ahead and get an update from our colleagues over at Fox Weather.
So, and that's the reason why we keep focusing on potential, because just 50 miles could be the difference between those highly populated areas getting upwards of 2 feet of snow, or the difference of it just being a coating to maybe an inch or two for New York as well as New Jersey and Connecticut. So here's what's new in terms of the nor'easter. So our confidence is growing that there will definitely be a storm at some point this weekend, likely Friday into Saturday. This is all due to the fact that we have better sampling of the key ingredients. And the best way to compare that when we are talking about models, it's kind of like you have that family recipe for mac and cheese, right? Mom may throw in a whole bunch of cheese, and as a result, it may make it really cheesy. But you may be thinking, you know what, we need a little bit more milk to make it a little bit creamier. It's still the same mac and cheese, but which one do you want? And it's the same way when we're looking at a storm. With different models, they come out with different outputs. Either way, all the models are indicating that we will see some significant wind as well as some flooding along the coastline. Now, what's the same? The uncertainty of the track. Is it going to continue to wobble back and forward? That's what we are continuing to watch here. The timing on this is also still the same. All of the models keep saying that this particular system is going to be impacting parts of the New England area as well as the Northeast Friday night into Saturday, and the threat for significant impacts still stays the same. So I want to show you kind of what is happening here in the upper levels. So we have a huge dip in the jet stream, and that's part of the reason why we've been seeing some significant cold weather moving across parts of the upper Midwest here. And what happens with these systems is behind them, we tend to get very cold air. I mean, we are talking about anywhere from minus 20 to minus 40 degree wind chills. When these systems tap into that cold air, that's part of the reason why we get a significant amount of snow. So that's why some models are saying some parts of the Northeast could be getting upwards of 2 feet of snow, and other parts could maybe get 2 inches of snow. We also have strong blocking up north of there. That's all due to the fact that high pressure is going to be up in Canada. So what's going to end up happening with that high pressure, it's going to end up slowing it down, and that's part of the reason why, Britta, we could be talking about some significant snow totals across parts of New England.
I'm Amy Freeze. Welcome to Fox Weather's YouTube page. We have more great videos on the way, so make sure to subscribe to stay updated.
All right, a huge thank you to our colleagues over at Fox Weather. Now, it's no secret that artificial snow machines and ski slopes go hand in hand, right? But rising global temperatures are making it harder for natural snowfall to thrive and pushing artificial snow to its limits. It's causing ski resorts across the country to face an uncertain future. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty reports.
Snowmaking technology has helped ski resorts create enough powder to coat their slopes. But climate change is making more resorts heavily dependent on fake snow, especially across western states reliant on winter sport tourism like skiing and snowboarding.
Aspen has lost a month of winter since 1980 and warmed about 3 degrees Fahrenheit. Snowmaking is going to increase because it's the only way to survive.
The amount of snow across the West has decreased by about 20% in the last century. And while almost 90% of alpine ski resorts in the states have snowmaking capabilities, experts say they may not be enough, with some predicting the ski industry may collapse by 2050 if climate change continues causing temperatures to soar.
And so we rely on snowmaking in that early part of November, just to kind of get things open, get a solid base, get people out and excited, and then kind of bridge our way into the natural snowfall.
In the meantime, resort workers are trying to improve snowmakers to be more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, they're a lot more efficient with energy, they're a lot more efficient with the water, and we can get a little bit more aggressive with our run windows because the guns will turn themselves off when it gets too warm and we start to make rain.
And while energy-efficient snowmakers are a plus, climate activists say reducing global carbon emissions and fossil fuel usage is the key to preserving some of our favorite winter activities. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side, we'll bring you all the latest when it comes to coronavirus vaccines and what's being called super immunity. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. New COVID-19 cases continue to decline in the United States every day, but we're still averaging 700,000 cases a day. Public health officials and medical professionals are urging Americans to stay up to date on their vaccines. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri is telling us why.
The COVID booster drive may be losing steam. CDC data show just 40% of fully vaccinated Americans have received the extra shot. The average number of boosters given each day has also dropped from last month's peak. Dr. Rochelle Walensky says while the Omicron surge shows signs of weakening, boosters will help ensure protection against future variants.
Milder does not mean mild, and we cannot look past the strain on our health systems and substantial number of deaths.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says efforts are underway to make a universal vaccine that could protect against variants causing COVID-19, as well as protecting against other coronaviruses.
It's going to take years to develop in an incremental fashion. Some of these are already in phase 1 clinical trials. Don't forget, however, that our current vaccine regimens do provide strong protection.
Meanwhile, a new study suggests a second path to so-called super immunity. Research published in the journal Science Immunology finds COVID infections followed by vaccination can trigger a robust immune response. Previous studies have also found enhanced protection for people infected after getting their shots. Dr. Marcel Kurland says these two groups should be better protected against severe illness.
You would be predicted, all things being equal, to have mild disease. That might be asymptomatic infection or mild disease.
The study's authors say immunity from COVID infection alone is less consistent. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Moving right along with our top stories, the Pope is promoting LGBTQ acceptance. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten has the latest on the pontiff's pleas for parents to love their gay children.
In Christianity, the saying goes, love thy neighbor. And now the leader of the Catholic faith is amplifying that message. Pope Francis urging religious followers around the world to love their LGBTQ family members, especially parents of queer kids.
Parents who see that their children have different sexual orientations, how they manage that and accompany their children and not hide behind a condemning attitude.
Wednesday's remarks from the Pope came during his discussion about St. Joseph, who Christians regard as Jesus' earthly father, with Pope Francis advocating for fathers and mothers to embrace their children regardless of their sexual orientation.
Come aiutarli? To these parents, I say, don't be scared. Never condemn a child.
You're accepted, you are loved, be yourself, and there are people out there for you.
The Pope's comments come during a time when LGBTQ discrimination remains high. According to data collected by the nonprofit group The Trevor Project, LGBTQ kids are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide and face higher rates of bullying than their straight and cisgender peers, highlighting the significance of being accepted and loved by their parents at home.
Love is love, and I feel like everybody should be able to love who they want and celebrate who they want.
But while Pope Francis is preaching acceptance, the Catholic Church still maintains same-sex marriage is not permitted. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
An expecting couple in Utah just could not make it to the hospital. Their baby girl was overly excited to come into this world. Fox's Chris Arnold has that story.
For Kate and Katie Walker, they call this a spontaneous miracle.
Good job. Oh, there she is. She's beautiful. She is out. Baby is crying.
Their 7-pound, 8-ounce daughter Kennedy, born inside of their car on the side of the road.
Of course, it was a sense of relief when she made that first cry.
From beginning to end, this all played out in just about an hour.
All of a sudden, had a contraction, and it was about 9:35, and then at 9:40 I stood up and my water broke.
Katie and Cade rushed to pack up their car and begin making their way from their home in Deweyville to Logan Regional Hospital, about a 30-minute drive. However, when they opened the garage to pull out, they found out it was snowing. It was just 10 minutes into their drive when the Walkers tell me they were making their way down this mountain pass on State Highway 30 when Katie said it was time to pull over right here on the side of the road in Beaver Dam.
I realized in that moment, we're going to have this baby right here on the side of the road in this little alcove, this perfect spot we could park, but it was a little overwhelming.
That's when Cade, a 4-year medical student, jumped into action. First, he called 911.
My wife is having a baby. We are in active labor.
Getting step-by-step directions from the dispatcher.
We have towels, we've got blankets.
I said, okay, we'll recline the front passenger seat and we'll make this happen.
Cade worked to help deliver his daughter, helping keep his wife calm and focused throughout the entire process, until Kennedy finally arrived.
I guess you can just have a baby whenever.
Cade says paramedics showed up about 7 minutes later and took both Katie and Kennedy to the hospital.
Because this is where the ambulance pulled up, right here.
Now, just 5 days later, back where it all happened, the Walkers say it's surreal. This served as a place where they would welcome their daughter into the world.
It just feels like it just happened last night, but also happened so long ago.
In Beaver Dam, Chris Arnold, Fox 13 News, Utah.
What a beautiful story and a beautiful family. Congratulations to you all from all of us here right now at Live Now from Fox. 6:29 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 6:32. Good morning, everyone. Time for a little bit of entertainment news. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Ashley DeVorkin.
Medea returns, the Crawleys shift, and costume celebs head back to the Hollywood nation. The Masked Singer is coming back sooner than expected. Fox announced the 7th season of the hit singing competition show will premiere March 9th. Hosts Nick Cannon and panelists Nicole Scherzinger, Jenny McCarthy, Ken Jeong, and Robin Thicke are also returning, with new celebrity contestants performing and disguising themselves in elaborate costumes. The favorite guessing game will be followed by the series premiere of Fox's newest competition show, Domino Masters, with Emmy-winning actor Eric Stonestreet as host.
The British are coming.
Downton Abbey fans will have to wait a little longer to see the sequel to the 2019 film. The release date for Downton Abbey, A New Era, has been pushed again, moving from March 18th to May 20th. The movie was originally scheduled to make its debut December 2021.
The target has superhuman abilities.
Speaking of sequels, New Line Cinema has greenlit a follow-up to 2021's Mortal Kombat movie reboot. And Tyler Perry's favorite and beloved grandmother is back. Netflix released the trailer to A Medea Homecoming, the 12th movie in the iconic franchise. The next film centers on Medea's great-grandson's college graduation, but the celebratory reunion becomes threatened by secrets and family drama. It premieres February 25th.
Y'all hear about to break loose now.
In Hollywood, Ashley DeVorkin, Fox News.
Hallelujah!
Medea returns, the Crawleys shift, and
Ashley DeVorkin always bringing us the latest entertainment news. Let's switch gears. Here's the latest on 3G cars.
Manufacturer and stop throwing them away like we all do. The end of 3G could mean the end of things like voice control, traffic alerts, even some safety features of your vehicle unless you take action.
While the start of 5G is causing concerns of interference in the sky, the end of 3G may be a road bump for your ride.
Certain features in certain cars are being shut down.
Tim Stevens is the editor-in-chief of CNET's Roadshow. He says once the gold standard, 3G networks are being powered down. Fine for your phone, but in your car, some of the modern features you count on are still dependent on that old technology.
By and large, anything that relies on voice technology in your car could be problematic. Things like OnStar, automatic emergency notifications, things like that, in some cars may no longer work going forward.
Also potentially problematic, certain charging features for your electric vehicle, live traffic alerts, map updates, and road changes. Good news for drivers, manufacturers like Audi, GM, BMW, Lexus, and more are being transparent by publishing lists of affected vehicles, which includes some new model years.
It's definitely frustrating that some relatively new model year cars, some 2020, 2021, even model year cars, are still using technology that wireless companies have been saying for years is going to be shut down.
For example, the 2019 Porsche Cayenne and Volkswagen Atlas, some 2020 Honda Accords, even the 2022 Honda Pilot will be affected. In most cases, it's a simple software update at the dealership. For others, like some Teslas made before 2015, it'll cost you a few $100 for hardware. And in a market where used cars are at a premium,
it's definitely important to know, especially if you're looking at buying an older used car, some of the features that you might come to expect to work might actually not be working for much longer.
Already have a pre-owned? Be proactive about checking, because the manufacturer's bulletin will likely go to the original owner's address on file.
Those 3G networks will start to shut down next month. Automakers already sending out those service bulletins. Another reason to make sure, regardless of what type of vehicle you have, new or pre-owned, that you always register it with the manufacturer. We're going to make it nice and easy for you. We have a list of all of the affected models. It's right now on our station website. And when you come see me online, facebook.com/SaveMeSteve.
welcome back. Let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox 11 LA as they reflect on the life and legacy of Kobe Bryant.
Okay, today, hard to believe, we're remembering Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gianna, John Altobelli, Carrie Altobelli, Alyssa Altobelli, Christina Mauser, Sarah Chester, and her daughter Peyton Chester, and the pilot Era Zabayan. All of them died in that helicopter crash 2 years ago today. Their families, fans, former NBA players are all sharing memories of those who died. Brooke actually had a chance to sit down with Shaquille O'Neal I know it's difficult for him to talk about Brooke, but he wanted to talk about his friend.
Yeah, you know, Shaq and Kobe won back-to-back championships together with the Lakers. After a widely known feud, they reconciled some years back. So much so, Shaq has a special and really, honestly, Michaela, comical way to remember his friend. He keeps it in his house. You just have to see it.
We some legends, history say we all.
LA is definitely Shaq Diesel's city. The city's heart also belongs to his friend, Kobe Bryant.
A lot of memories, and I actually have the picture. I wish I could walk and show you the picture that I have upstairs.
Shaq sent someone upstairs to take a photo of the picture in question so he could show it to me. While we waited, he talked to me about why this picture is so important to him.
So this is the picture I always imagined. Someone did a mock-up of 70-year-old Kobe and 75-year-old myself, and I actually had it blown up, and I actually have it in my house. So I look at that picture every day, and if I had one wish, I wish that he was still here and we could possibly have that moment. So here's the pic I have in my house of me and Kobe.
That is funny. Do you think the artist got it right?
I know, yeah. I think he did. I'm a handsome old man. Very handsome.
Michaela, even in moments talking about something so somber, Shaq is crazy, okay? I'm a handsome old man. But he, was just really talking about the fact that he wishes that the reality was that they'd be able to take that photo in, in real life.
Grow old together.
Decades,
friends.
exactly.
Still giving each other a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's tough. You can see that it still hits them, and it will. 2 years. Grief doesn't follow a schedule, right? That's the thing we know.
Yeah.
2 years is a short amount of time, really. Brooke, thank you for that. That was really lovely. Okay, today, hard to believe, we're remembering
LA Lakers icon Kobe Bryant. Hear from muralists who honor the NBA icon through art. And hear from basketball fans of all ages speak about his legacy in an interactive gallery.
He was like our city hero, how he played, how he cared, and how he helped his team.
At foxla.com, right on our homepage.
Meant to this city what he meant to this world. Today marks 2 years since the death of Lakers legend Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and 7 others in that tragic helicopter crash in Calabasas. So much has been said and written about Kobe. A lot of us feel like we know pretty much everything there is to know about him. Well, there's a new book out called The Rise, Kobe Bryant and the Pursuit of Immortality, which gives us a different part of his story. Joining us now is the author, sports journalist Mike Sealski, a columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Really a delight to have you with us today, Mike, especially on this. Yeah, it's a little mind-bending to think it's the 2-year anniversary of his death. And I referenced it. We know, Kobe was probably one of the most photographed, most well-documented, well-known figures in sports around the globe. We thought we knew everything we needed to know about him. What don't we know?
Well, Michaela, first, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And I think the part of Kobe's story that I knew best and that I could tell was the part that came before he came to the West Coast and joined the Lakers. I think most of the country and most of the world feel like Kobe grew up before their eyes. He joined the Lakers when he was 17, and he stayed in the public eye from that point until his death. But I knew from writing about him and growing up in the Philly area that there was this origin story of his having to do with his basketball career at Lower Merion High School, the years that his family lived in Italy when he was very young, the adjustments and kind of rites of passage that he had to go through as a black teenager in a posh suburb of Philadelphia. And that aspect of Kobe's story really intrigued me. And that's what The Rise is about. It's Kobe before he became the man and the figure we all knew him to be.
And thus the title, right? The Rise, Kobe Bryant and the Pursuit of Immortality. It's what happened to him given his childhood and where he was taken and where he grew up, etc. But then the choices and the commitment that he had to make as an individual to meet that path to stardom.
Yeah, you know, it gives you a clear indication and narrative about how he became the superstar he was. This was a kid who knew at an incredibly early age that he wanted to be the greatest basketball player on the planet, and who was willing, in a way beyond his years, to commit himself to that. He would drive around when he was 14 or 15 years old to playgrounds in and around Philadelphia with a friend. And the friend would scream at Kobe while Kobe was working out, was playing basketball, things like, "You're soft. You go to a white school. You're not black enough to play the best players in Philadelphia." And Kobe wanted him to do this because even at 14 or 15, he was trying to emotionally prepare himself for what he was going to counter throughout his high school career and even into the NBA. And you hear anecdote after anecdote like that about a young kid just absolutely committed to being great.
It's interesting, you know, so much is made about the so-called Mamba mentality, and you realized it was baked into who he was and became from a very early age.
It was, and what's also interesting about that, Michaela, is the flip side of that. Kobe, as a young man, clearly had the Mamba mentality as a basketball player, but the book also gets into the other side of his personality, his vulnerability as a high school student, you know, a kid who is searching to figure out where he fits in. You know, when his family returns from Italy, he doesn't know what clothes to wear that are cool. He doesn't know what TV to watch, what music to listen to. And he's trying to figure out his place in this very diverse community and high school that he's living in. So the book gets into all of that, about how he developed both as a basketball player, but in some ways, more importantly, as a human being.
You know, I think there's going to be so much in those pages that are going to resonate with so many people who have had their own version of that story. And that will land, I think, with so many readers. You know, I think there may be the fact that many folks out here may not be as familiar with your name and your work, but your credentials in sports journalism are stellar, Mike. Even still, though, was it a little intimidating taking on a project like this? I know you've taken on the life, the legacy, the lessons we can learn from Jackie Robinson, another book you've written. Kobe's a different character, and the loss and the grief that we all felt when we lost him so tragically, I imagine that put some pressure on you.
Absolutely. I wanted to get the story right, and I wanted to capture Kobe in full. I wanted somebody to be able to pick up this book a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and say, you know what, I want to learn about who Kobe Bryant was, not just as a basketball player, but as a human being. And if I read The Rise and I read about his early life, then I will get a sense of the man in full. And I was lucky to be able to, you know, talk to more than 100 people and do all the research and digging. I got my hands on microcassette taped interviews that Kobe did when he was 17, 18, 19 years old that nobody's ever heard before. So I was able to take all of that work and research and blend it into this book.
Incredible work, incredible work. We understand the reception has already been terrific. The fact that you made time for us today is significant. A beloved figure in this community, and it means a lot to us that you would join us, Mike. Mike Sealski is the author of The Rise, Kobe Bryant and the Pursuit of Immortality. Of course, there's the cover. You're going to want to pick it up for that Laker lover in your family, or maybe even a young person who needs to know about, you know, pursuing their dreams. You can buy it anywhere you buy your favorite books. Mike, keep up the great work, my friend, and thanks for joining us today.
Remembering LA Lakers.
All right, we will have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back. Now, we've heard about staffing shortages across many industries since the COVID-19 pandemic hit, but now a staffing shortage is hitting one of the most important sectors of healthcare. EMTs are seeing a shortage. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa.
EMTs and paramedics are in demand right now more than ever, and that's a problem because there simply aren't enough of them. The American Ambulance Association says there's a nationwide staff shortage and it's reached a crisis. Consumer reporter Surbani Banerjee is here now with how one company is trying to catch up. Hi, Surbani.
Hi, everyone. An ambulance company has created a unique program to help stem the growing healthcare labor crisis. In EMTs, it's a model that could hopefully fill the gap. To get new EMTs in the door, one of the largest ambulance services in the country is creating a fast-track course to certify new paramedics. Acadian Ambulance Company out of Baton Rouge is teaching 4 months worth of information in a 7-week course, and they're doing it for free.
No one has actually ever seen this across the United States. The amount of people that are leaving EMS in general, this is something that's unprecedented. We're going to be able to produce more ambulances on the street. It's going to mean a big difference. It can be life and death of someone.
So we know the need is dire regionally and nationally. EMTs are actually turning over at a 30% rate a year, Linda.
Wow. So how does this fit into the greater worker shortage?
You know, it's almost a case study of sorts. If offering these sped up free training courses gets people in the door, it could be a precedent, a strategy other industries could adopt. There's been a lot of talk about the importance right now for companies, the employers, to offer incentives. Workers are kind of in the driver's seat in the labor market, and it's probably not going to change anytime soon. So what this means, the terms of competition, they're shifting, especially in labor-intensive industries. Companies need to offer an advantage, like free, fast training.
I mean, you're learning so much so quick, and being able to get out there in the real world and being able to use that information makes all the difference.
It's a huge, huge blessing to be here. It means somebody's giving me an opportunity, someone's giving me a chance to fulfill my need of giving back to the community.
EMTs would then work for Acadian for at least 2 years after. They do earn pay while they're learning. Acadian Ambulance has classes in a dozen cities so far, in 3 states, Louisiana, Texas, and Tennessee. Not yet in Florida, but stay tuned.
Yeah, I do know some local fire departments, though, are doing something similar to
programs,
that. So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's working. All right, thanks, Surbani.
Taking a LiveNOW look from Washington, D.C., the White House is dismissing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' call to reverse a decision on antibody therapies that apparently do not work. Here's the latest on monoclonal antibody treatments from Fox 13 Tampa.
The federal decision to suspend most monoclonal antibody treatments is raising some questions and drawing criticism from the governor. Our political editor Craig Patrick asked the U.S. Department of Health to explain that decision and other ways people can get free and effective treatment for COVID-19. What'd you find out, Craig?
Hi there, Kelly. Well, we sat down with Ian Sams, who is a Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of Health and Human Services in the federal government. And for context here, keep in mind there are 3 different types of monoclonal antibody treatments, one made by Regeneron, one made by Eli Lilly, the other by GlaxoSmithKline. Only that produced by GlaxoSmithKline has tested effective against Omicron at this point, and that's the one in least supply. So I started the interview by asking when that variety will in fact be widely available to anyone who catches Omicron.
It's a good question. You know, we have and provided to Florida thousands of doses of that just this week of the GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal antibody. That's on top of thousands that have been allocated over the last couple of weeks. You know, we encourage Florida to use that supply. I think based on the latest data we have, they're only using about 1,500 doses of that per week. So there is GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal in supply in Florida.
Do we know what the time frame for the ramp up would be? A matter of days, weeks, couple of months?
You know, we have the ability to potentially buy even more of their product in the second quarter of this year. But, you know, we have hundreds of thousands of doses that are coming online that we're shipping out immediately to states as soon as we get them.
The treatments manufactured by Regeneron and Eli Lilly have not been proven effective against Omicron. But how do we know for sure the treatments are ineffective against Omicron?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's not been data yet showing that they are effective. And there's been probably a half dozen to a dozen early studies analysis from the manufacturers, Regeneron and Eli Lilly themselves, all have come to the same conclusion that the mechanism of action for the drug, the way it binds to the virus to neutralize that virus, doesn't work with Omicron because of how mutated and different the variant of Omicron really is.
In the stats that you have and base decisions on, do you have stats of those hospitalized in Florida with COVID-19 of whether they have Delta presently or whether they have Omicron?
It's a good question. I think that some of the best data actually comes from testing. When you do testing around the country, you're able to sequence the types of disease that you have and understand which variant it is. A lot of times that testing is done obviously in hospitals if a patient is so sick that they become hospitalized. But there's obviously a lot of testing that's happening outside of people with severe illness. And right now, Walgreens actually, who does a ton of testing around the country and has a really good set of data on a state-by-state level, they estimate that in Florida, 99% of the cases are Omicron. And so it's all the available data suggests that virtually every case right now is Omicron.
Virtually, but not entirely. And keep in mind that with the Delta variant, you do have the other types of monoclonal antibody treatments the FDA has discontinued that are effective. So if there is an increase in Delta, we hope there's not, then the federal government said they would be able to quickly change direction and reactivate with the other forms of monoclonal antibody treatments. But keep in mind, while they're not looking, as you just heard, at hospitalization data, but broader testing data to make that determination. Also, the purpose of the treatments is to keep people out of the hospital. The thinking being you catch it early to prevent people from running down if they're already in the hospital. Therefore, the monoclonal antibody treatments will not be as effective as intended anyway.
Right. And on that note, Craig, since I have you here, everybody wants to know when these pills to treat COVID-19 that are supposed to be very, very good, when are they going to be available to everybody?
Well, they're available by the thousands as we speak, but that's not widely available. So there are efforts to ramp up. Already we're seeing that with Merck's pill. However, it's the Pfizer pill that tests far more effective at this point in treating COVID-19. And because of the complex chemistry in producing it, Pfizer is saying it's going to take a couple of additional months to ramp that up and crank those out. But the federal government says they've ordered 20 million and they're expecting that to go online and become widely available by the middle of this year.
Okay, we hope so. Can't come soon enough. Craig Patrick, thank you so much, Craig. The federal...
Well, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he's vowing to fight that decision.
But I think it's important.
Let's take a look back as he holds a meeting, press conference, along with Florida Department of Health, the Deputy Secretary, Dr. Kenneth Shispect. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that last name right. Now, again, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying that he plans to fight the FDA's decision to revoke its emergency use authorization for 2 monoclonal antibody treatments that were deemed ineffective against the Omicron variant.
And so we have, throughout this Omicron wave, which clearly is going down pretty significantly, and which is the way it has done in South Africa and in Europe, and so it's what we expected. But we have been talking to clinicians throughout this whole time, saying, okay, we do have this. How effective is it? And by and large, they've had positive results. I'm not saying everyone says it's 100%. In any way, it may very well be less. But it has provided some support for people, and it has helped some people have symptoms resolve. That's been the experience in the state of Florida. And so we're happy to be able to be here with some folks who are going to provide some input. So I'm going to let Ken Shepke. Ken was really one of the architects of the summer when we set up those sites. We were cranking to where we were knocking out 5,000 treatments a day just at the state sites, in addition to what was being done in the medical system, and really made a difference for a lot of people. And I'll tell you, not only the fact that Floridians were able to access it, something else that I think was that I've noticed, I'll have people come up to me saying, "Oh, Governor, thanks for the monoclonals." I was like, "Well, where'd you go to get it?" They're like, No, I didn't get it in Florida. I'm like, "Well, why are you thanking me?" And they're like, "Because I saw your press conferences. I didn't know anything about that there were treatments for COVID. My husband and I got it. We're in our 70s, and we're in this state, and we asked all the physicians. We wanted it. We got it. and we got better very quickly. And so not only did we set up an infrastructure, we really put this more on the map of, you got to look at this not just through the lens of one thing or another, but really have to look at it holistically. Final point before I kick it over to Dr. Shepke is just this. When you're talking about the variants and how much is Omicron, how much is not, just keep in mind, I mean, here in South Florida, no one needs to tell y'all, we have people coming from everywhere here. So maybe there's not as much Delta in kind of our native communities who are Florida residents, but we have so many people cycling in and out. Who's to say that they're not also bringing different Delta? That could absolutely be the case. And so we don't know when someone comes in one way or another. And we are also in a unique environment in Florida where our domestic tourism is stronger than it was prior to COVID. You look at restaurant reservations and compare January 22 to 2019 pre-COVID, Miami's up 15%. A lot of these other places that have draconian measures, they're down 50, 60% in reservations. And so you just see there's a difference. There's energy here. There's people that want to come. Well, you have to factor that in when you're looking at it. I mean, we're not a static environment here. I mean, we're a very dynamic environment. And to just say that there's no Delta here, I think that's a very difficult thing to actually prove when you're doing it. That said, Dr. Shepke.
Thank you, Governor. And I appreciate that the governor's efforts on treatment. All diseases in the field of medicine are treated with two prongs. One on prevention, which I think we've been very strong on. You all recall we put out the vaccinations for long-term care facilities and the older folks, and that's a great prevention strategy. But even with the vaccines, we know some people get sick. So what's been missing until Florida really became a national leader in therapeutics is the treatment side, which we do, again, for all diseases, prevention and treatment. And the treatment is very, very important. And we're going to continue to see this virus roll out in various mutations, various variants are going to come to us. And one of the things that's been lacking until Florida really became a national leader in this is treatment. The monoclonal antibodies, it's really been at the forefront of that treatment. It's a very, very well tolerated, scientifically proven treatment against the virus. And what's important, it's safe. There's very few side effects. Just about every person who meets emergency use authorization is a candidate for that. And what's nice is we are seeing in the pipeline some other various treatments that are coming through, but they have various problems with them. They require much more complex medical decision-making. They have drug-drug interactions. There's some laboratory tests you have to get for them. So the value of monoclonals cannot be understated in the ability to treat people who have this disease. Now, the study that the governor talked about that's being referenced is a study on cells. When a medication is approved to be used on humans, they might start off on cells to make a theory on whether it will work on humans, but then ultimately you test it on humans to see whether it works or not. So similarly, if we're going to assume that a medication stops working based on studies on cells, I think it would be valuable to see that on a study on humans as well. And the reason why that's so important, which I think you're about to hear, is we've got two pieces of conflicting data. We have this study on cells that suggests maybe it might be less effective on Omicron, these particular monoclonals. But then we have real-world experience in humans where we see really excellent outcomes. And those two pieces of data conflict. And rather than saying, well, then let's just stop doing it, I think we need a third piece of data as the tiebreaker, which is let's do a formal study on humans to see if it works or not. And as the governor reported, maybe it will, maybe it won't work on humans, but I think that's been a missing data piece. And I think the Floridians and really the rest of the nation have come to expect the availability of these treatments. So it's really important for us as physicians who are at the bedside taking care of the patients to have those tools at our disposal to make those decisions for the individual patients what treatment is best. Thank you, Governor.
Great. And I would also just point out, we were the first state, so the FDA revoked for Regeneron and for Bamlanivimab, which is the Eli Lilly monoclonal. And we had been doing those in the summer, but what we also did, we were the first state to try to use the Sotrovimab, which was done by GlaxoSmithKline. And actually, the VIR technology, whatever, the person that did this one study is actually affiliated with sotrovimab. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean, but I mean, you know, you're knocking out your competitors here. No one's really talking about that, but it's right there in the disclosures. So we embraced the sotrovimab when that got EUA in the late spring of 2021. When the federal government cut our monoclonal allotments in September of 2021, we did a deal, the state of Florida, with the GlaxoSmithKline. We got sotrovimab to help plug in some of the holes that we had. And unfortunately, the Delta wave crashed enough to where we had very low incidence for many weeks and months. And even with the very low allotment that the Biden administration was giving us, we were still able to meet the basic demand. But, you know, the federal government's had 6, 7, 8 months to stockpile this sotrovimab, and they didn't do it. So they're kicking out the competitors from the market. They're not allowing them to be offered. And so you have sotrovimab, and we're happy to offer that, but there's not nearly enough of it. And this is not something that is just all of a sudden new. I mean, they had a lot of time to be able to prepare and arrange for this, and they haven't. And so, okay, you haven't prepared on the sotrovimab, so then why not let folks use some of these other treatments? And so that's, I think, one of the reasons that's so frustrating. It's one thing if you're putting off the Eli Lilly and the Regeneron off to the side, but then you're saying, here, we're gonna backfill you with the sotrovimab. You know, we would do that. It's a little bit more, I mean, it's an IV versus the subcutaneous injections, but that's fine. We would have done it. Our sites would have done it, and we would have been happy with that. But that's not what's happening. There's just much less options for patients, and that can't be the right answer. Okay, Dr. Farsi, why don't you tell them kind of, you know, about your background and then what results you guys have seen over this Omicron wave with the monoclonals.
Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you very much, Dr. Chepsky. Dr. Farsi, been part of the COVID task force since the beginning, and we've been studying monoclonal for over a year and a half. We've published already 3 papers. I have non-disclosure, no financial benefit from any companies or stocks, just saying this in case if anybody thinks I might. But we've been studying the monoclonal to see if it actually does what it says. We've published the first paper saying that it was an amazing, during the Delta wave, reduction of admission. Well, you remember with COVID, we're not trying to overwhelm the healthcare system to prevent crashing the healthcare system. So any admission we can prevent is underburdening the system. So we looked at it and we studied this. When the first paper came out that Dr. Chepsky talked about, looking at the test tube, saying that sotrovimab does not work on Omicron, this is based on a test tube. We, at our center, decided to say we are going to use Regeneron because that was the only monoclonal we had at the time, and we had a very large stock. In the course of 6 weeks, we had 1,000 patients, and this is roughly estimate. Our paper is currently being finalized, but 1,000 patients that received monoclonal. Out of the 1,000 patients, and they're considered high risk with 3 factors to receive it: comorbidity, weight, diabetes, hypertension, or something, at least 3 factors. And we only had a single digits of patients that came back and needed to come back to be admitted, less than 5%. When you compare to the group of patients that we treated and we saw, right, we saw a very large amount of patients with vaccination, without vaccination, on average, 10 to 15% of patients who visited any of our centers had to be admitted to the hospital. So you got COVID, vaccinated or not vaccinated, 10 to 15% required admission versus less than 5% of those patients who receive monoclonal. Again, like Dr. Chepsky said and the governor says, we're not here to say that one is better than the other. We need what's called prospective data, meaning we need data to be studied forward. And we are ongoing, my director of research is in the room, and we're ongoing, trials ongoing, and result will be telling us the story. Thank you very much, Governor.
Great. All right. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Reynolds, can you introduce yourself and then
Sure.
talk about some of the things you all been doing?
Sure. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Nice meeting you. And, of course, Dr. Shefke. My name is Dr. Dwight Reynolds. I'm a board-certified emergency medicine physician. Been so since 1985. Been a physician since 1978. I recall taking the Hippocratic Oath, as my colleagues did too, I'm sure, when they became doctors. Me, again, it was April 17th, 1978. Hippocratic Oath, there's one point that stands out to me in this discussion, and that is, above all else, do no further harm. My point is pretty simple, guys. If the patient has potential of benefiting from what I'm doing, then my God, I have the right to do that. I was pretty upset. I don't usually get upset very, very often, but I was pretty upset. I think it had to be around 8 o'clock in the evening on the 24th, a few days ago, to wake up to find out that the FDA had pulled the EUA for two of the medications I use mostly for my COVID-19 patients, whether they've had a post-exposure issue or they have COVID itself. I was very disheartened having to tell 18 patients that next day that were on the schedule that we could not give them my typical medication, which is Regencov, or we give them Lilly. We happen to have Stravitomide as well, but for me and my population of people that I service, and I'm privileged to be a physician for my patients, and my patients come from everywhere, by the way, guys. I have patients coming from West Palm Beach, from Colombia, you mentioned that, from Argentina, Governor, as well as patients from Mexico. And I always say to residents, you treat the patient and not the lab, right? So we have an acumen that we develop, hopefully we all develop, a skill set of being able to know what our patients would benefit most likely from. For me, to take off the table two arsenals that have been extremely important was bothersome to me. And this is the first time I really felt that I had to speak up because I felt that my ability to take care of my patients was being interfered with. And again, I have no issues with all the other therapies that are out there, but again, this is a treatment. I started, by the way, guys, 2 years ago when I was the ER doc over in North Dakota. I'm licensed like 13 states, by the way. And in North Dakota, I discovered our first patient in Wilmington, North Dakota, Governor. And to see how things have evolved, so I went from the ER doc, still that, to doing testing and contact tracing, doing vaccines, as well as now doing, I could use monoclonal therapy as a therapeutic way of doing things. So I want to thank you, Governor, for your leadership. I know that I may not always agree with some of the things that necessarily go down, but I got to tell you, Governor, I thank you so much for taking lead on this.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, we have Scott Fortney. He's a realtor and has received the monoclonals very recently. So can you talk a little bit about yourself and your story?
Sure. Thank you so much, Governor. I appreciate being here. My name is Scott Fortney. I'm just a regular Joe, a realtor with Related ISG Group here in Miami. And it was a bit over a week ago, the weekend prior to this past weekend. I just didn't feel great. And then on Monday, I didn't feel great at all. And I went and I had a test in Sunny Isles. It's super easy to get. Had my test that night. It came back, you know, hit my cell phone or whatever. It said I'm positive for COVID. And I'm like, oh, dear Jesus, I don't need to do this. You know, it's a busy season for me. So I immediately, I knew about the antibody treatments that were available. And I immediately went online and I signed up. But I had the treatment scheduled for 10:15 the next day. And it was right here at MDC, actually. I drove over here from Sunny Isles. Got here, the appointment was 10:15. I got here at 10:10. By 10:35, I had already had the treatment, and I was doing the compulsory 45 to an hour wait so that they'd made sure there were no side effects or what have you. And I went home and you know, went on about my day, which I didn't feel great. Went to bed. The next morning, I woke up and I'm like, wow, I feel better. You know, but anything was better than what I was feeling because the congestion in my sinuses was overbearing, and the headache and the sore throat, and I mean, it really was just, it was more than uncomfortable. Wednesday had an okay day, still a little tired. You know, I'm staying home, can't go anywhere. And literally Thursday morning, I woke up and I'm like, I can breathe. I can literally breathe out of both sides of my nose. And it wasn't, when I say that I couldn't breathe prior to that, it wasn't how many of us, we get congested on one side, so we lay over and, we can breathe out of that side, and then we roll back over and you can breathe out. I couldn't breathe out of my nose. And I literally that's probably why I had a sore throat. I just was breathing like that all night long. Literally Thursday morning, I woke up and I could breathe. I haven't had any trouble breathing since then. I'm still a little tired. I don't have the stamina that I normally have, but I can say without fail, and I don't believe that it's psychosomatic. I felt so much better, had more energy, went back to my desk and started working. I just felt better all around. And I will say, I kind of have a control group I can share with you, is because the person that I live with, she got COVID as well. Elected not to have the monoclonal antibody treatments. She was tested positive the day following. Again, didn't have the treatment. To this day, she still feels terrible, can't go to work, hasn't run a fever anymore, just literally feels terrible. And I'm here. So thank you so much. I'm grateful to be in the state of Florida, and I'm super grateful for your leadership and the ability to have this treatment, because not just for me, but I have a mother who's 86 years old. She's been vaccinated twice. She's been boosted. She's in Kentucky. They don't have this treatment there. And my biggest fear is she's going to get Omicron or whatever, and at 86 years old, she doesn't have any comorbidities other than being 86 years old, that this option wouldn't be available to her. To me, it's not even disheartening, it's disgusting. If you have an option that's not harming people, give them a choice, let them make that choice with their physician. It's worked for me, and I'm very grateful. Thank you, sir.
And do you know whether you had Omicron or Delta? I guess, are you assuming it was Omicron?
I'm assuming it was Omicron. I do not know. No, sir.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, now joining us on Zoom, we have Nancy and Frank Schlatter. So unfortunately, they were in the queue to have a monoclonal antibody treatment, I believe yesterday, and they woke up to a message saying, you're out of luck. The Biden administration has canceled the treatments. And so.
All right, we're taking a look back as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis vows to fight that FDA decision to revoke monoclonal antibody treatment, citing that it is ineffective when combating the Omicron variant. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Hundreds will gather at St. Patrick's Cathedral for a public viewing of 22-year-old Jason Rivera. With heavy hearts, the community is gathering. Let's go out to our news partners at Fox 5 New York. Robert Moses is joining us live with an update. Good morning, Robert.
Rain, good morning to you. This is a city in mourning. You mentioned Officer Jason Rivera, just 22 years old, an immigrant, from an immigrant family, I should say, a newlywed here in the city. He simply wanted to give back to his community. In fact, he once wrote to the commanding officer of the police academy that he knew policing was the profession for him. Well, he gave his life for that profession, and so later on today, a city will come here.
All right, guys.
Later today, the body of Jason Rivera will be brought to St. Patrick's Cathedral, where members of the public can pay their respects. His funeral is tomorrow. Police say 47-year-old LaShawn McNeil, a career criminal, ambushed Rivera and Officer Wilbert Mora in Harlem Friday night. Rivera died of his injuries on Friday. Mora was taken off life support Tuesday. Mora's body was escorted yesterday from the medical examiner's office to a funeral home in Inwood, the same one handling Rivera's.
Officer Rivera and Officer Mora are not heroes because they were killed. They were heroes because of how they lived.
Last night, hundreds attended a vigil outside the 32nd precinct where the officers worked. Two of Mora's friends, who are also cops, remembered their brother officer. Their anguish echoed across the city.
I miss you, my brother. I'm still hoping this is all a dream and I'll wake up tomorrow. It's all a nightmare, actually. And I got to speak to you one last time. And I'll say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being there that day.
Your smile lit up a room. Your smile, your laugh changed everyone's mood. And to know that we're not gonna get that again, it hurts. And I'm sorry I couldn't be here to hold you. But I'm always gonna remember you.
Mora's heart, liver, pancreas, and both kidneys saved 5 lives, according to an organ procurement organization. A grateful city says thank you to him and to Rivera.
NYPD, we love you. NYPD, we love you. We stand with you. NYPD, we will never forget.
Robert, it's hard not to get emotional while listening to that tribute from his family and his friends. What are the details of today's public visitation?
Well, Officer Rivera's wake will be here at St. Pat's this afternoon between 1 and 8. His funeral will be tomorrow morning, and then Officer Mora, who was the other officer who died, his wake will be here at the cathedral on Tuesday, with his funeral to follow on Wednesday morning. So today begins about 5 days of mourning for a city so grateful for the sacrifice that these two young officers made. Back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. everyone. Thanks for waking up with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. We've got you covered for top stories and major news headlines taking place across the country. Let's shift our focus now to the latest when it comes to the coronavirus. We know that it's been impacting everyday life for nearly 2 years now. Our colleagues over at Fox are bringing us an in-depth look at how Americans are coping. All right, we'll have that story for you all in just a bit. For now, let's talk about the weather. We do know that the Northeast is bracing for what could potentially be a bomb cyclone. Here's that update from our friends over at Fox Weather.
So, and that's the reason why we keep focusing on potential, because just 50 miles could be the difference between those highly populated areas getting upwards of 2 feet of snow, or the difference of it just being a coating to maybe an inch or two for New York as well as New Jersey and Connecticut. So here's what's new in terms of the nor'easter. So our confidence is growing that there will definitely be a storm at some point this weekend, likely Friday into Saturday. This is all due to the fact that we have better sampling of the key ingredients. And the best way to compare that when we are talking about models, it's kind of like you have that family recipe for mac and cheese, right? Mom may throw in a whole bunch of cheese, and as a result, it may make it really cheesy. But you may be thinking, you know what, we need a little bit more milk to make it a little bit creamier. It's still the same mac and cheese, but which one do you want? And it's the same way when we're looking at a storm. With different models, they come out with different outputs. Either way, all the models are indicating that we will see some significant wind as well as some flooding along the coastline. Now, what's the same? The uncertainty of the track. Is it going to continue to wobble back and forward? That's what we are continuing to watch here. The timing on this is also still the same. All of the models keep saying that this particular system is going to be impacting parts of the New England area as well as the Northeast Friday night into Saturday, and the threat for significant impacts still stays the same. So I want to show you kind of what is happening here in the upper levels. So we have a huge dip in the jet stream, and that's part of the reason why we've been seeing some significant cold weather moving across parts of the upper Midwest here. And what happens with these systems is behind them, we tend to get very cold air. I mean, we are talking about anywhere from -20 to -40-degree wind chills. When these systems tap into that cold air, that's part of the reason why we get a significant amount of snow. So that's why some models are saying some parts of the Northeast could be getting upwards of 2 feet of snow, and other parts could maybe get 2 inches of snow. We also have strong blocking up north of there. That's all due to the fact that high pressure is going to be up in Canada. So what's going to end up happening with that high pressure, it's going to end up slowing it down, and that's part of the reason why, Britta, we could be talking about some significant snow totals across parts of New England.
I'm Amy Freeze. Welcome to Fox Weather's YouTube page. We have more great videos on the way, so make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all things weather.
Make sure that you follow Fox Weather on their multiple platforms, as well as download the Fox Weather app. It will be very useful, especially when traveling. Okay, now to a story that I attempted to bring you all a little bit earlier. Let's talk about COVID-19 and how it has impacted Americans for the past 2 years.
Alexis, you ready?
It's another busy morning for Kenny and Brianna Howard, full-time working parents raising an active 8-year-old daughter in Northern Virginia.
Breakfast. Let's go. Thanks, Mommy.
The morning routine, making waffles and strawberries, then school lunch.
Is your backpack heavy?
Followed by a quick turnaround out the door.
You want to put your gloves on?
Mom and daughter walk to the bus stop, and after Alexis boards the bus, Brianna has a minute for a cup of coffee before starting a full day at her job in healthcare from her dining room table. She says both her husband and daughter Alexis contracted earlier variants of coronavirus and have come out of it more resilient.
We're taking the necessary precautions, but I don't want to stop living our lives in fear of COVID either.
But not everyone's as upbeat. Suzanne and Anthony Lucio, based in Chicago, both began working from home full-time when the pandemic hit. They say their kids, Gianna 12 and Roman 5, were forced into remote learning, and the threat of getting COVID has upended their lives ever since.
It's what we base our activities on. Everything in our lives is based on COVID.
oh, I got sniffles or I got a headache. Is this COVID? So, you know, you're on high alert all the time.
President Biden recently called COVID one of the most formidable enemies America has ever faced.
Omicron has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy.
For the Gregg family in Denver, fear of getting the virus is still very real, now 2 years after COVID first hit the U.S.
I've been collecting at-home tests so that we don't have to go out in a shortage and look for them. I feel like I need to test all the time.
Heather Gregg says daily life now is more complicated than it used to be, and it'd be helpful if the federal government and states came up with some clearer guidance.
There isn't some sort of protocol that everyone recognizes as this is how we do it.
Suzanne Lucio agrees and says now with schools open again, getting the kids out the door every morning seems infinitely complex.
When I wake up in the morning, I have to get the disposable masks out for my children. I have to make sure that I order the 4-ply disposable masks.
It's not just what kids wear to school that's changed, it's how they're learning.
May I have a cookie, please?
Parents are worried about the effects remote learning has had on their kids.
She didn't get to have a first day of kindergarten. Can you imagine taking your kid to the first day of school and instead she was just looking at a screen?
She has spent almost half of her academic career now behind a computer screen. And we really don't know the long-term impacts that virtual learning will have on our students.
Nicole Donoso and her husband are raising 2 sons outside San Antonio. She says one of the major challenges compounding the difficulty for families is record inflation. It's a pocketbook pinch being felt all around the country.
The second grader, his fee for camp is about $75 more.
I've never been a person who has closely followed my grocery budget, but I've noticed the prices of some things are just so insane.
Gas prices are about as predictable as COVID. We don't know from day to day, is it going to be 30 cents higher? Is it going to be 30 cents cheaper?
Be mindful of what you're spending.
Brianna's husband, Kenny, has changed jobs twice during the pandemic to spend more time with his family and less time commuting.
I actually had to take a 25% pay cut.
Record numbers of Americans have been without work during the pandemic, but Kenny says despite his own hardships, COVID has been good for his career.
There's a blessing in disguise because now I've loved what I do right now and it's awesome. I've learned a lot and I just want to keep thriving.
I am just giving you a follow-up call.
Brianna was forced to work from home when the pandemic hit, but now does so voluntarily twice a week so she can watch her daughter compete with her cheer team.
I've never seen her cheer without a face mask. I would love for the day to come to just see her smile while she's performing.
Kids even younger than the Howard's daughter may not even remember life pre-COVID.
My 5-year-old doesn't really know a world without COVID. He's used to wearing a mask. He doesn't know what a play date is.
Parents of small children like the Lucios say keeping their kids healthy during COVID is what matters most. But for parents in some pockets of the country, the threat of COVID is coupled with concerns about crime, as the pandemic has coincided with a dramatic spike in violent crime.
There's carjackings over here, just people walking up armed, robbing people.
For the Carney family of Amherst, New York, the crime spike hits close to home.
Over the course of the last 18 months, being a wife of a police officer has been an incredible challenge.
Sarah Gelman Carney's children are twins who will soon head off to college. She's optimistic.
Hopefully they know what to do and they adapt quickly.
Adaptability is a skill families have been forced to learn during the pandemic. Making hard choices has become just part of the routine.
I found a school that was really just running things as cautiously as they could. They still let the kids just be themselves.
We've kind of backed off on a little date nights, to save extra money.
For the Howards, less evenings out means more evenings at home as a family.
We can have leftovers tomorrow.
Something all these families agree on, they want their kids to be okay.
I think every mother, wants the very best, for their kid, and that's what my husband and I want.
Looking to the future, the moms, the dads, even the kids we talk to say they want more than anything for life to get back to normal. They say that might not be next month or even next year, but they all expressed a lot of hope. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
So last year at this time, think about it, if you can, kids were going to school on Zoom, right? Learning at home, from the kitchen, from the living room. They were unvaccinated, and our COVID cases at that point were continuing to climb nationwide. Well, fast forward a year, a whole lot has changed, but you know, schools really aren't back where they were. Kids are back in class. Children over 5 can now get vaccinated. Students in California are still wearing masks on campus. COVID variants like Omicron continue to interrupt the so-called new normal. So how are our schools faring with these new challenges? Well, the person that knows and keeps an eye on it the best is State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, who is kind enough to join us again. Superintendent, good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, this is the thing. Everybody sort of gives the qualifier as good as we can be right now, sort of holding our breath to see how this goes. I suppose nobody's holding their breath quite as much as you are because you've got the state's children to care for.
I mean, you touched on it. It's been up and down. It's been difficult. You know, since this school year started, I probably was at 45 or so schools, and our schools are open for kids. But with the Omicron variant, it has been tough. Our schools have gone through challenges amid a backdrop of the lack of availability of take-home tests. It has been everything that you can imagine, but our schools are hanging in there. I have to give tremendous props to all of our educators, students, and families. They are finding a way to make sure that schools stay open, because we know that ultimately that's best for our kids and their social emotional well-being and their learning.
They know that, your educators know that, we know that, parents know that, the kids even know that. But I think about those educators and I think about, they know that, yet it's still difficult.
Yes.
I can imagine you're sort of preparing yourself for some burnout in your staff.
You know, I think COVID fatigue has been nonstop since the beginning of the pandemic, 2 years in, and still we're feeling this. And it seems like when you turn a corner, then there's another challenge and another variant. People are talking about vaccines. They've helped. They've been a game changer. Many of the experts predict if more people get vaccinated and boosted, we won't see these variants. And so, I want to just remind folks that as much as it's important to do COVID testing and wear masks, we also want to encourage those who can, please get a vaccine and a booster, because with every new variant, we see more challenges to our educational system, to all of our systems. How do we keep our businesses open and our communities open? And of course, protecting our loved ones.
Going into this third year, it's been so long since kids had just a plain old ordinary regular school year, because you think about the quarantine, isolation at home, you think about them coming back, but it's not quite the same, and even just after the winter break, there were a lot of staff off and a lot of students off, either because they got COVID themselves or someone in their family tested positive and they had to isolate. I almost wonder if these kids are going to remember what a normal school year feels like.
You raise a great point. If you're in kindergarten or first grade, this is probably all you've ever known. And we've heard reports from school staff that even when this school year began, they saw an increase in student behaviors, whether it's crying or disruptive behavior. As you know, we've been talking about a proposal that we're working on now to try to recruit 10,000 more mental health counselors to support the social emotional well-being of our students. We have a staff shortage in schools and in every employment sector in the nation. And so we'll be working hard to get more counselors to help those students try to find some support during these difficult times.
Social and emotional support is so important, because if they're not well that way, how can they learn? Right? They won't be able to focus on learning. And you can't take your eye off the academic ball. That has to be such a focus for you as well. In terms of the learning loss and confronting that, where are we? Has it been worse than we expected, or about where we thought it might be?
I think it's about what you would expect if you think about where we were in 2020 when we first went into, in 2019 when we first went into distance learning. 1 million kids without computers or access to internet, and if that's the only way that they were able to connect with school, it's not a surprise that we'd see that learning gaps had been exacerbated. They've grown. And so, what we're trying to do is figure out how do we help kids heal from the pandemic and then recover academically. And we've got some great programs lined up, preschool for every 4-year-old, universal meals, more after-school programs and wraparound programs. But before we can even get to the learning recovery, we've got to just have health and safety. And right now we're getting face masks to schools and more tests, encouraging vaccines. But once we do that, we have to accelerate our efforts to offset missed time and learning gaps. And we'll do that. Right now we're working on a campaign to make sure all of our kids learn to read by 3rd grade. I'm proud of California students. 1 million students have already downloaded a book for free. 2.5 million books have been read online. We're going to put 1 million books in the hands of kids and families that need them. We're going to continue to do things like, literacy, interventions, giving students a chance to learn another language. We know all these things are going to help our students recover. But first, we got to keep them safe and give them the ability to be at school.
I can't imagine what your day is like, because you have to be very concerned about the realities of today, the safety measures, the protocols being followed, the latest guidance that seemingly changes day by day. But you also have to be thinking about what's coming down the pike and what we're going to do when we get back to normal. Are you anticipating that you'll extend the learning year, the classroom year? Are you extending or starting earlier next fall? Do you think any of those things may be on the table?
Well, unless there's some new proposal at the state level through our legislature, then the decision about how long the school year is still up to local school districts. And they have the ability to add time. Some districts are going to add time because they had to lose a week. They had to close in January when school came back to just deal with safety. And then they'll work with their employee groups to figure out how to add that year back. At this point, that week back. At this point, there is no formal plan to extend the school year, although there are proposals in this year's legislative budget by the governor that would give schools the resources to have a longer day through after-school programs and extended programs. And school districts may take up the idea of longer time to help combat learning gaps.
What's your message for parents who are still reticent to get their children vaccinated or boosted?
I'd ask them to think about the 140,000 students in the country who've lost a primary or secondary caregiver to COVID. This is more than a bug. And I'd ask them to think about anyone they know who's lost their life to COVID, because while anybody can still get COVID, even if you have a vaccine, having a vaccine or a booster means that you won't get serious consequences, and it reduces the likelihood of you dying. Unfortunately, I've met some people who've lost loved ones to COVID, and I would just ask parents to think about that from the perspective of being a parent. This isn't about politics. This is about saving lives. And this is the one thing that we have right now that can help us keep schools open. We owe a debt of gratitude to our parents. They sacrificed so much during the pandemic, teaching their kids at home, not able to go to work. But in order for us to keep our schools open, vaccines and boosters are really part of the equation, so we don't keep getting new variants that threaten the well-being of our students and families. And we're seeing more kids being hospitalized. So I would just implore parents, think about the safety of your child, and let's do all that we can to keep our schools open.
To keep our schools open, to keep our students well, their mental well-being and their physical well-being is primary for you and for all the educators and parents out there. Want to say a deep thank you. Thank you for making time for us. We know your time is well in demand. State Superintendent of Public Instruction for the state, Tony Thurmond. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So last year at this time.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles. As you know, we are powered by Fox-owned and operated stations across the country. So right after this commercial break, we'll have a live conversation with Fox 5 New York. They're talking Stormy Daniels. She's actually expected to testify in court today in that fraud case against her attorney. We'll have that right after this break. 7:47 a.m. Thanks for waking up with us here at Live Now from Fox. Taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. A shakeup could soon be coming to the Supreme Court amid reports liberal Justice Stephen Breyer will announce his retirement at the end of the summer. All right, guys, looks as though we just changed that live feed that we were getting, but that's okay because Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has that story for us.
Justice Stephen Breyer is looking at a summer retirement, June or July, meaning a heated confirmation battle is all but certain before the midterm elections.
In the Senate, we want to be deliberate. We want to move quickly. We want to get this done as soon as possible.
As news broke of Justice Breyer's retirement after 27 years on the Supreme Court, wheels in Washington started spinning on who could be up for the job.
The president has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court and certainly stands by that.
Even before Breyer's retirement was officially announced, already a few names have surfaced, including state Supreme Court justices and a U.S. Circuit judge. As Senate Leader Chuck Schumer has promised, Democrats want a quick confirmation process. They are facing the possibility they may lose majorities in the midterm elections, and the president would be far more limited, if not totally blocked, on which nominees he could put forward.
The fact that Justice Breyer made this announcement or allowed word of his retirement to leak in January tells me that everyone involved understands the importance. There's a ticking clock here. They need to get their new nominee through before the midterm elections and before a potentially Republican Senate comes into power, because at that point, all bets are off and the game changes entirely.
Some of the names being floated are young by Supreme Court justice standards, meaning their confirmation would ensure that seat stays liberal for decades to come. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Geneva, Russian foreign.
All right, let's stay in Washington, D.C. for this next story about Ukraine and Russia, the ongoing threat. Right now, it's only a war of words, as Russia is talking tough and threatening retaliation against the West if its demands on Ukraine aren't met. Let's go ahead and listen into this announcement from Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on the subject.
All told, it sets out a serious diplomatic path forward should Russia choose it. The document we've delivered includes concerns of the United States and our allies and partners about Russia's actions that undermine security, a principled and pragmatic evaluation of the concerns that Russia has raised, and our own proposals for areas where we may be able to find common ground. We make clear that there are core principles that we are committed to uphold and defend, including Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the right of states to choose their own security arrangements and alliances. We've addressed the possibility of reciprocal transparency measures regarding force posture in Ukraine, as well as measures to increase confidence regarding military exercises and maneuvers in Europe. And we address other areas where we see potential for progress, including arms control related to missiles in Europe, our interest in a follow-on agreement to the New START treaty that covers all nuclear weapons, and ways to increase transparency and stability. We put these ideas forward because they have the potential, if negotiated in good faith, to enhance our security and that of our allies and partners, while also addressing Russia's stated concerns through reciprocal commitments. Our response to Russia reflects what I said in Kyiv, Berlin, and Geneva last week. We're open to dialogue. We prefer diplomacy. And we're prepared to move forward where there is the possibility of communication and cooperation, if Russia de-escalates its aggression toward Ukraine, stops the inflammatory rhetoric, and approaches discussions about the future of security in Europe in a spirit of reciprocity. Our responses were fully coordinated with Ukraine and our European allies and partners, with whom we've been consulting continuously for weeks. We sought their input and incorporated it into the final version delivered to Moscow. Additionally, NATO developed and will deliver to Moscow its own paper with ideas and concerns about collective security in Europe, and that paper fully reinforces ours and vice versa. There's no daylight among the United States and our allies and partners on these matters. We shared our response paper with Congress, and I'll be briefing congressional leaders on this later today and consulting with them on our approach. As you know, there's strong bipartisan interest and deep expertise on the Hill when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, and we very much appreciate having Congress as a partner as we move forward. We're not releasing the document publicly because we think that diplomacy has the best chance to succeed if we provide space for confidential talks. We hope and expect that Russia will have the same view and will take our proposal seriously. I expect to speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov in the coming days after Moscow has had a chance to read the paper and is ready to discuss next steps. There should be no doubt about our seriousness of purpose when it comes to diplomacy, and we're acting with equal focus and force to bolster Ukraine's defenses and prepare a swift, united response to further Russian aggression. 3 deliveries of U.S. defensive military assistance arrive in Kyiv this week, carrying additional Javelin missiles and other anti-armor systems. 283 tons of ammunition and non-lethal equipment essential to Ukraine's frontline defenders. More deliveries are expected in the days to come. We provided more defensive security assistance to Ukraine in the past year than in any previous year. Last week, I authorized U.S. allies, including Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to provide U.S.-origin military equipment from their inventories for use by Ukraine. Also last week, we notified Congress of our intent to deliver to Ukraine the Mi-17 helicopters currently held in Defense Department inventories, 5 of them. Additionally, the Secretary of Defense announced on Monday that 8,500 U.S. service members currently stationed in Europe and the United States have been placed in heightened readiness to deploy to ensure that we're able to support the NATO response force swiftly if it's activated by the North Atlantic Council to harden the Allies' eastern flank. Other NATO allies have also announced steps that they're prepared to take, and we expect more in the coming days. We've taken this step out of prudence. We hope those forces don't have to be activated for deployment. But if they are, we will be ready. We're also continuing to coordinate with our European allies and partners on severe economic sanctions to hold Moscow accountable for its actions. We've developed a high-impact, quick-action response.
All right, guys, 7:54 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're taking a look back as Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaks on the ongoing situation when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. But let's switch gears momentarily. Let's go out live to New York City. Right now, joining us is Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez. Lizette, good morning. So we know that Stormy Daniels is expected to appear in court today, testifying in her fraud case against attorney Michael Avenatti. What more can you tell us?
Hey, good morning, Rain. And this is day 4 and probably one of the most interesting days of this trial. We do know that Stormy Daniels is expected to take the stand, and she is a key witness for the prosecution. And this is also a chance for Michael Avenatti to confront her.
Cases all across the country. It's what I've been doing for 20 years at a very high level.
Michael Avenatti ready to face his accuser and cross-examine adult film star Stormy Daniels, since he's now acting as his own attorney, a move the court approved earlier this week. Avenatti helped Daniels negotiate a book deal in 2018 about her relationship with former President Donald Trump. Daniels says she was awarded $800,000 in the book deal and accuses Avenatti of pocketing payments meant for her. Avenatti is charged with wire fraud and theft, and he claims he was owed the money for working on her behalf.
How are you preparing for your cross-examination of Stormy tomorrow?
Very diligently and carefully.
Arthur Aidala, a criminal defense attorney, has been following the case closely.
Michael Avenatti may deserve to be compensated. However, what he is not allowed to do is create a false document, put a false signature on it, give it to a publisher, and have them send him the money directly.
Wednesday, the prosecution set the stage for Stormy Daniels and called on a man named Sean Macias. Macias introduced Stormy to Avenatti and introduced Avenatti to celebrity attorney Mark Garagos. Garagos reportedly loaned Avenatti $250,000 while he was dealing with financial woes.
Here he was all over the TV, all this big shot, and he was in bankruptcy. He was in bankruptcy, right? Didn't he have to go borrow $250,000? And he didn't know who Garagos was, and someone introduced him to Garagos, and they called him El Presidente, and he gave him $250,000, not $2,500, not $25,000. I mean, that's an enormous amount of money.
Venati is facing many legal issues. Most recently, he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for a Nike extortion case. Now, he still hasn't done those years in prison just yet. Rain, will send things back over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, looking live from Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and revisit that announcement from Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Lavrov and I met to discuss the crisis instigated by Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders and steps to de-escalate tensions and pursue diplomacy. Russia had previously outlined its concerns and proposals in writing, and last week I told Foreign Minister Lavrov that the United States would do the same. Today, Ambassador Sullivan delivered our written response in Moscow. All told, it sets out a serious diplomatic path forward should Russia choose it. The document we've delivered includes concerns of the United States and our allies and partners about Russia's actions that undermine security, a principled and pragmatic evaluation of the concerns that Russia has raised, and our own proposals for areas where we may be able to find common ground. We make clear that there are core principles that we are committed to uphold and defend, including Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the right of states to choose their own security arrangements and alliances. We've addressed the possibility of reciprocal transparency measures regarding force posture in Ukraine, as well as measures to increase confidence regarding military exercises and maneuvers in Europe. And we address other areas where we see potential for progress, including arms control related to missiles in Europe, our interest in a follow-on agreement to the New START treaty that covers all nuclear weapons, and ways to increase transparency and stability. We put these ideas forward because they have the potential, if negotiated in good faith, to enhance our security and that of our allies and partners, while also addressing Russia's stated concerns through reciprocal commitments. Our response to Russia reflects what I said in Kyiv, Berlin, and Geneva last week. We're open to dialogue. We prefer diplomacy. And we're prepared to move forward where there is the possibility of communication and cooperation if Russia de-escalates its aggression toward Ukraine stops the inflammatory rhetoric, and approaches discussions about the future of security in Europe in a spirit of reciprocity. Our responses were fully coordinated with Ukraine and our European allies and partners, with whom we've been consulting continuously for weeks. We sought their input and incorporated it into the final version delivered to Moscow. Additionally, NATO developed and will deliver to Moscow its own paper with ideas and concerns about collective security in Europe, and that paper fully reinforces ours and vice versa. There's no daylight among the United States and our allies and partners on these matters. We shared our response paper with Congress, and I'll be briefing congressional leaders on this later today and consulting with them on our approach. As you know, there's strong bipartisan interest and deep expertise on the Hill when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, and we very much appreciate having Congress as a partner as we move forward. We're not releasing the document publicly because we think that diplomacy has the best chance to succeed if we provide space for confidential talks. We hope and expect that Russia will have the same view and will take our proposal seriously. I expect to speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov in the coming days after Moscow has had a chance to read the paper and is ready to discuss next steps. There should be no doubt about our seriousness of purpose when it comes to diplomacy, and we're acting with equal focus and force to bolster Ukraine's defenses and prepare a swift, united response to further Russian aggression. 3 deliveries of U.S. defensive military assistance arrive in Kyiv this week, carrying additional Javelin missiles and other anti-armor systems. 283 tons of ammunition and non-lethal equipment essential to Ukraine's frontline defenders. More deliveries are expected in the days to come. We provided more defensive security assistance to Ukraine in the past year than in any previous year. Last week, I authorized U.S. allies, including Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to provide U.S.-origin military equipment from their inventories for use by Ukraine. Also last week, we notified Congress of our intent to deliver to Ukraine the Mi-17 helicopters currently held in Defense Department inventories, 5 of them. Additionally, the Secretary of Defense announced on Monday that 8,500 U.S. service members currently stationed in Europe and the United States have been placed in heightened readiness to deploy to ensure that we're able to support the NATO response force swiftly if it's activated by the North Atlantic Council to harden the Allies' eastern flank. Other NATO allies have also announced steps that they're prepared to take, and we expect more in the coming days. We've taken this step out of prudence. We hope those forces don't have to be activated for deployment. But if they are, we will be ready. We're also continuing to coordinate with our European allies and partners on severe economic sanctions to hold Moscow accountable for its actions. We've developed a high-impact, quick-action response that would inflict significant costs on the Russian economy and financial system. As part of our response, we're also prepared to impose export controls that will have a longer-term effect, denying Russia products that it needs to fulfill its strategic ambitions. On top of all of that, our allies and partners are also stepping up to provide assistance to Ukraine in various and mutually reinforcing ways. As we've done many times before, the alliance and individual allies are coming together to support our partners and to defend what should be inviolable principles that have helped provide unprecedented security, stability, and prosperity for decades in Europe and around the world. Finally, we're looking to support our allies and partners in dealing with the secondary negative consequences of Russia's destabilizing acts. For example, we know that Ukraine's economy and financial position is being affected by this crisis. And just as we're bolstering Ukraine's security, so too are we looking for how we can support its economy beyond the significant assistance we're already providing. Our European allies and partners are doing so as well. And that's another matter that I'll have an opportunity to discuss with Congress later this afternoon. As we're taking steps to ensure that the global energy supply isn't disrupted, that too is an important focus. Should Russia choose to weaponize its natural gas by cutting supply to Europe even more than it's already done? We're in discussions with governments and major producers around the world about surging their capacity. We're engaged in detailed conversations with our allies and partners about coordinating our response, including how best to deploy their existing energy stockpiles. All this effort is aimed at mitigating price shocks and ensuring that people in the United States, Europe, and around the world have the energy they need, no matter what Russia decides to do. All told, our actions over the past week have sharpened the choice facing Russia now. We've laid out a diplomatic path. We've lined up steep consequences should Russia choose further aggression. We've stepped forward with more support for Ukraine's security and economy. And we and our allies and partners are united across the board. Now, we'll continue to press forward and prepare. It remains up to Russia to decide how to respond. We're ready either way. One final note before I take some questions. Regarding American citizens in Ukraine, as you know, earlier this week, I authorized the voluntary departure of a limited number of U.S. employees and ordered the departure of many family members of embassy personnel from Ukraine. This was a decision based on one factor only: the safety and security of our colleagues and their families. And given the continued massive buildup of Russian forces on Ukraine's borders, which has many indications of preparations for an invasion, these steps were the prudent ones to take. I want to be clear that our embassy in Kyiv will remain open, and we continue to maintain a robust presence to provide diplomatic, economic, and security support to Ukraine. The State Department has also issued an updated travel advisory due to the potential for security conditions to deteriorate rapidly and without warning if Russia invades or commits other destabilizing actions inside Ukraine. Our message now for any Americans in Ukraine is to strongly consider leaving using commercial or other privately available transportation options. These options remain readily available. And the embassy may extend loans to those who can't afford the cost of a commercial ticket. While the State Department will always seek to provide consular services wherever possible, Russian military action would severely impact our ability to perform that work. And if Russia invades, civilians, including Americans still in Ukraine, could be caught in a conflict zone between combatant forces. The U.S. government may not be in a position to aid individuals in these circumstances. This has long been the case in conflict zones around the world. So, while we don't know whether Russia will continue its aggression toward Ukraine, either way, we have a responsibility to provide this notice to Americans there. And with that, happy to take some questions.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I realize that you don't want to get into the specifics of what is actually in this document, and although I'm sure I and my colleagues will continue to try to get them. But can you say, more broadly, when you say that there are core principles that you're committed to and to uphold and defend, does that mean that in this document you told the Russians point blank in writing that no is the answer to their demands for a formal bar on the expansion of NATO, the permanent exclusion of Ukraine, and the withdrawal of certain forces and equipment from Eastern Europe? Is that what this says? Is there anything different in this document than what we have heard publicly over the course of the last couple of weeks?
Again, without going to the specifics of the document, I can tell you that it reiterates what we've said publicly for many weeks and, in a sense, for many years, that we will uphold the principle of NATO's open door, and that's, as I've said repeatedly in recent weeks, a commitment that we're bound to, and so. The document, as I said, makes very clear some of the basic principles that we are standing by, committed to, and will uphold, much of which has been stated in public, including by me in recent days and weeks, and that goes to NATO's open door policy.
So you would say that it is accurate to say that there are no concessions?
This isn't about concessions.
Well, there is no change in the U.S. and NATO position in this document.
First of all, there is no change. There will be no change. Second, we reiterate that principle. Of course, it is for NATO, not the United States unilaterally, to discuss the open door policy. These are decisions that NATO makes as an alliance, not the United States unilaterally. But from our perspective, I can't be more clear. NATO's door is open, remains open, and that is our commitment.
Margaret?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do you have any reason to believe then that the document that was submitted will in any way lessen the chance of Russian action, or was this just to show you tried?
Margaret, what we do in this document, besides laying out our core principles, besides sharing our concerns of allies and partners about things that Russia is doing that we believe undermine security and stability, we also do lay out areas where we believe that together we could actually advance security for everyone, including for Russia, based on some of its stated concerns, as well, of course, as for us and for our allies and partners. And so there are a number of areas, again, based on what Russia has said, that I think would make a difference if done on a reciprocal basis and approached in good faith. So, for example, as we've said, the placement of offensive missile systems in Ukraine, military exercises and maneuvers in Europe, potential arms control measures, greater transparency, various measures to reduce risks. All of these things would address, I think, mutual concerns, including concerns stated by Russia, and advance collective security. So I think there are important things to work with if Russia is serious about working with them. And that is up to President Putin. We'll see how they respond. But there's no doubt in my mind that if Russia were to approach this seriously and in a spirit of reciprocity, with the determination to enhance collective security for all of us, there are very positive things in this document that should be pursued. We can't make that decision for President Putin. Only he can make it. We've said throughout, and we of course started this process with the conversations that took place in our strategic stability dialogue with Russia, between Russia and the United States about 10 days ago, at the NATO-Russia Council, at the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe, that again, we understand Russia has stated concerns about security. We have our own very clear concerns about security and the actions that Russia is taking that undermine it, and we are prepared to discuss and, if appropriate, eventually negotiate steps to enhance everyone's security. And I've laid out some of the areas where we think we could do that. But right now, this is about the areas and ideas that we could pursue, and we'll see how Russia responds.
Secretary, have you considered that Russia just buying time till they're in a place to invade Ukraine, making you jump through hoops like hand-delivering written responses to questions that you've answered time and time again in the past? And meanwhile, they're destabilizing Ukraine from within, the economy's crumbling, you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars shoring them up. At what point do you stop playing Russia's game and take preemptive action now?
So, Ben, first, we're, as you know, not standing still, and we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and that's very much what we've been doing. So we've been clear to Russia that there are two paths, a diplomatic one, but also a path of defense and deterrence, and if Russia chooses aggression, a path that will lead to massive consequences. And so even as we've been engaging in the diplomacy, which is my job and responsibility, we have been very resolutely preparing for Russia to take the other path, the path of aggression. And as I laid out, the work that we've done over the past couple of months in bringing allies and partners together around massive consequences for Russia should it renew its aggression, and the very detailed work that's been done on that.
But they're
the
being
shoring up,
aggressive
let me finish
now.
if I may,
Sorry.
please, and then come back to you. The shoring up in very significant ways of
All right, we were just listening in to an update from Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on the latest when it comes to the Russia and Ukraine situation. However, let's shift our focus to the coronavirus. We have some news coming from the Orlando area. Starting next week, some Orange County parents will have to send their kids back to the classroom. This despite concerns about COVID-19. Joining us now from Orange County, Florida is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. Amanda, what can you tell us about this story?
Well, the Orange County Public School System here, which is the largest school district in Central Florida, has announced that they will no longer allow parents or guardians to keep their students home from school in order to avoid the coronavirus. Now, if the students are sick, they can still stay home, but they would have to submit for an excused absence. Now, school officials say this is because of the declining number of cases and the additional strain on teachers who have been managing assignments for a large number of absent students. In a statement, the school district says, quote, "The state has not extended the quarantine code to be used in accommodation of absences in our attendance records, so students should be considered truant for non-attendance." They say if a parent wishes to keep their child out of school, they can still enroll in homeschool education by contacting the OCPS office. Again, if your child is exhibiting an illness or symptoms of COVID-19, the district asks that you keep your child at home. Now, the district says face masks are still required for adults and strongly encouraged for students. This change in policy goes into effect on Monday, January 31st. Reporting live in Orange County, I'm Amanda McKenzie.
All right, it will be interesting to see if this same policy is mirrored in school districts across the country. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie, thank you so much. All right, guys, 8:18. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Rain Augustine, bringing you all the latest top stories from coast to coast. We're paying very close attention to the coronavirus. Although Omicron cases are beginning to surge, hospitalizations are still up. So let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll have more COVID-related news. .21 a.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, moving right along with our top stories this morning. This next segment coming from Fox 11 Los Angeles. We know that COVID-19 is affecting a lot these days, to say the least, but especially students. We are going to dive into this report about the dramatic effects of learning loss during COVID-19.
If you can, kids were going to school on Zoom, right? Learning at home, from the kitchen, from the living room. They were unvaccinated, and our COVID cases at that point were continuing to climb nationwide. Well, fast forward a year, a whole lot has changed, but you know, schools really aren't back where they were. Kids are back in class. Children over 5 can now get vaccinated. Students in California are still wearing masks on campus. COVID variants like Omicron continue to interrupt the so-called new normal. So how are our schools faring with these new challenges? Well, the person that knows and keeps an eye on it the best is State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, who is kind enough to join us again. Superintendent, good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, this is the thing. Everybody sort of gives the qualifier as good as we can be right now, sort of holding our breath to see how this goes. I suppose nobody's holding their breath quite as much as you are because you've got the state's children to care for.
I mean, you touched on it. It's been up and down. It's been difficult. Since this school year started, I probably was at 45 or so schools, and our schools are open for kids. But with the Omicron variant, it has been tough. Our schools have gone through challenges amid a backdrop of the lack of availability of take-home tests. It has been everything that you can imagine, but our schools are hanging in there. I have to give tremendous props to all of our educators, students, and families. They are finding a way to make sure that schools stay open, because we know that ultimately that's best for our kids and their social emotional well-being and their learning.
They know that, your educators know that, we know that, parents know that, the kids even know that. But I think about those educators and I think about, they know that, yet it's still difficult.
Yes.
I can imagine you're sort of preparing yourself for some burnout in your staff.
I think COVID fatigue has been nonstop since the beginning of the pandemic, 2 years in, and still we're feeling this. And it seems like when you turn a corner, then there's another challenge and another variant. People are talking about vaccines. They've helped. They've been a game changer. Many of the experts predict if more people get vaccinated and boosted, we won't see these variants. And so, I want to just remind folks that as much as it's important to do COVID testing and wear masks, we also want to encourage those who can, please get a vaccine and a booster, because with every new variant, we see more challenges to our educational system, to all of our systems. How do we keep our businesses open and our communities open? And of course, protecting our loved ones.
Going into this third year, it's been so long since kids had just a plain old ordinary regular school year, because you think about the quarantine, isolation at home, you think about them coming back, but it's not quite the same, and even just after the winter break, there were a lot of staff off and a lot of students off, either because they got COVID themselves or someone in their family tested positive and they had to isolate. I almost wonder if these kids are going to remember what a normal school year feels like.
You raise a great point. If you're in kindergarten or first grade, this is probably all you've ever known. And we've heard reports from school staff that even when this school year began, they saw an increase in student behaviors, whether it's crying or disruptive behavior. As you know, we've been talking about a proposal that we're working on now to try to recruit 10,000 more mental health counselors to support the social emotional well-being of our students. We have a staff shortage in schools and in every employment sector in the nation. And so we'll be working hard to get more counselors to help those students try to find some support during these difficult times.
Social and emotional support is so important, because if they're not well that way, how can they learn? Right? They won't be able to focus on learning. And you can't take your eye off the academic ball. That has to be such a focus for you as well. In terms of the learning loss and confronting that, where are we? Has it been worse than we expected, or about where we thought it might be?
I think it's about what you would expect if you think about where we were in 2020 when we first went into, in 2019 when we first went into distance learning. 1 million kids without computers or access to the internet, and if that's the only way that they were able to connect with school, it's not a surprise that we'd see that learning gaps had been exacerbated. They've grown. And so, what we're trying to do is figure out how do we help kids heal from the pandemic and then recover academically. And we've got some great programs lined up, preschool for every 4-year-old, universal meals, more after-school programs and wraparound programs. But before we can even get to the learning recovery, we've got to just have health and safety. And right now we're getting face masks to schools and more tests, encouraging vaccines. But once we do that, we have to accelerate our efforts to offset missed time and learning gaps. And we'll do that. Right now we're working on a campaign to make sure all of our kids learn to read by 3rd grade. I'm proud of California students. 1 million students have already downloaded a book for free. 2.5 million books have been read online. We're going to put 1 million books in the hands of kids and families that need them. We're going to continue to do things like, literacy interventions, giving students a chance to learn another language. We know all these things are going to help our students recover. But first, we got to keep them safe and give them the ability to be at school.
I can't imagine what your day is like, because you have to be very concerned about the realities of today, the safety measures, the protocols being followed, the latest guidance that seemingly changes day by day. But you also have to be thinking about what's coming down the pike and what we're going to do when we get back to normal. Are you anticipating that you'll extend the learning year, the classroom year? Are you extending or starting earlier next fall? Do you think any of those things may be on the table?
Well, unless there's some new proposal at the state level through our legislature, then the decision about how long the school year is still up to local school districts. And they have the ability to add time. Some districts are going to add time because they had to lose a week. They had to close in January when school came back to just deal with safety. And then they'll work with their employee groups to figure out how to add that year back. At this point, that week back. At this point, there is no formal plan to extend the school year, although there are proposals in this year's legislative budget by the governor that would give schools the resources to have a longer day through after-school programs and extended programs. And school districts may take up the idea of longer time to help combat learning gaps.
What's your message for parents who are still reticent to get their children vaccinated or boosted?
I'd ask them to think about the 140,000 students in the country who've lost a primary or secondary caregiver to COVID. This is more than a bug. And I'd ask them to think about anyone they know who's lost their life to COVID, because while anybody can still get COVID, even if you have a vaccine, having a vaccine or a booster means that you won't get serious consequences, and it reduces the likelihood of you dying. Unfortunately, I've met some people who've lost loved ones to COVID, and I would just ask parents to think about that from the perspective of being a parent. This isn't about politics. This is about saving lives. And this is the one thing that we have right now that can help us keep schools open. We owe a debt of gratitude to our parents. They sacrificed so much during the pandemic, teaching their kids at home, not able to go to work. But in order for us to keep our schools open, vaccines and boosters are really part of the equation, so we don't keep getting new variants that threaten the well-being of our students and families. And we're seeing more kids being hospitalized. So I would just implore parents, think about the safety of your child, and let's do all that we can to keep our schools open.
To keep our schools open, to keep our students well, their mental well-being and their physical well-being is primary for you and for all the educators and parents out there. Want to say a deep thank you. Thank you for making time for us. We know your time is well in demand. State Superintendent of Public Instruction for the state, Tony Thurmond. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So last year.
Huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles for bringing us that segment. A lot of parents still having that internal battle on whether or not they should vaccinate their children. So definitely an important conversation that we're glad to bring you all right here on Live Now from Fox.
Mic check,
Moving
mic
right
check.
along with other top stories this morning, let's take a look back as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki holds her daily press briefing, speaking on a wide range of topics, answering questions from reporters, including if President Biden will continue to stand by his commitment to name a black woman to the Supreme Court.
Safety and dignity of our service members. Also wanted to note that today we hit a major milestone in our global effort to be the arsenal of vaccines. 400 million doses shipped to 112 countries for free, with no strings attached. To put America's leadership into perspective, we have shipped 4 times more free doses to the world than any other country.
Mic check,
and this
1, 2,
is on
3, 4,
top
5,
of our
mic check,
efforts
mic
to
check, can you hear me?
expand manufacturing at home and abroad, our close partnerships with manufacturers to provide their vaccines to hard-hit areas, and our work to turn vaccines into vaccinations around the globe. Last item for you. Today, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau launched a new initiative to save American families billions of dollars a year in unexpected and hidden fees charged by banks and financial companies. Right now, as I'm sure many of you know, banks and credit card companies lock you in with low rates only to charge you high fees after the fact. If you've ever used a credit card, which I'm sure everybody in this room has, you are familiar with this. You're familiar with all those extra fees, balance transfer fees, late fees, and more. They add up. Collectively, the CFPB estimates that these junk fees drain tens of billions of dollars per year from American families. Consumers are already starting to feel the benefits of the CFPB's work in this space. After the CFPB published a report on bank overdraft fees in December, many large banks, Bank of America, Capital One, and Wells Fargo, announced they would reduce or eliminate some of these fees. That's an important start, but not enough, which is why the CFPB is interested in hearing about everyday Americans' experiences with unexpected fees. This latest initiative by the CFPB was previewed at this week's Competition Council meeting, and it's just one of the ways we are, one of the steps we are taking to go after excessive fees that companies use to hide the true cost of products. From airline tickets to high-speed internet services, agencies are planning internet service fees, I should say. Agencies are planning actions over the coming months that will make prices clear up front so that consumers can save money by choosing the best deals for them. Let me say one other thing. I know there is a lot of news out there today, so let me reiterate something that you heard the president say, and I also said over Twitter. It's always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice, if and when they decide to retire, how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. So we are not going to have additional details. You are always welcome to ask any questions you like at any time, and there's a lot of news out there, but I just wanted to say that at the top. Josh, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two subjects. So let's say hypothetically, a Supreme Court justice was to retire and announce it on his or her own terms. Does President Biden plan to honor his pledge to nominate a black woman to the court?
Well, I've commented on this previously. The president has stated and reiterated his commitment to nominating a black woman to the Supreme Court, and certainly stands by that. For today, again, I'm just not going to be able to say anything about any specifics until, of course, Justice Breyer makes any announcement, should he decide to make an announcement.
Okay, secondly, on Ukraine. Is the White House publicizing the troop buildups and the Russian disinfo efforts in hopes of deterring Moscow? And does the White House think that strategy is working? And are you prepared to release more details about what you say Russia's been doing?
Yes, on the last one, as we have it, and I think you have all experienced that in here, also at the State Department and Defense Department briefings, and certainly from briefings delivered by national security officials, senior national security officials as well. I will say, Josh, that we are much more cognizant of the Russian disinformation machine than we were in 2014. And many of you covered, of course, the invasion of Ukraine in 2014. And we have made a decision, a strategic decision, to call it disinformation when we see it. And all across the federal government, various agencies are working together to fight disinformation and correct it. In part, we know, that's because we know that Russia's disinformation operation is highly developed. We are wiser. We are wiser. The world is wiser than they were in 2021, and Russia has a boundless capacity to misrepresent truth and what it's doing. And some of that tactic from their end is intended to set the predicate for them invading. And we need to be very clear with the global community and the U.S. public what they're trying to do and why. So there's a lot of efforts underway to do exactly that. In terms of whether it will have a deterrent effect, I think our biggest effort on that in that regard is laying out the clear potential consequences. But it is also important, and we think strategically important, to be very clear that what they're trying to convey publicly out there, a lot of that is misinformation, and people need to understand and digest that. Go ahead.
Jen, what preparations is the White House engaged in broadly in the case of a Supreme Court vacancy?
I'm just not going to detail any of that from here.
Not about unrelated to this, you can't detail what, like, doesn't every White House like to get ahead of this in case of a sudden passing in the case of Ruth Bader Ginsburg? None of that you can share?
I'm not going to detail internal planning from here, no.
Okay, then let me ask you a couple other questions. Is there any scenario in which the president would select his Vice President Kamala Harris for the Supreme Court?
Again, I'm not going to speak to any considerations, preparations, lists, and as we've stated earlier, and you heard the president say, there's a long history of Supreme Court justices determining when they may retire, if they retire, and announcing that. And we're going to, that remains the case today.
Clearly you're more wiser than to take those questions then. So I will ask you about a different topic, and that's Vladimir Putin, the president, saying yes, that he would very much consider personally sanctioning him in the case of a Russian invasion. Can you give us a sense, because Russia has dismissed or sort of poo-pooed that idea, what would sanctioning Vladimir
Does Russia
Putin...
have a role in determining our sanctions?
No, but they've said that it would have no impact. So what impact would sanctioning Vladimir Putin have on him, and what would that look like?
Well, I think what's important to note broadly is that what we've also said is that it will be far beyond, any sanctions package would be far beyond what was done in 2014. And that includes impacting business and economic interests of President Putin and the leadership of the Russian government. I would also note that while it has been our policy that we are not going to take options off the table from here, and we haven't, we also has been detailed what isn't in an initial package, and that doesn't mean that everything out there that's being talked about is in an initial package.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When you were asked about the vice president possibly being selected as a Supreme Court nominee, you said you're not going to speak to any considerations. Does that mean she is being considered?
Again, Peter, I'm not going to speak to the reports of a Supreme Court justice retirement that hasn't been announced.
So theoretically, would someone who's...
Theoretically, I do like that you preface it. I appreciate that.
Just wondering, hypothetically, theoretically, would someone who was an attorney general of a large state and who served with many key Senate votes be an attractive candidate to the president for an open Supreme Court seat?
I see what you did there, Peter. But the president has every intention, as he said before, of running for re-election, and for running for re-election with Vice President Harris on the ticket as his partner. But again, I will just reiterate that I have nothing more to offer in terms of specifics or information on the reports this morning.
Not enough.
Would you have another question for
yes.
me? Go ahead. I know there's other things on your mind,
yes.
on your list over there.
Now that you guys have submitted the written responses to Russia's demands, they are saying, if we do not receive a constructive answer from the West on our security demands, Moscow will take appropriate measures. Is that a threat? Appropriate measures?
Well, let me first say that the aggressor here, as maybe you're echoing in some ways or raising, is Russia. Russia has tens of thousands of troops at the border. They have the ability also to make the decision to de-escalate, to bring troops back from the border, to participate in good faith in a diplomatic conversation, and that would certainly be our preference. So them making threats, I think Secretary Blinken had a very good quote, or it made me laugh, that he gave a couple of days ago where he said it was like the fox threatening to attack the hens in the hen house because they were feeling threatened by the hens. But our objective is to give them paths and to take part in a diplomatic conversation in good faith.
And as the Russians talk about appropriate measures, if one of those winds up being a Russian cyber attack, like DHS is warning about, would you guys consider that an act of war?
Well, Peter, we have talked many times before. First of all, there's no information we have at this point about any imminent threat against the U.S. homeland. We are always prepared for cyber threats from a range of sources, and we have a range of tools at our disposal to use in reaction, and the president reserves the right to do that, but I'm not going to get into a hypothetical.
And then on COVID origins, you guys are talking a lot about sanctions for Russia if they dare to invade Ukraine. What about sanctions for China at any point for misleading the world about the early days of the global pandemic?
We have used sanctions as a tool as it relates to our concerns about the behavior of a range of countries, including officials in China, but I have nothing to preview for you at this point.
Is it possible down the line, though, that sanctions would be considered some other form of punishment for their actions in the earliest days of the pandemic?
Well, you know, we strongly believe, and the president has been clear and directly clear about the importance of them being transparent and providing data and information related to the origins of the pandemic, but I don't have anything to predict for you in terms of additional actions.
So then my last one would be, the president said for months that he had not spoken directly to Xi about the COVID origins investigation. Now he says that he did talk to Xi about it, but nobody else was there. If the president had that conversation, did it work? And is Xi now playing ball?
What are you getting at there? Are you suggesting the president wasn't being honest about his own conversation with Xi?
No, but the story did change. For months, he was asked about it, and he said that he had not directly asked him about the COVID origins investigation.
We don't share every detail of every diplomatic conversation. You know that. The president answered a direct question just a week ago, or I think it was a week ago, yes, and provided that information.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When was the last time the president talked to Justice Breyer? Have they had any communication today?
I don't have any more details of their communications.
I wonder if you can clear this up, because there seems to be some disagreement among some legal scholars. Is it your understanding and the understanding of this administration that the vice president can be the tie-breaking vote to confirm a nominee to the court?
I would have to check on the specifics of that.
And just one more on the president's Supreme Court commission. I believe they finished their report. They turned it in last month. Has the president had a chance to review this? Might we hear from him on any decision or input that he said?
He has received the report. I don't have any update on his analysis of it at this point in time. Go ahead.
Take you somewhere completely different.
Okay, let's go there.
The China bill.
Yes.
Which the president last night in a statement said he's heartened by the bipartisan work on the package, which it was in the Senate, not so much in the House. Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman McCall said it was absolutely not bipartisan, will likely garner no Republican support. Are you guys involved in, and if so, in getting this to a bipartisan package eventually? And what are your priorities in that 3,000-page bill, since it is pretty long? And is your timeline the State of the Union? What are you looking at here?
Well, I would say first that it did receive extensive bipartisan support in the Senate vote, right, in the Senate version. That our objective is certainly remains ensuring that this passes as soon as possible and the president can sign it as soon as possible. I don't have a new deadline or timeline for you. We believe that bipartisan competitiveness legislation will help us tackle supply chain issues and inflation head on, and will make investments in American manufacturing and our economic strength so we can outcompete China. And we're certainly advocating that and have been advocating that and deeply involved in conversations with the House and Senate. And our objective is certainly that to have legislation passed that can take a range of steps, strengthening R&D, boosting manufacturing with important and imperative funding for chips, manufacturing chips, so we can make sure we bring down the cost of cars, as we know, which is leading to 1/3 of the inflationary pressure out there in the country. We want this legislation to help businesses and communities in every corner of the country outcompete their global competitors. In terms of specifics, as you noted, it's quite a long bill. We're certainly involved and engaged.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, January 27th. We are taking a look back at the latest White House press briefing as she talks on the reports of, the tensions between Russia and the Ukraine, of Justice Breyer retiring, as well as inflation and the economy. So we like to bring you this information here to start your morning on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get the latest on a breaking news situation that unfolded overnight in D.C. We're learning that 5 were shot at a hotel party. Some of the victims found in a hallway. When we come back, we're going to get the latest information from Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Right now, we are taking a look at an exterior shot that we have at a hotel in Washington, D.C., where authorities say 5 people were shot at a party inside of this hotel early this morning. The shootings were reported around 3:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning. So we are going to stay right there and welcome into the conversation Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He has been out covering the latest on the investigation this morning. Bob, very scary situation. What can you tell us about from the moments that dispatchers first got this call?
Yeah, and it was a report of gunfire here at this hotel. It's a Days Inn in upper northwest D.C., the Van Ness area. Frankly, a very nice part of town. I'll step out of the way and you can see this is the hotel here. It's about 5 stories. But for a number of years now, apparently, it's been used kind of like as a halfway house and a homeless shelter. And so it's not like this was a family from Texas that, had a party and it got out of hand. What we're told is that there were people in a room. It was some kind of a surprise party. And at some point, guns were revealed and shots were fired, and we're told 5 people were hit, 4 of them women. Early on, police, and this happened around 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, early on, police were telling us that a woman was found wounded in a hallway and another woman was found dead in one of the rooms. Police later corrected themselves and said, no, this victim that had been reported to be dead was actually in grave condition, that all 5 people who were shot, and we believe it's 4 women and 1 man, are in the hospital. What it was all about, was it self-contained? Were these the only people involved? For whatever reason, everybody who was involved got wounded. We just don't know. Police have not put out a lookout for any potential suspects who might be out there. So again, a weird situation in a hotel room here in upper northwest D.C., and it's still under investigation. We don't know what it's about, the ages of the people, whether, they all lived here, some were visiting, but just an odd thing for this part of town, Regina, and a revelation for those of us who don't live in this area. The people who live nearby have been telling us this morning about the use of this hotel for other means than just a standard, stay and leave kind of place. But still a rather alarming situation here this morning. And again, it started off with, 1 woman of the 4 who was shot was killed. Little kids are going by to a nursery school that's right here. So I want to lower my voice a little bit here. They're all looking up, and that's concerned some of the parents dropping their kids off this morning, that yes, this is kind of like a homeless shelter right in the neighborhood, and there have been drug issues in the past, according to police, but never a shooting like this, not where 5 people have been wounded and 1 basically clinging to life this morning, Regina.
Yeah, and Bob, I don't see too much commotion behind you. Has the scene since been cleared, and are other people that were staying in this hotel, are they allowed back inside? Was everybody evacuated? Do we know how that kind of went down?
Yeah, well, this is Connecticut Avenue, so if you're familiar with D.C., this basically goes from down by the White House all the way up into Maryland. This was closed for about 3 hours, from 3 to 6:30 this morning. The main road here has been reopened. You don't see much of a police presence outside anymore, but I was talking to a guy who lives there. I believe he is, using this as a kind of a homeless shelter, and he said he was 2 doors down, heard the shots, came outside, and he and his roommate have not been allowed to go back in yet. So leads me to believe there are still some work being done inside that we can't see, and that some of the people who have been staying at this hotel kind of as a shelter for right now are still being told to stay out. This was someone who lived on that same floor just a couple of doors down. We have been seeing guests coming and going throughout the morning, so I think people who are in other parts of this hotel were not affected as directly as some who were on that floor.
Yeah, and Bob, with this investigation, have we gotten any press conference from the police? Can we expect one?
We did. A commander. The D.C. Police Department is broken up into 7 precincts. New York City's got, what, 300 or something. But here in Washington, D.C., there are only 7 police precincts. The 2nd Police District commander, this is the 2nd Police District that we're in, he briefed us at about 7 o'clock this morning, but didn't have a whole lot of information and clarified their earlier release. The police department had tweeted out that one of the victims here had died. The commander corrected that, but really had no more information other than there have been some drug issues here. This was a party. Shots were fired. Initially, they had told us 4 people were wounded. The commander said, no, it's 5 people. Initially, we heard it was all women. He said, no, there was at least 1 man involved, and that all of them were in the hospital. And one of them, the one that they had reported to have been killed, was in grave condition as of that time. No update on that yet.
All right, well, definitely a scary situation, especially like you just said, a preschool across the street. So we'll definitely keep in touch with you and your team here regarding this investigation. Thanks so much, Bob.
You bet, Regina. Have a good one.
You as well. All right, everybody, here is a different vantage point, one of our other cameras that Fox 5 DC has on this hotel. Again, an ongoing investigation, and if we do get any more updates from police or from our Fox 5 DC team, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This, unfortunately, just one of the shootings that happened overnight, early morning-ish, across the nation that we are following. So stay with us. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I'm going to run you through all of the top stories that we are following this morning, talking about continuing coverage following crime across the nation. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, January 27th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you all of the top stories and live events that we are getting to our desk this morning. I do want to run you through some of the live feeds that we've got coming in right now. So if you were just tuning in before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we were speaking live with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard after 5 were shot inside this DC hotel. Now, Bob was saying that this is also used to house the homeless, basically a halfway house. And originally there was reports of 1 person dead, but then the police redacted that statement and said that 5 people are injured, all of them at local hospitals. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this situation for you here on Live Now from Fox. But as we continue on with our top stories here this morning, here's a Live Now look outside of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. President Biden is about to get his first pick for the U.S. Supreme Court, as Justice Stephen Breyer is expected to announce his retirement as early as today. And as Fox News correspondent Douglas Zader is reporting from Capitol Hill, the Senate is already bracing for a battle. Let's listen in.
We expect the White House and the Senate to move very fast here to replace Justice Breyer, although we are still waiting for him to confirm that he's actually leaving.
The judiciary or the executive?
It was 1994 when then-President Bill Clinton took Stephen Breyer out for a jog and nominated him for the Supreme Court.
We're delighted to have you here.
It was then Senator Joe Biden who presided over Breyer's confirmation hearing, and it will be President Biden who selects his successor.
There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
At 83, Breyer has been under enormous pressure from some progressives to step down to ensure that a Democratic president could name a replacement. Breyer is a reliable liberal on the court, so this would not do much to shift the ideological balance. And the White House confirms that the president will follow through on his campaign pledge to only consider black women for the seat. And there are a number of names already circulating, with a great deal of focus on federal appeals court judge Ketanji Brown Jackson and California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. But some critics also say the search shouldn't be limited by race.
I find it's unfortunate that the Biden White House is so obsessed with identity politics that they would rule out 90%, more than 90% of the population from their consideration for filling this seat.
But either way, look for Democrats to move fast here, fearing that Republicans could win control of the Senate in the midterm elections. In fact, Democrats may use President Trump's nomination of Justice Amy Coney Barrett as a template here. She was confirmed in just about 4 weeks. That is very fast. In Washington, Doug Zader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as we continue to follow all of the top stories here on this Thursday morning, I do want to bring you some continuing developments amid the Russia-Ukraine tensions. We're looking into the growing issues between Russia and the Ukraine, and one Russian official is expressing disappointment over the U.S.'s refusal to guarantee it will not further expand NATO. So Fox News State Department correspondent Benjamin Hall is at the State Department with this story. We have been hearing from them almost on a daily basis about the U.S.'s response to these rising tensions. Let's listen in.
As Russia continues its apparent march to war and as weapons continue to arrive in Ukraine, the U.S. is doing everything it can to keep diplomacy alive, today delivering written responses to Russia's concerns.
We hope and expect that Russia will have the same view and will take our proposal seriously.
The delivery of a document had been agreed when Secretary Blinken met Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov last week, and it laid out where the U.S. hopes agreement can be reached. Limits on military exercises, force posture in Ukraine, arms control and missile deployment. Off the table, however, is any discussion on NATO expansion.
I can't be more clear. NATO's door is open, remains open, and that is our commitment.
The Kremlin has yet to respond, but within hours it was rejected by one Russian senator, saying the U.S. response to Moscow's security proposals cannot satisfy Russia. It cannot be accepted. Even Secretary Blinken admits Russia may not be negotiating in good faith.
Just buying time till they're in a place to invade Ukraine, making you jump through hoops like hand-delivering written responses to questions that you've answered time and time again in the past.
You may well be right that Russia's not serious about this at all. But we have an obligation to test that proposition, to pursue the diplomatic path.
But there is a growing sense that Russia has gone too far already, and the time to act is now.
Putin deserves to be sanctioned now. He's put over 100,000 troops on the Ukraine border. We're having to withdraw American citizens and government officials because of the provocation.
The Pentagon and the White House both say they're ready for any outcome.
We have to be ready in case this happens very, very soon.
They have the ability also to make the decision to de-escalate, to bring troops back from the border.
But as troops continue to mass, the administration is hoping their letter will do the trick.
Right now, the document is with them and the ball is in their court.
And in a sign of further deterioration of relations between the US and Russia, today over 24 Russian diplomats here in the US flew back to Russia. The ambassador here saying it was at the request of the State Department, although in fact it's more to do with the long simmering dispute over the term limit that diplomats are allowed to stay. Nevertheless, it is not a good sign at a time when tensions are running so high. At the State Department, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
Meanwhile, in other international news, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Germany's President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, and Israel's Knesset President Miki Levi laid wreaths at the memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin Thursday. The ceremony was part of International Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the victims of the Holocaust. Another small ceremony will take place at Auschwitz, which was a concentration camp where World War II German forces killed at 1.1 million people in Poland. During the Holocaust, 6 million European Jewish people and millions of others were killed by Nazis during their regime between 1941 and 1945. So if we do get feeds from any of these events happening on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories back here in the United States. Now, we are keeping tabs on multiple situations across the United States when it comes to crime. I do want to bring you out to Atlanta, Georgia, where we are learning overnight a teenager has died after a triple shooting at an Atlanta apartment building. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
17 years old.
A teenager's killed in a triple shooting at a Northwest Atlanta apartment complex. Police were called out to the Commons Apartments off of Middleton Road around 10 Wednesday night.
Our decedent is approximately 17 years old. We do have 2 additional persons that were shot during this incident that are at Grady Memorial Hospital.
Police think this all started as a drug-related robbery that ended up in gunfire.
Early indicators suggest this was a robbery with a narcotics element in which there was a targeted and isolated target.
Not a lot of information's being released about the teen who died, including if he lived in the complex.
We recovered some ballistic evidence, and we do have some items of evidentiary value from an electronic standpoint that we're looking at this time.
Also unknown is how many shooters there might have been, and if the survivors were innocent victims hit by stray bullets or possibly involved in the robbery.
We are still in the early stages of the investigation. We have done a substantial amount of work on scene, and we still have a substantial amount of work to do.
Meanwhile, going from Atlanta, Georgia, out to a shot we have right now outside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. This is where a public viewing will be held today for one of the NYPD officers who tragically lost his life after being shot in Harlem last Friday. Let's get the latest from our Fox 5 New York team on how this city is mourning the loss of these officers. A vigil was actually held just last night.
Cathedral, where members of the public can pay their respects. His funeral is tomorrow. Police say 47-year-old LaShawn McNeil, a career criminal, ambushed Rivera and Officer Wilbert Mora in Harlem. Later today, the body of Jason Rivera will be brought to St. Patrick's Cathedral, where members of the public can pay their respects. His funeral is tomorrow. Police say 47-year-old LaShawn McNeil, a career criminal, ambushed Rivera and Officer Wilbert Mora in Harlem Friday night. Rivera died of his injuries on Friday. Mora was taken off life support Tuesday. Mora's body was escorted yesterday from the medical examiner's office to a funeral home in Inwood, the same one handling Rivera's.
Officer Rivera and Officer Mora are not heroes because they were killed. They were heroes because of how they lived.
Last night, hundreds attended a vigil outside the 32nd precinct where the officers worked. 2 of Mora's friends, who are also cops, remembered their brother officer. Their anguish echoed across the city.
I miss you, my brother. I'm still hoping this is all a dream, and I'll wake up tomorrow. It's all a nightmare, actually. And I got to speak to you one last time, and I'll say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being there that day.
Your smile lit up a room. Your smile, your laugh changed everyone's mood. And to know that we're not gonna get that again, it hurts. And I'm sorry I couldn't be here to hold you. But I'm always gonna remember you.
Maura's heart, liver, pancreas, and both kidneys saved 5 lives, according to an organ procurement organization. A grateful city says thank you to him and to Rivera.
NYPD, we love you. NYPD,
we love you.
We stand with you. NYPD, we will never forget.
All right, everybody, and we are going back out international right now. We are officially getting these feeds as Vice President Kamala Harris is arriving in Honduras. Now, she is there for multiple reasons. She is deepening, obviously, the United States' relationship with Honduras and trying to continue her diplomatic work to address the root causes of migration toward the southwest border. Now, she is also going to be there for the inauguration of their president. So we do know that we are expected to hear from her at some point in the day. She's going to be holding a bilateral meeting with the president around 3-4 p.m. Eastern time. So if we do get any feeds from that meeting, we'll be sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But as we bring you these feeds, we want to let you know that this is who we are and what we do. We can bring you front row to international news, breaking news, and right now we've got Vice President Kamala Harris traveling to Honduras for the presidential inauguration of Xiomara Castro, the country's first female president. So history being made in Honduras today. Again, if we do get any feeds coming from her bilateral meeting with the new president, we'll be sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like she is going to be jumping on this chopper. We'll leave you on this shot for just a moment, and then we'll go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. Oh, it actually does look as though the media is leaving. So quick feed to bring you here this morning, but wanted to show you that as we got it to our desk here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, back out here in the United States, yesterday we heard from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, talking about inflation, the status of our economy, and rising interest rates. So let's get the latest on what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
The economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell signaling a future change in the central bank's policy. After flooding the markets with money during the recession, Powell says it's time to roll back some of that stimulus, with low unemployment at 3.9% and inflation at a 40-year high.
It will soon be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate.
The Fed is expected to raise interest rates from nearly zero in March, the first of potentially several hikes this year. That would make buying a house or a car more expensive. The anticipated raises sent stocks swinging over the last several days over investors' fears that the hikes could slow the economy. Still, other economic experts say the Fed is not acting fast enough.
Clearly, the Federal Reserve wanted to run behind the curve on inflation last year.
Persistent inflation is problematic for President Biden, who has seen his poll numbers drop significantly, in part because of it. In a Fox News poll, 85% of voters say the issue is their biggest concern, topping crime rates and the coronavirus pandemic.
We face some real challenges. We've got to get prices in check and for working people out there.
The Fed says the country's economic outlook will also depend on supply constraints and progress on vaccinations, adding that new coronavirus variants continue to be a threat. In Washington, Malva Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, after we heard from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, our very own Daytona Everest spoke with an economist, kind of breaking down some of his remarks and what this means for the economy moving forward. So I do want to play that interview for you here on Live Now from Fox.
With all of these announcements today, what will the ripple effect be? I'm bringing in David Ragland, an economist that we've talked to frequently on the show. David, what were your first thoughts and key takeaways from Powell?
I think two key takeaways today. Number one, from the FOMC minutes, we got exactly what we thought we were going to get. Asset purchases will decline and run off to zero, as well as interest rates will start to go up. That's what we expected. What we got from the news conference, however, was something totally different. It was the uncertainty that came from Powell today that I think really shook the market. How many rate increases, how fast the rate increases, when do they come? And I think the market never loves uncertainty. The market loves certainty. And so I think that's put us into this very much more volatile short-term period of time when it comes to the market.
Is it fair to say that this change could ultimately lead to a recession, because we're talking about higher borrowing rates as well, higher borrowing costs amid all of this and amid inflation nonetheless too?
Well, I think a recession is more a 2023, 2024 story. This looks to be more of a taper tantrum in the financial markets. The underlying economy right now is very strong for at least the next 12 months. We've got, as you have pointed out before, a lot of supply constraints. So we've got excess demand, we've got supply constraints. Businesses will continue to run full out at least for the next 12 months, I believe, because we've got to restock inventory levels. So if we're thinking about a recession, it's probably a 23-24 question, not a 2022 issue.
Did anything come as a surprise for you today out of the expectations?
I think the tone really was a surprise, just more of the uncertainty at which he was answering questions, whereas before he was very methodical in the press conferences. Now it was, we're looking at things, we're still looking at the coronavirus. There's a lot of different components that are sending different signals to the Fed right now. And so with those different signals comes uncertainty, and we haven't heard that before. Before it was, inflation is very transitory. We have everything in place. We know what we're doing. Today didn't come across like that from the overall tone of his conversation at the news conference.
With this, we're hearing that this could slow consumer spending and hiring as well, two issues, well, not as much on the spending side, but the hiring side that we've already had. Is that a bad move by the Reserve?
No, I think right now we still have 10 million job vacancies out there. And so any employer, and I've talked to a lot of them myself, they are dying still to hire people. Right now, I don't hear any pullback at all from the C-suite as far as I'm going to stop hiring right now. There are so many vacant positions. And again, I think this is more of a taper tantrum from the Fed. I think the Fed has been at the back of the financial assets, which has driven them on a higher price point than maybe they should have been in the short term. So, we're down close to 10% on the S&P. We're down 15% close to on the NASDAQ, been lower intraday. You still may see some further weakness in the markets, but from an economy standpoint, I believe it's still steady as you go from a hiring standpoint.
And from a house buying standpoint, what are your thoughts?
Wow, I just talked to a client today who's a builder, and he's seeing massive increases in prices. Homes in the Atlanta area that he was selling for $600,000 to $700,000 last year are now being priced at $900,000 just to cover that cost of inflation. So at some point in time, the housing market will be impacted because prices have gone up so far because of demand and inflation. You couple those two with rising interest rates, taking a 30-year mortgage, let's say from 3% to 4.5% on a house that size, your monthly mortgage payment may change by over $1,000. That's when you'll see real demand destruction for homeowner purchases.
All right, David, last thoughts?
I think that for the average investor, we get asked all the time, what do I do now? Well, first of all, you go back to your plan. You continue to invest on a systematic basis into your 401k plan. Pullbacks are natural, they're healthy. You want to continue to do that.
All right, David Ragland, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about in the future.
Great being with you. Thank you.
With all of these announcements today, what will the ripple effect be?
All right, everybody, that was a segment from our very own Daytona Everett talking about the remarks that we saw yesterday from the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, talking about inflation, how it will impact the economy. So we wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. However, I do want to entirely switch gears here for just a moment and bring you the latest developments on a story that we have been following for quite some time now since this situation first unfolded over the weekend. The man accused of killing Harris County Corporal Charles Galloway, now this is in Texas, is in custody after being captured in northern Mexico. Oscar Rosales was flown back to Houston and lodged in the Harris County jail last night. So I do want to head out there live right now in front of the jail. That is where Fox 26 Houston's Natasha Geigel is joining us live right now with the very latest. Natasha, the manhunt is over. So what do we know as of this morning? How does this move forward?
Well, good morning, Regina. And yes, Oscar Rosales was denied bond during his court appearance yesterday, and he will remain behind bars until his next court date. 51-year-old Oscar Rosales has been on the run for 3 days. It was early Sunday morning when Rosales allegedly took the life of Harris County Corporal Charles Galloway during a traffic stop. Authorities saying that Rosales ambushed the 12-year veteran, shooting him multiple times, then took off. Rosales was found just across the Mexican border from Del Rio in Ciudad Acuna.
Federal, state, and local, along with the U.S. District and Southern District of Texas Marshal Service were involved in capturing this individual. He was turned over to U.S. authorities a little after 12 noon today.
He was arrested and flown back to Houston while wearing Corporal Galloway's handcuffs. Rosales appeared in probable cause court late last night. He is charged with capital murder and being held without bond. He spoke briefly during that court appearance.
Right here, all the officers and the security guys. That's fine. If you want to like try to kill me right here, he can do it, whatever. I don't care. You know, everybody right here in this room is waiting for his chance to hurt me.
2 other people also remain in jail in connection to this case. Henry and Reina Marquez, who are Rosales' brother-in-law and common-law wife, are charged with felony tampering with evidence in connection to the shooting. Their bond was set at $100,000. Little is known about Rosales' background, including his citizenship.
I heard that he's from El Salvador, but I just heard that. I can't verify that for you.
We will, of course, continue to keep you updated on the very latest developments involving Oscar Rosales' case. Natasha Geigel reporting, Fox 26 News.
Yeah, Natasha, thank you so much for this update. Now, when it comes to funeral arrangements for Corporal Galloway, do we know anything about that this morning?
Yes, we do, Regina. So if you have any of your viewers that are in Texas and it is something that they are interested in, it is open to the public. There is a viewing that is scheduled for Monday between 5 and 8 p.m. and that will be in the Memorial Oaks Funeral Home, which is just off of the Katy Freeway. And then funeral services for Corporal Galloway will be held at Second Baptist Church West Campus on Tuesday starting at 10 a.m. Once again, all those services open to the public.
All right, Natasha, well, thank you so much. Obviously a tragic story for the Houston community, but good to know that that manhunt for the person responsible is over. You have a good day, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you, Natasha. All right, everybody, and we are going from Texas out to a live now look we have of St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. This is actually where the wake for another officer that was killed in New York. It was one of two that tragically lost, he was one of two that tragically lost their lives after a shooting in Harlem last Friday. That wake is taking place inside St. Patrick's Cathedral this afternoon, and a funeral will be held tomorrow for Officer Jason Rivera, and then for the other officer, his partner, we do know that a viewing and wake will be held next Tuesday. So unfortunately, this is something that we've been continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Multiple officer involved shootings that ended in such a tragic way over the past weekend. So we'll continue bringing you all the latest developments on these situations. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news after this, tackle some COVID-19 related headlines as we talk about the monoclonal antibody treatments, cases of the Omicron variant when it comes to vaccinations. What do we know? So lots coming up after this break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. As promised, I do want to get into some COVID-19 related news on this Thursday morning because new COVID infections are continuing to decline around the country, but we're still averaging nearly 700,000 cases a day. And public health officials are really urging Americans to stay up to date on their COVID-19 vaccination. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri with this information this morning.
The COVID booster drive may be losing steam. CDC data show just 40% of fully vaccinated Americans have received the extra shot. The average number of boosters given each day has also dropped from last month's peak. Dr. Rochelle Walensky says while the Omicron surge shows signs of weakening, boosters will help ensure protection against future variants.
Milder does not mean mild, and we cannot look past the strain on our health systems and substantial number of deaths.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says efforts are underway to make a universal vaccine that could protect against variants causing COVID-19, as well as protecting against other coronaviruses.
It's going to take years to develop in an incremental fashion. Some of these are already in phase 1 clinical trials. Don't forget, however, that our current vaccine regimens do provide strong protection.
Meanwhile, a new study suggests a second path to so-called super immunity. Research published in the journal Science Immunology finds COVID infections followed by vaccination can trigger a robust immune response. Previous studies have also found enhanced protection for people infected after getting their shots. Dr. Marcel Kerlin says these two groups should be better protected against severe illness.
You would be predicted, all things being equal, to have mild disease. That might be asymptomatic infection or mild disease.
The study's authors say immunity from COVID infection alone is less consistent. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Well, also something that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox, the FDA halting several monoclonal antibody treatments, saying that it is not effective in combating the Omicron variant. Well, as you know, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has opened several treatment facilities with these antibody treatments over the last couple of months. I want to say a year at this point. So now with this new decision, he is really pushing back and speaking with doctors about the other options that Florida residents have. So our Fox 13 Tampa team is covering this topic this morning. So I do want to bring you this segment here this morning on Live Now from Fox.
The federal decision to suspend most monoclonal antibody treatments is raising some questions and drawing criticism from the governor. Our political editor Craig Patrick asked the U.S. Department of Health to explain that decision and other ways people can get free and effective treatment for COVID-19. What'd you find out, Craig?
Hi there, Kelly. Well, we sat down with Ian Sams, who is a Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of Health and Human Services in the federal government. And for context here, keep in mind there are 3 different types of monoclonal antibody treatments, one made by Regeneron, one made by Eli Lilly, the other by GlaxoSmithKline. Only that produced by GlaxoSmithKline has tested effective against Omicron at this point, and that's the one in least supply. So I started the interview by asking when that variety will in fact be widely available to anyone who catches Omicron.
It's a good question. You know, we have and provided to Florida thousands of doses of that just this week of the GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal antibody. That's on top of thousands that have been allocated over the last couple of weeks. You know, we encourage Florida to use that supply. I think based on the latest data we have, they're only using about 1,500 doses of that per week. So there is GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal in supply in Florida.
Do we know what the time frame for the ramp up would be? A matter of days, weeks, couple of months?
You know, we have the ability to potentially buy even more of their product in the second quarter of this year. But, you know, we have hundreds of thousands of doses that are coming online that we're shipping out immediately to states as soon as we get them.
The treatments manufactured by Regeneron and Eli Lilly have not been proven effective against Omicron. But how do we know for sure the treatments are ineffective against Omicron?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's not been data yet showing that they are effective. And there's been probably a half dozen to a dozen early studies, analysis from the manufacturers, Regeneron and Eli Lilly themselves, all have come to the same conclusion that the mechanism of action for the drug, the way it binds to the virus to neutralize that virus, doesn't work with Omicron because of how mutated and different the variant of Omicron really is.
In the stats that you have and base decisions on, do you have stats of those hospitalized in Florida with COVID-19 of whether they have Delta presently or whether they have Omicron?
It's a good question. You know, I think that some of the best data actually comes from testing. When you do testing around the country, you're able to sequence the types of disease that you have and understand which variant it is. A lot of times that testing is done obviously in hospitals if a patient is so sick that they become hospitalized. But there's obviously a lot of testing that's happening outside of people with severe illness. And right now, Walgreens actually, who does a ton of testing around the country and has a really good set of data on a state-by-state level, they estimate that in Florida, 99% of the cases are Omicron. And so it's all the available data suggests that virtually every case right now is Omicron.
Virtually, but not entirely. And keep in mind that with the Delta variant, you do have the other types of monoclonal antibody treatments the FDA has discontinued that are effective. So if there is an increase in Delta, we hope there's not, then the federal government said they would be able to quickly change direction and reactivate with the other forms of monoclonal antibody treatments. But keep in mind, while they're not looking, as you just heard, at hospitalization data, but broader testing data to make that determination. Also, the purpose of the treatments is to keep people out of the hospital. The thinking being you catch it early to prevent people from running down if they're already in the hospital. Therefore, the monoclonal antibody treatments will not be as effective as intended anyway.
Right. And on that note, Craig, since I have you here, everybody wants to know when these pills to treat COVID-19 that are supposed to be very, very good, when are they going to be available to everybody?
Well, they're available by the thousands as we speak, but that's not widely available. So there are efforts to ramp up. Already we're seeing that with Merck's pill. However, it's the Pfizer pill that tests far more effective at this point in treating COVID-19. And because of the complex chemistry in producing it, Pfizer is saying it's going to take a couple of additional months to ramp that up and crank those out. But the federal government says they've ordered 20 million and they're expecting that to go online and become widely available by the middle of this year.
Okay, we hope so. Can't come soon enough. Craig Patrick.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are just a little more than 10 minutes away from speaking live with Fox News correspondent Phil Keating as he's in Miami, Florida, following the Coast Guard investigation and search and rescue efforts that are underway after they believe that a human smuggling vessel capsized, and they did find one person clinging to life on a boat since they first found him, and their search and rescue efforts got underway. They did announce just yesterday that they did find one deceased body. So ahead of his live interview, I am going to play for you the latest update from the Coast Guard team that we got just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. So that will be on the other side of this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Stable. So once we received initial stable. So once we received initial notification of this case, the Coast Guard, along with federal, state, and local partners, initiated a search involving multiple Coast Guard and Navy aircraft and Coast Guard cutters, as well as other surface assets from partner agencies. Crews have been searching throughout yesterday and throughout the night. We did recover one deceased body who will be transferred ashore today in Fort Pierce, and we continue to search for other survivors. So far, we've searched an area roughly 7,500 nautical miles, which for reference is about the size of the state of New Jersey. Search conditions today are very good. The aircraft is reporting some debris fields, which we are investigating again in the hopes that we find other victims who we can recover as survivors. We do suspect that this is a case of human smuggling. This event occurred in a normal route for human smuggling from the Bahamas into the southeast U.S. Homeland Security Investigations is leading the investigation of the facts and backgrounds into that component of this case. My focus remains on search and rescue. We'll focus our efforts throughout the day on continuing to search for survivors in this particular case. And again, my deepest condolences go out to the families of anyone who may be missing in this particular case. Thank you.
Can we talk about the Good Samaritan, who that Good Samaritan was?
Yes, ma'am. So it was a commercial tug and barge on a normal route heading into Jacksonville, Florida. We often rely on sometimes heroic acts of Good Samaritans operating in the marine environment, and this case is no exception. We're deeply grateful that that mariner located the survivor in this case and saved his life, and then called us so that we could continue to search for survivors.
Can we get a name of that person or their company?
I think not at this particular moment.
Do we know where these migrants, if there were migrants, where they're coming from? What citizenship are they? Are they Cuban, Haitian, Bahamas? Where are they from?
We right now are not releasing details on the one survivor, and I would offer that if there are family members who believe that they have a loved one involved in this case, that they should call the Sector Miami Command Center. But at this time, we don't have any indication of those nationalities, but we do know that they departed from Bimini.
Do you know if there are any children were on that boat by any chance, or is there
Right now, we really are focused on the search efforts to find any survivors, and the makeup of who was on board is important for investigative efforts later, and certainly whoever was on the boat, it's the most important thing to us is to find them as quickly as possible.
Can you tell us a little bit about the body recovered, how you found it, and a woman, a man, any details about this finding?
The aircraft vectored one of our Coast Guard cutters, the Coast Guard cutter Ibis, into what they suspected was a deceased body, and it in fact was. Beyond that, I think we'll respect the privacy and dignity of that individual until we've identified them and notified their next of kin.
Yes, you mentioned that this is a common route for human smuggling. Can you talk to us a little bit about that journey that these people would have gone through, since this is a common route?
Honestly, I think the decision to take to the sea is a complicated one. Certainly, as we saw in this case, the waters in the northern Florida Straits can be quite treacherous. And while for many, many recreational boaters here in South Florida, the transit between points in South Florida and points in the Bahamas can be quick and easy, in cases like this, small vessels, overloaded, inexperienced operators at night in bad weather is incredibly dangerous.
How far from the capsized vessel was the body recovered?
I don't have this information, that information with me at the moment. Yeah.
And the surviving victim, was that the captain?
Again, I think he's being interviewed by our partners at Homeland Security Investigations, and that really is a component of the investigative side.
Have you found any belongings in the boat that would lead you to believe that there are in fact 38 people, and sort of what the survivors said?
The aircraft have reported items in a debris field that's consistent with a number of people being on the vessel, and we are focusing our search efforts under the assumption that there were 39 at the time, other people that went into the water, and we really are focused on identifying, on searching and finding as many of those people as we can.
Can you tell us about the capsized vessel? What type of vessel was this, and was there any indications as to how it was rigged up that this was being used for smuggling?
So when we received the report, our focus was on, getting the survivor immediately back to shore for a higher level of medical care. The vessel, we were not able to recover to right the boat and really conduct any investigation. Honestly, we marked it as a hazard to navigation and really focused on the life-saving and search and rescue efforts focused on the people. So we didn't conduct any investigation or inquiry into the vessel.
So that vessel's still out there in the water?
Yes.
You have nearly a dozen crews, as seen on that press release, that's involved in the search and rescue right now. Can you just explain a little more about the nature of the search and what exactly is going on right now?
Absolutely. In the building behind you is the Sector Miami Command Center, which is using every bit of available information about the vessel, about what we know, about how people drift in the water, the prevailing weather conditions, the capability of the assets. And I can tell you that every member of every crew of the assets involved in the search are singularly focused on locating survivors and finding additional information that can help direct our search.
And this happened on Sunday, but today's now Wednesday. Realistically, how long could you survive in the water?
Realistically, it depends on the person. What we understand of the event, the vessel capsized because of prevailing weather conditions and the loading of the vessel. Without life jackets, anyone is disadvantaged to survive in the water. Life jackets save lives, no matter what the circumstance. We continue, right? We've got multiple aircraft up today, 3 Coast Guard cutters, multiple crews out there focusing the search effort, again, being directed by the Sector Miami Command Center to find people as quickly as possible. But it is dire. The longer they remain in the water without food, without water, exposed to the marine environment, the sun, the sea conditions, every moment that passes, it becomes much more dire and unlikely that anyone could survive in those conditions.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look back from the most recent update that we got from Coast Guard officials as they continue searching the waters off Florida for at least 38 people missing after a boat capsized during a journey from the Bahamas in what they believe is a suspected human smuggling incident. Now, as we continue to follow this situation, I do want to head out live to Miami right now. That's where Fox News correspondent Phil Keating is joining us with the latest developments. Now, Phil, if you just heard, we were playing the latest update from Coast Guard officials for our viewers. Have we gotten any new details since?
No, as of right now, the search continues, and it is a massive search involving the U.S. Coast Guard, as well as U.S. Navy and dozens of other assets on sea and in the air. They did find one floating body yesterday of the more than 3 dozen that were still missing. So the searching does continue today, not only in the Atlantic off the coast of Florida, but all the way far north off of the coast of Georgia and east of the Carolinas, thanks to the Gulf Stream, which moves fast. However, today is day 5 since their boat capsized coming towards Florida, having left Bimini, which is only about 65 miles to the east. Shortly after the trip, the weather turned very, very sour. We're talking sea swells, big waves, 7 to 9 feet tall. It was in the middle of the night, just after midnight, and quickly the boat tipped over, capsized, dumping everybody off the boat. And amazingly, and there is actually a photograph of this guy, which was taken by the Good Samaritan, who happened to spot him Tuesday morning, straddling the upside-down boat, floating out in the Atlantic, just waiting for rescue and hoping he does not die. It is day 5, as I mentioned. The chances of still finding any survivors at this point are slim at best. The Coast Guard, the Navy, they all know this, yet they are still giving it the effort to keep on trying, even by nighttime, using infrared camera work to see if they could see anything warm down there in the water. They did find some debris fields yesterday, so they're further exploring that as well to see if that is actually belongings that came from the vessel and if in fact perhaps one of the people that were on board, one of the suspected illegal immigrants, was perhaps holding on to some floating device that could help them survive here. But again, day 5, no water, no food, very, very slim chances of survival at this point. This is just the latest example of illegal immigration by boat coming to Florida shores. We showed you a couple of cases in December rather, up in Jupiter and Lauderdale by the Sea, where the boats actually made it to the sand and the group of people jumped out and just ran off into the beach. Most of them ended up getting apprehended, and as is the case in this, most of those that are coming in illegally, not going through the legal application process for asylum, well, they typically get processed and, well, they get put back on planes and sent back right from where they come. In fact, there's been about 300 of those migrants that have been returned just this month alone to 3 countries in particular: Haiti, Dominican Republic, as well as Cuba. Regina?
Yeah, and Phil, what's interesting to me is that the official that we just heard from in that press conference, she actually said that this is a pretty common route for human smuggling operations that come out of the Bahamas. Now, I know that survivor that they found clinging to the boat, he's been being interviewed by officials. Do we know the status of him this morning?
Stable condition on that person. However, we presume he has told the Coast Guard as well as Customs and Border Protection the identities, the nationality of where they came, but they are still not saying that publicly. It is believed they most likely came from Haiti. The island, Grand Inagua in the Bahamas, near which this boat and another one was found just on Tuesday with 191 Haitian migrants on board. That's the first island you would hit if you were disembarking from Haiti on your way to Florida. So it's in the southeast of all of the islands of the Bahamas. And it is, as you mentioned, a common route for illegal immigration and human smuggling, not only from Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, as well as many countries in Central America where they can make it up to the halfway point, then they get to the Bahamas. Bimini is the closest Bahamian island, so that's a great stopping point. They can stock up on some supplies for the remaining journey, and they typically try to get here in the dark. One was actually found, a boat full of smuggled people up on the intracoastal several weeks ago, and that was spotted by another boat who could tell that the boat was like so heavy he thought it might be sinking. He tried to intervene and help the guy out, the captain, and the guy declined, but that Good Samaritan on the boat actually alerted authorities anyway. The authorities came up, and as soon as they pulled up on the boat, everybody jumped off into the intracoastal, and the captain climbed up the seawall, and almost all of those were easily and quickly apprehended. Again, it's a very, very dangerous journey out here in the open waters. Of course, there are sharks. The weather can turn in hours, as just the case was late Saturday night for this group of 40 people, illegal migrants, coming from Bimini to Florida, when suddenly, just around midnight, the weather really got rotten and the seas got huge. And as the Coast Guard said yesterday, a lot of these smugglers, they're really inexperienced. They think it's easy to do what they're doing for all the money that they're getting paid, but they can easily be overcome by Mother Nature. It's very dangerous. It's not like wading across the Rio Grande.
Yeah, definitely. Well, scary situation out there, and we do know that rescue and recovery efforts still underway. So thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed this morning. We'll continue to touch base with you and your team. Stay safe out there, Phil.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, everybody, we are going to entirely switch gears here right now, go back out to our international feeds we've got coming in this morning. We've got Vice President Kamala Harris arriving in Honduras for the inauguration of their first female president, and it does look like she is about to get a special ceremony out there, a welcoming ceremony. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. As you can see, Vice President Kamala Harris greeting officials out there in Honduras as well as military leaders. It looks like they have rolled out the red carpet. Now, important to mention, if you are just joining our coverage, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Honduras today for the presidential inauguration of Xiomara Castro, the country's first female president. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris, the first female vice president. So definitely history being made out there in this country. Now she is also there to continue her diplomatic work to address the root causes of migration towards the southwest border. We do know that after the inauguration, Harris will join Castro for a bilateral meeting, which will be with the new leader's first foreign engagement committee after taking office. One senior administration official said the VP's visit is an opportunity to start a new chapter with Honduras and support the new president, but they did not expect any major concrete outcomes. So most likely just a discussion there, and we will bring you that meeting here for you on Live Now from Fox if we do get those feeds a little bit later this afternoon. Now, tens of thousands of Hondurans and other Central American migrants come to the border every month seeking a better life, and U.S. border officials stopped migrants more than 1.7 million times during the fiscal year that ended September 30th. That's nearly quadruple the number from 458,000 in the previous fiscal year. So obviously the border challenges that we are seeing, immigration challenges, likely to be a topic of discussion during Vice President Kamala Harris's visit. But we wanted to bring you this feed here from Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in. It does look like she might be speaking.
Priorities including addressing corruption, the issue of irregular migration, and what we can do to support the economy in a way that addresses the root causes of migration.
All right, and as soon as we get those international feeds, we lose them really quickly. You've got media teams out there recording these moments and allowing us to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered, and front row. We like to bring you live and worldwide when we are able to. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to come back out to the United States. Here is a Live Now look outside the Supreme Court of the United States in Washington, D.C. Now, President Biden is about to get his first pick for the U.S. Supreme Court as Justice Stephen Breyer is expected to announce his retirement as early as today. He has not officially confirmed that information himself. We've gotten reports for the last 24 hours almost. So when we come back, we are going to get reaction from a political law professor, our very own Christy Larson, speaking with him as soon as we got this news. Also to show you stocks this morning, the Dow Jones up on this Thursday morning after a wild week of swings. So we also had a Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell speaking on inflation and interest rates yesterday. The economy being a huge topic of discussion across the nation right now. We'll also be chatting with a expert about that later today. So again, lots of news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see that quick break.
But I think it's important.
Fox, what were some of your first initial thoughts when this announcement came about his retirement?
Well, it's something you had to expect because he is aware of what the political situation is, and I'm sure he didn't want to wait so long that President Breyer would not be able to replace him, but that it would be a Republican president replacing him. So I think that's why he's doing it now, to ensure that President Biden has a chance to pick his replacement. So it's not a surprise. I'm sort of sad about it because he's doing a really good job, Breyer, and I hate to see him leaving because I think he can continue to do a good job. But I understand that he does not want the same thing to happen again, what happened when Justice Ginsburg died, which is that the president lost the opportunity to replace her at that time.
No, that was something I wanted to touch on. I'm glad that you brought that point up. You know, right now we are at a point where the Senate's leaning a bit to the left. Democrats do hold that majority. We also have a Democratic president. And then, of course, a tiebreaker would go to the vice president. So what are your thoughts about not only the timing, but who could possibly be then filling that role?
Well, the timing, I think, is important. Breyer has said, and I think it's good and important that he said that he's going to stay the rest of the term if he can. So he'll fill out this term. So all the cases that are being argued now, and there's some really important ones that are being argued, will be decided by the end of the term, and he'll participate in all of those. The new person will start in October with next term's cases. Who it's going to be, I don't think you can tell. You said that the president says he wants to appoint a black woman. There are several black women who would fill that bill, and I'm sure he'll be considering them, and he probably will consider other people as well. But I think the idea of putting a black woman on the court is a wonderful idea because there has never been a black woman on the court. And it also would add another woman to the court, which now only has 2 women. And I think it ought to be closer to 50-50. It would be better to have 3 women than 2.
And when we think about this replacement as well, you know, you think about who's already sat on the Supreme Court. How does that change the dynamics as far as replacing him come the next term?
Well, I don't think his replacement by President Biden is going to change the profile of the court. It'll probably be somebody who will vote very much the way Breyer would have voted. What I would like to see is him appoint somebody who could start building a coalition of middle justices on the court, to somebody who Justice Kavanaugh and Chief Justice Roberts could work with, and somebody who could also work with Sotomayor and Kagan. So there would be 5 people in the middle of the court. So you wouldn't have a court that's split left and right, but you'd have a court that is open to going either way in each case, as it should be. So I would hope that the president would try to appoint somebody, not just the most liberal person he can find, or even the person whose views are most like his, but to find somebody who could try to begin to develop a center on the court, which the court very badly needs, because right now it seems to be split in a conservative bloc and a liberal bloc, where you can predict what the result's going to be once you know what the case is. That should not be true. Every case should be considered on its own. And so you need a court that's dominated by middle people who can go either way.
And if we talk about this need for that dynamic, but let's take a look back at his career, being there serving for more than 27 years. I know you said you were a little sad to hear the news of the retirement. Is there anything that stands out to you that he's been able to accomplish, or anything he stood firm on throughout his past 27 years?
I'm trying to think of that. There's no particular thing that he's noted for. For me, I've known him for years. He was a few years behind me at law school, and I've known him throughout his career, and I argued before him when he was on the court. His main contribution, I think, has been a very sober, centrist, liberal voice on the court who is willing to listen to all sides and who is not competitive, is not nasty, tries to get along as much as possible. He's tried to build a central coalition on the court. That has not worked. It's not his fault. But he's been somebody who tries to be as moderate as he can be, while pursuing his basic philosophy, which is basically somebody who is a New Deal kind of justice, believes in big government, believes in strong protection of individual rights. He's been very steady about that through his time on the court. And so I think he's done what he wanted to do. But in recent years, he hasn't had the majority. And so I think he'd been trying all his time there, and you can see it every once in a while in a decision. He's trying to find middle ground with the more conservative people. That has worked sometimes, but not usually. And that's why I would like very much if his replacement could be somebody who will continue to do that, because I think there's a possibility that Chief Justice Roberts is moving to the center of the court. And I think there's a possibility Justice Kavanaugh is moving to the center. And as I said before, that would give you 5 people in the center. And that's what the court needs, rather than split into a strong liberal and conservative blocks.
And as we think about his replacement, I know you've talked a little bit about the background of that potential person, what their views may be, but what other type of background would they need as far as experience go? What in kind of past history have we seen when these presidents have had to pick someone to serve on the Supreme Court?
What you're probably going to get, if past history is any guide, is a Court of Appeals judge, somebody who's been serving on one of the federal courts of appeals. That's the most likely thing in recent years. And the reason for that is that those people have already been confirmed to a high judicial post, that is a Court of Appeals judge. And so it's more likely that they'll go through the confirmation process than if it's somebody who's never been confirmed to anything. But I think that that is something. Those are good people, but the court could use some people with different backgrounds, somebody who's not been a professional judge, but somebody who's been a lawyer, an advocate for certain positions, and a working lawyer. There are people on the court now, only Justice Sotomayor has a background as being a practicing lawyer in the way normal lawyers practice. The others have been judges for a long time, and before that they were Supreme Court litigators or Solicitor General or something like that. I think the court needs to have on it some people who are just lawyers, really good lawyers, but lawyers who have a lot of practical experience in trying cases and in working on issues as lawyers do, not as judges do.
Now, there's a lot of people who can describe him, but since you have known him personally, you've been a person who's had experience, debating cases inside of Supreme Court. Anything else you think important to note with this breaking news that has happened here today?
I think all you can say about what's happened today is it probably will result in the court staying more or less the way it is with regard to its profile, liberal conservative profile. Well, I was saying before, I would really like it if the appointment could be somebody who could bring people together on the court, in the middle of the court. And I think that the president is capable of doing that. I think he probably wants to have the same thing. So I would like very much for him to appoint somebody, not because they're the strongest liberal possible, but because there's somebody who can work with the people on the court to try to develop a center of the court so that the court is not split as it has been recently.
Yeah, especially with some of those cases that we know are going to be continued to be talked and discussed about in the Supreme Court, not only here, but also in the next years to come. So we do appreciate you helping break it all down, giving us some more insight as to this news. Again, Stephen Breyer to retire. We do have, again, Professor of Law with Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, Paul Bender. Thank you so much, Paul. We do appreciate everything you've given us here today.
Thanks for asking me.
From Fox.
All right, everybody. And again, Justice Breyer has not announced this information himself. He is expected to as soon as today. So if we do get any formal announcement, we will definitely bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue on with all of the top stories that we are following this morning, specifically all of the trials that we either have coming up or we've been keeping an eye on. So we'll get to that after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to switch gears here. I did promise a different segment before that quick 2-minute commercial break, but we are getting this live event into our desk right now. We are learning that a lengthy investigation in Westchester, New York, led to the seizure this week of more than 100 weapons, including rifles, handguns, ghost guns, and high-capacity drum magazines. Now, this is after search warrants were executed at multiple locations. So we have continued to cover crime in the state of New York, specifically in the city. So let's listen in here live, Ron, Unfiltered.
People who either do or plan to do crime against people. At the end of the day, Westchester County, last we had statistics, had a drop in violent crime. Don't know what it is as of today, but the last time we looked last year, we had a drop in violent crime. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because professionals in the law enforcement community use the intel and the resources together, and in this case, preventively, to stop things before they happen, not just deal with them as they happen or after they've happened. And so therefore we salute the men and women of law enforcement, the men and women of our prosecutorial branch, and we hope to continue to be able to work with them so that they can continue to stay ahead of the game and prevent what could have happened from happening.
Thank you, County Exec. Next, I'll ask Westchester County District Attorney Mimi Roca to say some words, and perhaps she could update us on some of the charges that the individuals will face in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. As we all know, gun violence is an epidemic in our country, in our state. While we here in Westchester, as County Executive Latimer alluded to, have thankfully not seen the spike in shootings that we've seen in other parts of the state, we are not immune from gun violence. Just yesterday, tragically, my office charged a teenager. A teenager was shooting another teen in New Rochelle. There are too many guns on our streets, and they're getting into the wrong hands. That is why law enforcement actions like this one are so crucially important to public safety, to our communities. This operation alone, as Chief Rayner said, took over 100, well over 100 firearms, including ghost guns, defaced firearms, high-capacity magazines, out of commission. And any one of those guns could have wreaked havoc in our communities. Among the weapons that were seized and the paraphernalia that was recovered were bulletproof vests, an NYPD shield, and a high-capacity drum magazine like the one, as was mentioned, was used in the horrific murder of 2 young, brave NYPD officers last week. The operation here was focused not just on guns, but guns owned by people who are prohibited from doing so under the law. So we didn't just get guns off the street, we got them away from people who are not supposed to have them. Now, law enforcement work like this doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen quickly. It's the result of well-coordinated, well-executed, multi-agency operations and cooperation. It takes meticulous planning and cooperation, and I want to applaud every police department here and those aren't here who participated, who contributed, every law enforcement agency, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, the U.S. Attorney's Office. I know what it takes to make this happen. It is a monumental task. Thank you. And thank you to the NYPD who helped launch this enforcement action in Westchester and around the state through their intelligence and initiative. This effort grew out of, here in Westchester, the Gun and Gang Initiative that we announced and established last summer in partnership with federal, county, and local law enforcement agencies. The goal of that initiative was to prevent violent crime utilizing, as Chief Rayner mentioned, precision policing and precision prosecution models to target priority individuals and to seize guns and paraphernalia strategically to help our communities, keep our communities and law enforcement safe. And that's exactly what we did here in this operation. Now, the top charge that we will be bringing at the state level in this case is criminal possession of a weapon in the first degree, a violent felony, which has exposure up to 25 years in prison. There also are federal charges resulting from an arrest in Putnam, because as I said, some of the targets here were prohibited persons, all of the targets, and therefore some of them were federally eligible. I'd like to also take this opportunity to recognize the team of investigators from my office who worked hand in hand with our law enforcement partners to plan and execute this operation. With me today is Chief Investigator Daniel McKenna and Deputy Chief Investigator Andy Gracia. And I'd also like to recognize the ADAs from my office who aren't here because they're busy in court, from our Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau, who worked tirelessly this week to make sure that these searches, seizures, and arrests could happen. And thank you, of course, to our county executive for his support of law enforcement. And thank you again to law enforcement for this and for everything you do every day to help keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Rocha. At this time, I'd like to ask our Yorktown Police Chief, Chief Noble, to come say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I speak on behalf of the Westchester County Chiefs of Police Association, as well as the Yorktown Police Department, to emphasize that with collaboration and teamwork, days like this are possible. To rid our Westchester communities of over 100 illegally possessed firearms just made all of us who call Westchester County home that much safer. As of January 24th this year, according to a report in the Washington Times, a police officer has been shot nearly every day this year, as a growing wave of shootings and other attacks across the country claimed the lives of 4 officers in less than 1 month. Through the first 24 days of the year, gunmen have opened fire on cops 22 times. Close to home, we mourn the deaths of NYPD officers Jason Rivera and Wilbert Mora. We need to rid our communities of illegally possessed firearms, and we need to lock up the criminals who own and sell these illegal firearms. And lastly, once we arrest these criminals, we need them to serve hard time. The Westchester County Chiefs of Police Association is proud of the collaborative effort that made Operation Casper such a success. The Westchester County Real-Time Crime Center continues to make a positive difference on the front lines of intelligent crime fighting in Westchester County. We recognize the commitment of our law enforcement partners at the FBI and the Office of the Westchester County District Attorney to share their talent and resources again to keep the citizens of Westchester County safe. That's my prepared statement, but I got to see firsthand Tuesday morning members of the Yorktown Police Department Detective Division, led by Lieutenant James Graham, and some of the detectives are here, and Sergeant Mark Rapisarda, work seamlessly with members of the Westchester County Real-Time Crime Center, the Westchester County Special Response Team, members of the Office of the District Attorney, their investigators, and Brendan Kenny, who's back there, and the FBI Safe Streets Task Force. To see that happen and to witness it firsthand, I will tell everybody who lives in Westchester County, you have an outstanding community of law enforcement, ready and willing to take down these hardened criminals, recover the firepower that you see here before you, and work, again, seamlessly and together. No egos, ready to go out there and do the police work that's needed. I'd like to compliment Deputy Commissioner Raynor for making this day happen. Chief John Hodges, thank you very much for your teamwork. DA Roca, thank you very much. And the FBI, Brendan Kenny, thank you so much for your talent and all your effort in making a day like this possible. Thank you. Let's all stay safe out there.
Thanks, Chief. And now the newly minted sheriff from Putnam County, Kevin McConville.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning. On those tables are an example of what happens when law enforcement collaborates and cooperates. It's not unprecedented, but as we get better and better at it, you see the results increase. From the prosecutors to all the law enforcement agencies, the Real-Time Crime Center, its analysts, its members, its investigators, and from my agency, Senior Investigator John Kerwick, I want to express our thanks and gratitude in making our communities much safer. Eventually, we'll be able to prevent needless deaths as exhibited by the deaths of Rivera and Mora from NYPD last week. Had we able to continue this, you'll see a reduction in crime and violent crime in particular. But it takes all of us. It starts with one and elevates itself to the many. And this is a prime example of all the different law enforcement communities throughout Westchester and Putnam County that are involved in these type of actions and enforcement energies to ensure that the public is safe and our communities remain safe, as well as our police officers. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, and let's keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff McConville. And now we'll hear from the Police Commissioner from the City of New Rochelle, Robert Gazzola.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd first like to thank the Westchester County District Attorney, Mimi Roca, her office, the Westchester County Department of Public Safety, the FBI, and all the other local agencies that participated in this operation. Like many municipalities in our area, the city of New Rochelle is not immune to guns and gun violence. It is through collaborative efforts between law enforcement agencies like Operation Casper that helps us all address this alarming trend. As Mimi mentioned just a few moments ago, that we in New Rochelle lost a 16-year-old to gun violence at the hands of another 16-year-old. It's alarming. The city of New Rochelle is still hurting from this. And these are the kind of operations that we hope will help rid our city and our area of those kind of needless acts. On a personal note, I'd like to thank Captain Collins Coyne of our Criminal Investigations Division, Lieutenant Detective Bryant Fagan, Detective Sergeant Sean Kane, and Police Officer Alec McKenna, who works through the RTC with the Westchester County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gazzola. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any questions that you want answered. I'm also going to ask maybe Chief Hodges to come forward. Chief Hodges is the chief over all of the investigations that take place pertaining to the Westchester County Department of Public Safety, so I'm sure if he doesn't have the answer, he'll point you in the right direction. Chief, any questions? Mr. Iola.
You can see that there's a large volume of weapons here. So as part of the investigation, all of the weapons will be examined here by ballistics investigators, and they'll all be launched into a database that's actually a national database. It's going to take some time, but we will go through every one of these weapons, as well as any ammunition and magazines that we recovered, to do exactly that, to see if they can be or are traced back to any other incidents where that weapon or ammunition may have been used. Well, the first thing I have to say is that we're very fortunate here in Westchester, across all the different agencies, as everybody had mentioned, that I've had the good fortune to work with a lot of very, very smart, intelligent people, investigators. I have to thank NYPD. I think they're here. They came up. They provided us with some training. We picked their brain, as the DA alluded to back in June. We put together a task force to address violent crime, and NYPD helped us out with that. And then it was a matter of working with the investigators. Again, I can't get into specifics. A lot of these investigations are still ongoing. But the District Attorney's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office gave us some very valuable guidance. The investigators worked on this, and you talk about precision policing. I mean, there was a lot of work drilling down on this. So this had a very wide scope. Again, it's regional in nature.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are currently listening in to the latest update from authorities in Westchester County, New York, after they are describing the lengthy investigation by county, local, and federal law enforcement officials that led to the seizure of more than 100 weapons this week. Those include rifles, handguns, ghost guns, and high-capacity drum magazines. Now, this all happened as search warrants were executed at multiple locations earlier this week, and now 12 people are facing a variety of state and federal charges. The items seized were on display next to these officials. Now, you heard them mention the killings of police officers, of people across the city and throughout the state. Actually, to the right-hand side of your screen, you can see St. Patrick's Cathedral out there in New York City. That is where a wake for Officer Jason Rivera, who tragically lost his life after being shot in Harlem last week. That will be happening this afternoon, and his funeral is tomorrow. So they are stressing the importance of getting these illegal weapons off of the streets and out of people's hands. So we wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break just to give you a look at what we've got coming up here. Any moment now, we are expected to head out to Washington, D.C., where Secretary Secretary of Education Cardona is going to make some remarks outlining the department's priorities and vision for education as we continue moving on in the COVID-19 pandemic. But as we wait for that, after this quick 2-minute commercial break, I do want to let you know that we have some feeds coming in live from LaGuardia Airport. Now, it has been years in the making. A terminal out there has been completed, so they are speaking on that. But earlier, we did have New York Governor Kathy Hochul as well as Mayor Eric Adams addressing the wake and funeral arrangements for the 2 NYPD officers that were killed, as well as mentioning gun violence within the city and state. So we'll take a look back at those remarks here on Live Now from Fox after this quick break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. As promised, we are in New York today as the terminal in LaGuardia Airport has been completed. Now, they are making some remarks this morning, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I also do want to quickly let you know that we are on standby to hear from the Secretary of Education in Washington, D.C., as he outlines a plan for the future of schooling and learning as we are continuing to navigate our way through this pandemic. So once we get the Secretary of Education stepping up to the podium, we'll cut right to it here on Live Now from Fox.
A community advisory council co-chaired by the borough president, and he is a magnificent help to assure that we don't lose our focus on this. We will continue to focus on all of our activities so that equity is a major part of our execution. But today is LaGuardia's day, and a wonderful day it is. Here's to the whole new LaGuardia. Here's to the completion of our world-class Terminal B from worst to first. This has been a wonderful project, and we look forward to the Terminal C dedication in the next couple of months. So I've talked a lot about the importance of partnerships and getting big projects like LaGuardia done. But no partnership has been more important to me, or more important in actually getting things done at the Port Authority, than the partnership that the chairman of the board and I have formed at the Port Authority. With that, our chair, Kevin O'Toole, I welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Rick. First of all, Governor, welcome. I want to thank you very much for the collaboration working with your staff. This is all possible because of the various governments, state, city, and the Port Authority, local, all working together. I will tell you, as the chair for the last 4.5 years, it's the first time I've seen a mayor of New York City and a governor in the same room. And it's welcome. Let me just say, and Rick can say, commissioners, and on, but here's the reality of this. For the last 4.5 years, the engineer, Rick Cotton, he's been up here day and night. He gets frequent flyer miles. He comes here literally. He checks every detail. We owe a debt of gratitude to the executive director, one of a kind, transformational leader, Rick Cotton. And he hates when I say that. And Governor, we hear what you're saying about projects. We have $37 billion in projects lined up in Capitol. We want to work with you and work on the next Capitol for the next 10 years after that, so we're not going to wait. And Gary, I'm sure you're going to work with the governor on that one. Looking forward to it. Mayor, heard very carefully what you said about shedding of the blood. And we all should pay respects. And after I leave here, I'm going to Patrick Cathedral to pay my respects to Officer Rivera, for those of us that really appreciate the sacrifice of the men and women. I was at a diner yesterday, Mayor, in a place called Cedar Grove, New Jersey, not in New York City for those people who are around here. And I was sitting with New York City Councilman Annabelle Ramos and a friend, Victor Herlinsky. And your name came up, and they said, we believe in Mayor Adams. And all the folks on the other side of Hudson, Mayor, we all believe in you. And that's the great faith we have. But as you said, so New York City goes, so this region goes, so this nation goes. So we have great faith in you, and we pledge our support to you, Mayor Adams. Whatever it takes, we will be there with you, and we support you 100%. Now, if there's an emergency here today, we have a special guest who will lead us. Speaker Adams, is that fair to say? It's fair. Now, Speaker Adams, is it fair to say that your daughter gives a vote of approval for this transformative building here? So you should know that Speaker Adams has been trained in many things, and I will not talk about, but she is cross-trained at airports, which has been ample training for you as a Speaker. We look forward to working with you, Speaker. This is as a former legislator, assembly member, senator. Appreciate the hard work that you do, and we at the Port Authority want to work very closely with you. Thank you very much for all that you do. Last thank you I want to give. Port Authority has been around for 100 years. This is what we do. This has been a project for 6 years. This is what we do. It's what the Port Authority employees do with their partners. Thank you very much. With our partners. The 8,000 employees, they do this every single day. They do these airports, they do tunnels, they do bridges. And I know we're talking about LaGuardia, we're talking about JFK. It's $30 billion in spend. And there's a place called Newark, Governor. We're also working on Newark Airport under the Port Authority, $30 billion. And by the end of this year, we're going to have 3 spanking, brand new airports, world-class airports, because of the will and the determination of our Port Authority employees, and we want to thank them. Everybody here, round of applause to the Port Authority employees who makes it happen. So this is a great day, and I'll close by saying thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. It's really this collaboration, local, city, county, state. It's amazing. There's not enough of this in this nation to see this collaboration.
All right, everybody, it does look like we've got an introduction for the Secretary of Education happening out there in Washington, D.C., as he is expected to outline a plan for schooling while we navigate the pandemic. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Administration and teachers, especially during the pandemic. This year, I've enjoyed leading clubs, being actually in class with my friends, and being part of a strong learning community. After I graduate, I look forward to studying mathematics in college. Now, I'm honored to introduce U.S. Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona. Secretary Cardona has dedicated his career to serving students, educators, and families. As an elementary school teacher, school principal, district administrator, and most recently, as Commissioner of Education for the state of Connecticut. He has embraced his work as secretary with great passion over the past 10 months, understanding the challenges that students, teachers, and parents are going through. In addition to being Secretary of Education, Secretary Cardona is also the proud father of 2 high schoolers and the husband of another educator, Marisa. Please join me in giving Secretary Cardona a round of applause. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Adam. And Rebecca, Adam's mother, thank you for being here. I remember being 5 years old, walking into my first day of kindergarten at John Berry Elementary School in Meriden, Connecticut. I was so nervous. At that time, I was just learning English. I felt like I didn't belong. Turned out to be a horrible day. My mom had to pick me up early from the nurse's office that day. I'm not sure if it was the feeling of being overwhelmed, being around bigger kids who spoke English a lot better than me, or maybe a feeling that the challenge ahead was just too great. But I recall being overcome with an overwhelming fear. My young mother walked from home a few blocks away to come get me from school. And on the way home, she told me it'd be okay. She told me that school would open doors for me to be able to be anything I want to be. Sarita, I know you're watching. You were right. I also remember a year and a half ago, it seems like forever ago, when I was serving as the Commissioner of Education in Connecticut, sitting in my basement in my makeshift office. At that time, we were deciding how to reopen schools for in-person learning, knowing that excessive school closures would worsen opportunity gaps for marginalized students, but also knowing that haphazard and sloppy reopening would increase the health risk to those I served. During those moments, there were concerns that the challenge was just too great. Like my first day of school, it also seemed impossible. An overwhelming fear made many people nervous about reopening. Yet, remarkably, we did. And today, just over 1 year into President Biden's term, we know what to do. While I recognize the daily challenges our students, our parents, and educators still face, we have better tools now to keep schools safe and thriving amidst a pandemic. And while we must stay cognizant and supportive of the challenges our heroic educators face daily to keep our schools open today, we must also simultaneously meet this moment in our country's history. A moment to reimagine education to our shared ideals, one where all children can succeed. Like my first day of school or working to reopen schools over the last 2 years, we have a daunting and important task ahead of us. One that we are prepared to tackle head on at the Department of Education. We must level up our entire system of education from pre-kindergarten through adult education in this country. And this is our moment. It's our moment not only to keep schools open, but also to address the inequities that have existed in our school systems for far too long. It's our moment to finally make education the great equalizer, the force that can help every student thrive, no matter their background, no matter their zip code, their circumstance, or the language they speak at home. But I'm here today to say that reopening schools and keeping them open, while it's critical, it's insufficient. Our hardest and most important work lies ahead. It'll be what we're judged against. And I want to be very, very clear. As educators and leaders, we're either closing educational opportunity gaps or making them worse with the decisions we're going to make in the next coming months and years. Our students' success is at stake. Not just the students we serve today, but also those who have yet to be born. Our country's strength is at stake. Our status in the world is at stake. Our task is not only to improve our education system from where it was before the pandemic, but also to take bolder action to elevate it, to lead the world. How we do this together is what I want to focus on today. And I'd like to take some time to outline my vision as your Secretary of Education for moving forward together. We must push with the same urgency as our president did in getting this country back open. There are a few actions that I believe are among the most important. First, we must make sure that our students thrive during and as we recover from the pandemic. As I noted earlier, safely reopened schools is just the baseline. It's not good enough. We must make up for lost time. Our schools must offer increased access to mental health supports for students, wraparound programs, meaningful and authentic parent and family engagement, and interventions for those students who felt the impact of the pandemic much more bluntly than others. You see, missed instruction has affected millions of students. We must ensure that these students receive the most resources and supports. Let's come together to ensure that all children in all schools feel connected and supported. I'd like to see every high school student in America participate in at least one co-curricular activity in their school, whether that's being part of an arts program or a theater program, athletics, or an after-school club. All kids must be seen. All kids must feel connected. And all kids must hear their names in school every day. Thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership in passing the American Rescue Plan and providing $130 billion, schools have the resources to not only stay open, but to invest in recovery. We moved with urgency, and I'm proud to say that 100% of the funds are now in the state's hands for use to support our students, our families, and our educators. Across the country, cities and rural communities alike can use these unprecedented resources to invest today in strategies we know work to help our kids catch up and succeed. Strategies like targeted, intensive tutoring, after-school programming, summer program to meet the needs of our students and the demands of our economy. Across our country, entire communities, including parents, educators, and students themselves, they should be brainstorming together about how these resources can be deployed to help the schools do this important work. And I'd like to challenge all of our district leaders to set a goal of giving every child that fell behind during the pandemic at least 30 minutes per day, 3 times a week, with a well-trained tutor who is providing that child with consistent, intensive support. We cannot expect classroom teachers to do it all. Districts have the American Rescue Plan funds available to them today to invest in these efforts. Our schools must also embed mental health supports into their day-to-day operations in new and innovative ways. Every child must have access to a mental health professional, whether through their school or through a community-based organization. And districts should use American Rescue Plan funds now to hire these critical staff and create more partnerships. For example, I visited a high school last year where every student had a learning period dedicated to social emotional well-being or mental health supports in their daily schedule. In their daily schedule. Let's see more of that. And let's work to meet the president's goal of doubling the number of school counselors, social workers, and mental health professionals in our schools. Importantly, we cannot let a lack of mental health or other supports lead to exclusionary school discipline practices for students who are suffering from trauma. We cannot let that happen. It's time to reimagine holistic support for every student every day and reimagine schools and school systems designed to meet the needs of our learners today. Next, to improve and elevate our education system, we must unapologetically address opportunity and achievement gaps that are pervasive in our country. This means acknowledging that many of the students who have been underserved during the pandemic are the same students who have had to deal with barriers to high-quality education since well before COVID-19. We can't lose this moment, this chance for a reset in education. by going back to the same pre-pandemic strategies that didn't address inequities for Latinos, for Black, for Native students, for students from low-income backgrounds or students from rural communities, for students with disabilities or students experiencing homelessness, or for English learners. Instead, let's do what America does best. Let's turn crisis into opportunity. It means increasing funding for Title I schools, those serving communities most in need, and in many cases, those who are hardest hit by the pandemic. It means increasing funding for the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, so that every eligible child with a disability can access a free, appropriate public education. It means not allowing for a culture of low standards or low expectations for some students and some families over others. It means providing every family and every child the opportunity to start out on an equal playing field by providing free, universal preschool and affordable, high-quality, inclusive childcare. It means utilizing rescue plan funds to ensure in the coming years that every child can read by 3rd grade. Let's hold ourselves accountable to this. It means more meaningful and authentic parent and family engagement. As a former school principal, I knew that partnering with parents was critical to our school's growth. Especially now during a pandemic, engaging parents' voices in this process of recovery and addressing disparities is not only important, it's necessary. All parents' voices must be heard. It means honoring native languages and cultures, as well as gifts and talents that our students bring. It means funding and pushing for additional special education teachers and investing in educators and paraprofessionals, in their well-being and in recruiting and retaining them. Because when we invest in our teachers, we invest in our students. For the past 2 years, educators, school personnel, and school and district leaders have worked courageously to ensure that we went from 46% of our schools open full-time in person 1 year ago to over 96% of our schools open full-time in person today. That's despite Delta and Omicron surges. So let's not just talk about honoring educators. Let's make sure they're treated with the respect and the dignity they deserve. This means a livable wage. It means ongoing professional learning and development, supportive working conditions, and a work environment where their voices are welcome as critical partners in our work to improve education. Moving forward, it's on us to make sure education jobs are the ones educators don't want to leave, and that people from all backgrounds want to pursue. All of these goals are within our reach, and we keep talking about it, but do we have the will to make it happen? This cannot be done with federal resources alone. We need our states and our districts to take a really hard look at their own ways of funding schools, and for those leaders to make difficult decisions to fix broken systems that perpetuate inequities in our schools across the country. And finally, to elevate our education system to lead the world, we must transform education beyond high school so that it works for everybody and so that it leads to well-paying, rewarding careers. It is unacceptable in the United States to have a post-secondary education system that further separates the haves and the have-nots. It's also unacceptable to be burdened with unmanageable loan debt for several decades just because you chose to go to college. Today, too many talented Americans are choosing against enrolling in higher education due to the fear of debt and the feeling that college is just out of reach. We maintain a posture of neglect when post-secondary education is out of reach for students and their families. This is un-American. That's why our administration has already canceled $15 billion in student loan debt, more than any other administration, and that's only in our first year in office. And we're committed to supporting every student loan borrower when they transition back into repayment. No one should be forced to make a payment they cannot afford. To fix the system, we also overhauled the public service loan forgiveness program. So public servants who have paid for 10 years can finally get the loan relief they deserve. And I'm really proud that as of last week, our changes have made 70,000 doctors, nurses, veterans, service members, teachers, and others in public service fields eligible for $5 billion in loan relief. But we're not done yet. We'll work with Congress to make long-term improvements to the public service loan forgiveness program. We're also committed to holding programs, colleges, and universities accountable. We've brought back the enforcement unit at Federal Student Aid to crack down on institutions that defraud our students. And because we need to make sure that schools that focus on career programs aren't leaving students with mountains of debt and without good job opportunities, we've begun the process to create a strong gainful employment rule. Students will not be taken advantage of for financial gain. In all that we do here at the Department of Education, we will be student-centered. As we work to make colleges more affordable and accountable, we must also make them more accessible. That means creating stronger college and career pathways between our pre-K through grade 12 systems and our 2- and 4-year colleges and our workforce partners so that our systems lead the world. To get this done, our high schools must evolve more quickly. Each high school in the country should have at least one career counselor so that every high schooler has great options when they graduate. Today is a new day and it requires new thinking. At the Department of Education, we'll work with our partners in the Departments of Commerce, the Department of Labor, to develop career preparation programs that will run through our community colleges. We'll continue to invest in colleges that serve underrepresented groups, and we will prioritize and increase grants from the Department of Education.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Currently listening in to a live press conference held by Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona. He is outlining his department's priorities for schooling during the pandemic, saying that he is encouraging schools to open in-person learning, saying that 90% of schools in America are already doing so, and also talking about funding and resources that they can send out to support students during this time, encouraging students to participate in extracurricular activities and really go back to establishing some sense of normalcy, because obviously schools, students, teachers have been some of the most impacted by the pandemic as they debate whether or not they should stick to remote learning or return to the classrooms. It's something we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before I do that, I want to let you know that we are getting these feeds in from New York City. As you could see, NYPD officers lining up to pay their respects or head to St. Patrick's Cathedral, where they will pay their respects for the fallen NYPD officer who was tragically killed last week during a shooting in Harlem. We've also got feeds from outside of the White House this morning. This is the fence outside of the White House. Don't usually get that one. Then right across the street outside the Supreme Court of the United States, anticipating whether or not Justice Breyer will officially announce his retirement today alongside President Biden. If we do get that feed, we'll definitely bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back with more nonstop news.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to pop up here a look at the big board as we're up more than 500 points. This coming here on still the heels of quite a bit of conflict and tension happening over in Ukraine and Russia, as well as we just had our Federal Reserve talk about their interest rates, and plus we also know the pandemic is still ongoing. So did want to at least pop up this board here for you and give everyone a look. Plus still following the news of Justice Breyer's retirement here for you on Live Now from Fox. And finally, just a look outside of the White House. Later today, we're actually expecting a few people to possibly rally and gather in front of the White House as they are going to be protesting against Biden's escalation of conflict with Russia. So that is expected here today as well. So just a few different things to continue to keep our eyes on here, especially as we head into these afternoon hours. I know there's a lot of folks who have been keeping an eye on all of these different top stories. We'll continue to keep ourselves informed and keep you informed on all of the latest when it comes to all of these stories as well. So thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. What I want to do is play out a press conference that's taking place out in Michigan. We know the name Ethan Crumbley because he is the suspected shooter of the Oxford High School incident that happened where 4 victims' lives were taken. We do have families now filing another lawsuit, this against all 3 of the Crumbleys, not only Ethan Crumbley, but also his parents, against the high school, as well as some of the staff personnel at the school as well. So I'm going to take us back to the beginning of that press conference where the attorney's talking about what they know at this time, what's going to be part of their case and part of this lawsuit. We're going to be watching it right here again on Live Now from Fox.
Which I don't think he's dumb at all. To write pictures in school. And they saw them with people bleeding. I'll show you. You've seen it before, but I'm going to show you again. This kid, Ethan Crumbley, do not misunderstand my words. He is a part of our lawsuit. So are Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley. They deserve to be held accountable criminally and civilly. They're in this lawsuit. But what cannot be ignored by these parents, by our community, and the law, is when you violate the law and it leads to something horrible, you have to be held accountable as well. And these brave people are here before you folks to talk about that and to seek justice against the school personnel who are responsible. And for the first time today, we're going to share the names of some of the folks. We don't have all the names, but we have some, and I'm going to share that in a minute. I told you that Michigan Law 722.623, individuals required to report child abuse or neglect. An individual is required to report under this act as follows, and they have a whole list of the types of people that must do it. Licensed professional counselor, social worker, licensed master social worker, licensed bachelor social worker, and it goes into school administrator, school counselor, or teacher. Sound familiar? School administrator, school counselor, or teacher. And here's what the law says, folks. Those people who have reasonable cause to suspect, that doesn't mean you have to have definitive proof. When you see something that looks really bad, then we want these folks to err on the side of caution and report so that the authorities, police, Child Protective Services, CPS, can do their jobs and figure out, is there something going on here or not? That's their job. But a teacher, school counselor, administrator shall make an immediate report. Not when you get around to it, not in 48 hours. An immediate report is what the law requires. To the centralized intake by telephone or, if available, through online reporting services, and it goes on and describes the type of documents that need to be done. In this case, we had the Oakland County Sheriff Department liaison officer have an office, apparently, and apparently he wasn't there on the 30th, the day of the shooting. Tell you when I get the depositions of these folks, whether he was there or not on the 29th, okay? But what we got to realize in Oakland County, and what you've not heard from the school district yet, sadly, it's a task force that Sheriff Bouchard has put together on this, ladies and gentlemen, to look into these things ahead of time, obviously, hopefully, to try to prevent this very thing. All they had to do was call 911, and they never did. Under the same law, that if a notification to a person, because here's where the school district's going. How do I know this? Because I'm sure you folks have read the letter that was done by Mr. Thorne on behalf of the school district, that I promise you when I take his deposition, he'll tell me was drafted that with his lawyer, probably Tim Mullins, in the school district insurance company. Under the Michigan law, the reporting statute says, a notification to the person in charge of a school does not relieve the member or staff of the school if they, in other words, notify somebody else. And what Oxford has told these parents, sadly, instead of, where have we seen from Oxford, we understand we have obligations under the Michigan Child Protection Act and we blew it. You'll never hear that. Because the sad reality is they did, and it's got to hurt. But that's their job, to step forward as an adult, as an administrator, say, mistakes were made here by us and we're sorry. Instead, we get the lawyer letter, we get the internal investigation that should have been done by Dana Nessel. They turned that down. Why did they do that? So they could hide this report from us and claim a thing called work product so that we can never find, which I think the judge will let us find, but they're hoping to keep it private, so once the report says, here are the things that you guys missed, that no one gets to hear about it. So the very thing that the excuse that the school used is the teachers didn't report, and I'm going to go over the facts in a minute, but the counselor took over, and then ultimately the dean of students took over. This law specifically says this does not absolve you. This does not prevent you from being held responsible simply because internally you turn it over to somebody. Under the Michigan Child Protective Law, not only do we have mandatory reporters, but under 722.624, it says, in addition to all the people who have to report, any person, including a child, who has reasonable cause to suspect child abuse or neglect may report the matter to the department or law enforcement. Translation, hey, if you think that you're not a mandatory reporter, you still can do this. And we want you to err on the side of doing this because it protects a kid. One of the things that I hear, because I've been doing this work for 36 years in these instances, well, we didn't want to report because Johnson would sue me if in fact I reported and it turns out the kid wasn't abused or neglected. The next law, 722.625, completely says that if you, in good faith, in other words, if you were trying to do the right thing and you report, you are immune from lawsuit. Translation, Johnson can't sue you under the law. Oxford, don't even think of using this as an excuse. The last part of the law I'll bore you with. And I really hope some of you out there, especially in the print media, but I hope all of you really think about doing an extended show, if you will, or whatever you want to call it, in-depth analysis of this law, and check me out, because I'm reading it to you. This is what the law is and what it should be, but it's not in reality, and we'll talk about that too. 722.633, failure to report suspected child abuse or neglect. A person who is required, mandatory reporters, to report an instance of suspected child abuse or neglect who fails to do so is civilly liable. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, why we're here. Because they didn't. For the damages proximately caused by the failure, that's related to the failure. Here we know what was proximately caused. They not only didn't stop Ethan, who was apparently psychologically trying to be stopped, but they actually ended up giving him the very backpack that contained the gun without ever searching it. I will share that with you in a few moments. A person who is required by this act to report an instance of child abuse or neglect, who knowingly fails, is also guilty of a misdemeanor, criminal. That's the Child Protection Act. So, Johnson, why are you harping on this? Why is that so important? Seems pretty easy, close and shut. I wish that were the case. In Michigan, we do this thing thanks to governmental immunity where we elevate the rights of people who we're trying to seek redress from, who did us wrong. If, God forbid, this very same instance happened in a private school, and I won't mention any by name because no one wants to even imagine it, just like Oxford doesn't. If this all happened at a private school, there would be no governmental immunity because it's private. And I would be able to sue these people under the Michigan Child Protection Act and prove negligence, which is just the failure to do something that a reasonably prudent person would do. We talk about negligence every day, all day. We all know what it is. It's a mistake. They made a really bad mistake and it hurt somebody. That's the proof I'd have to prove. But because these folks are employed by a municipality or the state, governmental immunity applies. Ladies and gentlemen, under Michigan law, I can't even sue Oxford as an entity. I want to. They deserve it, but I can't. Under Michigan law, I can only sue the king when the king lets me. And then, like I told you before, when he lets you or she lets you, they don't let you very much. And it's really somewhat of a kind of a hollow promise that you can. Under Michigan law, since these are public employees, I have to prove what's called gross negligence. It's a higher standard. It protects the guilty. Gross negligence is negligence that's so beyond the pale that, in essence, it assumes that somebody either willfully, on purpose, or intentionally, recklessly, dangerously blew their job. Now, I think we're going to be able to prove that here. But the way that Michigan law has interpreted this law for the last, 30 some years, but especially the last 20, is they throw these cases out of court all the time and never get to a jury because they say, oh, this doesn't rise to that level. Well, how do you know that's a jury's job? No, under the law, it can't. So they throw these cases out. They also have to prove, we have to prove when it's a governmental agent, that it's the, T-H-E, the proximate cause. Oh, here comes the lawyer giving definition. Sorry, this is crazy reality Michigan law. In a normal case, I just have to prove a proximate cause. A relationship, one of many, between the negligent conduct of somebody, ran a red light texting, and them breaking my leg and me needing surgery. That's pretty easy to do. When you sue a governmental person and governmental immunity applies, and we've heard this debate about sovereign immunity, governmental immunity, it's pretty much the same type of thing. I now have to prove the proximate cause, and I promise you the school district's going to come in here and argue the proximate cause, Johnson, Mears, Gregory's, and Aliano, the proximate cause was Ethan Crumley. We're not responsible, even if we screwed up. So, welcome to Michigan law. And what we're going to talk about here today, and the folks, I don't normally do this. Many of you in the room know me. I don't normally give you 100% access to my folks. But in this case, I think you need to hear it. Because I think the public needs to hear that currently under Michigan law, suing a public employee, you have less legal rights than those public state employees. And to me, that's unconstitutional and wrong. All right. I do want to spend a couple of minutes, forgive me, because we're going to talk about what the lawsuit says. And where's my what our lawsuit lays out, and you folks will be given access to, is the overwhelmingly substantial evidence that clearly Ethan Crumley was a mentally ill child that needed significant intervention. And we've heard the term therapy in this case. And he didn't need therapy on November 30, y'all. What he needed was immediately psychiatric, to be hospitalized and evaluated as cause. Therapy suggests that he's not going to harm himself and someone's just talking through his problems. That day, he needed to be taken to an emergency room and seen. Same thing the day before, November 29. actually probably long before that, when we hear, as you know in the lawsuit, about somebody for the entire year of 2021 was on his own computer, on his cell phone that his parents gave him, shooting videos of himself hurting animals, killing animals, and obviously laughing about it and posting it. And we've all seen these stories. We've all read the same stuff. When you have a child that is hurting an animal, that is a precursor to someone with highly violent propensities. It was a telltale sign. You could check the box of what I'm about to read to you. Any psychiatrist, any school psychologist would tell you this is a troubled child who needs to be evaluated. Yet they sat idly by, and when they had the chance to stop it, they didn't. Ethan, as you folks know, was clearly, absolutely in love with guns. On computer, looking up Nazi propaganda, making Molotov cocktails at home. He's looked on his computer, on his home computer, so many times about school shootings and firearms that they're sending him ads, okay, which I didn't even know existed until this case. Send him an ad like, hey dude, like, you know, we see you're checking out school shootings so much, and they give him a reference to a mental health facility. We see that he was allowed to shoot, and hear me out, we're not here to talk about the right to have firearms and so forth in this case. Clearly his parents had the right to have them. But when you have them, you got to be responsible, and you got to make sure that they're absolutely locked away and they're not ever going to be available for someone to use without your express permission. Like anything else, a car or any other major thing that we allow our adult or adolescent kids to have. We know that Ethan, even in August of 2021, shooting guns and posting things, and we know again that he sent a message to his friend, it's time to shoot up the school, just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. That August of 2021. And no one did anything. But at that point, right, that's the Crumleys. No question about it. And then you look at all the way in November, you have this kid who is going through clearly something one of the things that really kind of saddens me, where the investigation revealed, you've all, I hope, seen it, where they found that Ethan was calling his mom or texting his mom while he was home alone and saying that he thought there were demons and bad spirits or someone in the house, and she would absolutely just leave him there and really do nothing about it. And any good psychologist or psychiatrist would tell you, if you have that ongoing, you need to look into that and make sure your kid's not having hallucinations. These are strong indicators of mental illness. We get to now November, and they know that Ethan has been wanting a gun for Christmas. Not just a gun, folks, a 9mm Sig Sauer semi-automatic handgun. That's not just a normal Christmas present, at least in our house. They're entitled to have it, but they're required to make it safe. And they didn't. They, the Crumleys. And you now know that Ethan posted less than 2 weeks before the shooting, him shooting, and we know that this is the gun I'm going to use. This is 2 weeks before the shooting. Now, I don't know about you folks, but at our house, we have parental monitors on cell phones and computers. Dad bought the gun with Ethan on the 26th at Acme, openly refers to the gun as Ethan's Christmas present in front of the gentleman that he's purchasing it from. The next day, November 27th, 3 days before the shooting, Mom takes Ethan to the gun range, and then she posts, this is Mom, Miss Crumbly, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. With all these indicators, this child is now being given the gun, and we know that he was journaling, we know that he was videoing, the investigation is released. If you guys complain, that he was videoing and journaling that he was going to shoot up the school. No question that the Rumbleys had access to all of this and should have known if they didn't already know, and I think they did, that Ethan was thinking about this and was stuck on that idea and couldn't get it out of his brain. Talk about the day of before the shooting. And the day before the shooting, you've already heard, I'm sure, about that he was in class and that he was searching for ammunition. And the teacher was so concerned, we call it in our lawsuit Teacher 1 because I don't have that teacher's name, but the teachers, folks, are mandatory reporters. And like any school, we've already gone through the policies and procedures at Oxford. You can't be on your cell phone at school. And you certainly can't be searching for ammunition. And if you do, red flag, and there should be and is in any other school that I know, maybe Oxford's going to tell me different here. Zero tolerance for violence, zero tolerance for ammunition, zero tolerance for guns and weapons. Zero. So the teacher saw that, took a picture of it, of the ammunition, which we don't have yet, or I'd show it to you, and then send it to the counselor, Miss Pam Parker Fine, F-I-N-E. I told you and read you the law simply because you have an internal procedure that says that you don't, that you're passing this person on, and it's now going to be their job to figure out whether there's suspected child neglect or child abuse. You can't get out of that by not reporting, and it's our position, and we think we're going to prove overwhelmingly that that teacher, knowing this student, and folks, we don't even have this kid's school files yet. So I promise you, as I sit here before you after 36 years of doing this stuff every single day, there's going to be a lot more to talk about his background and what these teachers and administrators knew about this kid and what he was going through. So what happened that particular day is she then, the teacher sent her down to the counselor, Ms. Fine. What you may not have known is on that very day, investigation has now revealed that other kids in his classroom, this is Monday the 29th, folks, the day before the shooting, saw him with casings and live ammunition. Now, why did the investigators know that? Why haven't we heard that from the school? Did they know? And if they didn't know, why didn't they know? If I got a kid in class, if I have this kid in my house and he's on his cell phone looking up ammunition, it's like, whoa, dude, what are you doing? Okay, go to my kid. Did you see what he was doing? What were you guys talking about? Let's get some information about what's going on here. We've heard none of that until the prosecutor in this case revealed that fact recently in a court proceeding. So other kids saw gun case, right, shells, ammunition, live, and casings spent. Okay? Did he have the gun that day? He gets down to Fine's office, and this is again a school counselor, mandatory reporter, I just read it to you. He gets down to her office, and she begins to interview the kid and calls Mom, Mrs. Crumley. Mrs. Crumley never calls her back. So what does she do? Sends him back to class. Wait a minute, what were you investigating? What did you think was going on? Why would a kid in the middle of the school day look at ammunition on his phone? What does that tell you about what's going on in the home? And if you don't know the answers because Mom's not calling you back, who doesn't call back, guys? Who doesn't call back? The level of suspicion went from highly suspicious to off the charts, knowing something's wrong here. So she had reasonable cause to suspect child abuse or neglect or something in this home is going on here that's leading this kid to do something that's so dumb. He's doing it in public and people can see what he's doing to the point his teachers saw him. In fact, the prosecutor has talked about that he got caught. Caught means you're doing something wrong. He knew what he was doing. It's almost like he wanted to be caught. So what did she do when Mom didn't call? Send him back to class. That is a violation of the Child Protective Act.
We've been listening in here as we continue to
What follow-through was there? Where was the second phone?
We're listening in as we're hearing this lawsuit, which has been filed again after 4 students lost their lives at Oxford High School from this shooting that took place. Again, Ethan Crumbley does face 24 charges. That includes first-degree murder and terrorism in connection with the, again, shooting that took place in the end of November. Back on November 30th is when that happened. We'll continue with that press conference, hearing all those details of what had unfolded not only before that day, but also during those hours ahead of that time when Ethan Crumbley then had a weapon inside of his school. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox with more.
Talked about that he got caught. Caught means you're doing something wrong. He knew what he was doing. It's almost like he wanted to be caught. So what did she do when mom didn't call? Send him back to class. That is a violation of the Child Protective Act. What follow-through was there? Where was the second phone call? Where was the email? Where was the principal? Where was anybody? And we don't have that yet, but when we get there, we're going to take positions to all these people. Now we got the next day, the 30th, the day of the meeting. And you all have seen and heard a little bit about what's going on that day. But there's actually 2 teachers involved in that day, and we describe them as Teacher 2 and Teacher 3 in our lawsuit. We've heard about the teacher and the drawings, which I'll show you again. But what we didn't hear, I didn't hear, until just recently, the investigation revealed, is it the same teacher or a different teacher? Can't tell you yet, because they haven't turned that stuff over yet since the prosecution is still just getting up and running. But another teacher saw Ethan on his phone watching a violent video of a shooting. Again, in class, folks, at school. Who would do that? Think about that. He knows he's going to get caught. And in a weird psychological twisted way, he apparently wanted to be. And they just ignored it. The other teacher saw, what you've all seen, is his test review paper. These are the drawings at 8:59 on November 30, just a few hours before killing Tate, before killing Justin and the other children, and right in front of Keegan and threatening him right to his face. This gun looks a lot like the gun I just showed you about that was posted, because that is his gun. That's his Sig Sauer. Underneath it, the thoughts won't stop. Help me. A person with 2 bullet holes, apparently waving because it's a kid, with blood all around. A bullet, blood everywhere is written. Smiley face, actually someone laughing, smiley face, so crying that they're laughing so hard. My life is useless and the world is dead. You don't have to be a psychologist or psychiatrist to see this and feel the sadness and desperation of the person writing this on his Chapter 5 test review of using congruent triangles. Not anything to do with the schoolwork at all. And the teacher saw this and obviously took a picture of this. We've all read that. But now we have the teacher seeing the violent video of the shooting. We have a drawing of a violent shooting. We have a person bleeding out. We have a gun. We have a bullet. Other than simply saying, by the way, I got my gun in the backpack that's in the room with me here, because it was. I'm going to shoot up the school today. What else could be possibly would somebody want to know in terms of warning? So what we know is the teachers, of course, sent this down to the administration again. And again, what they're going to do is they're going to tell you, oh, wait a minute, that's how we do it at Oxford. Well, not according to the Michigan Child Protection Act, you don't. You won't get out of it because you have some internal policy that says you don't have to report when under the law you do. So he gets sent down to the counseling office, is my understanding. They say office, they're not very specific, but we'll get there. And that's when he gets to see counselor number 2, who is Mr. Sean Hopkins. And Mr. Hopkins, to his credit, gets Nicholas Ejak, E-J-A-K, involved because he's the dean of students. The way apparently Oxford works is that the counselors are supposed to be involved if they have concerns about somebody that might need some psychiatric or medical care. They might be concerned about suicide. Apparently they weren't worried about homicide, but we'll get to that. And then the discipline end goes to the Mr. Ejak, the dean of students. So what happened was they went and they interviewed Ethan, and Ethan knew he was now in trouble. So Ethan thought he would obscure the evidence. Ethan crossed off the handgun. Ethan crossed off the words blood everywhere. But he left the bullet, interestingly enough. The thoughts won't stop. He didn't cross off, interestingly, but the line, help me, he crossed off. He crossed off the blood everywhere. Video game this is, he wrote. And then he crossed off, my life is useless. He wrote in harmless act. He added, I love my life so much, with 4 exclamation points, and OHS rocks. We're all, well, he spelled we're wrong, but we are all friends here, he wrote, and crossed off the my life is useless and my world is dead. Any psychologist, any social worker, any person with half a brain, would know he got caught and he's covering up what he did wrong. So the fact that he actually did this is even more evidence, in essence, that he was trying to make it so obvious, I'm in trouble here. So what did they do? Mr. Ejak, Mr. Hopkins, they called mom and dad. And what their what their statements have been to the investigators is that we called dad, and when he answered, there was just dead space air. We then called mom. Remember, mom was called the day before and never responded. This time she apparently picked up, and they asked her to come in and say, we got issues with Ethan, we need to talk to you right now. And she said, I can't because of work. Now, what we don't know yet is the interplay between Ms. Fine from the day before and these gentlemen, but I don't know where you all work, but I know this, if something's going on in Jeff Stewart's office, and he's not right next door, these folks I'm sure they are because they're both counselors, but Jeff Stewart's going to tell Ben Johnson, man, something really weird happened here. I called the mom and she never even got back to me when her kid's looking up ammunition at school. So I believe the evidence is going to prove these two spoke and they knew what was going on. And what happened was these folks finally came to school, and they have Ethan now apparently in a separate room. He's explaining all this nonsense away through lies and deceit, covering it up. And the parents, the investigation has revealed, were not impressed with anything, didn't think there was a problem, nothing bad's going wrong, and oh, by the way, is the meeting over? So I say to you folks, your level of suspicion was high before, but when you have parents that look you in the face and either don't give a flying hoot or are just so oblivious that it doesn't register, all you have to do is make one call. It's called 911. There's a liaison officer from Oakland County Sheriff Department that works at Oxford School. Apparently wasn't there that day, but that's why we have these things called phones. I don't know about you all, but I carry mine right there. Call 911. We have a kid drawing 2 days in a row about guns, so forth, hurting people. We need your help. Come figure this out. And if they had done that, what would have happened is they have a task force in the Oakland County Sheriff Department, ladies and gentlemen, for this very thing. Some of you may know, some of you may not know. Part of the task force is the FBI. They get involved in these things to investigate, to see what's going on, and if there's other people involved, and if there's going to be a shooting. They never made the call. When the meeting was occurring with the parents in the room, Hopkins and EJAC told the parents that they suspected that Ethan had suicidal ideations, fancy terms for, we think the kid's going to hurt himself. There is, I believe, once we get into this, there's going to be evidence that there have been previous suicides at Oxford High School. My understanding is that there's been a couple in the recent past, so this issue was supposedly on the forefront of everybody's mind. Should have been. But apparently it wasn't. And what they ended up doing is they said to the parents, you need to get Ethan, they call it therapy. It's not therapy, it's intervention now. I ask you, think of what happened if this was at your house. What would you do with this kid? Now he's on his cell phone. He's writing pictures of this stuff. Would you let him near your kid without seeing what he's got in his hands or in his backpack that's, by the way, no longer with him? They left the backpack in the classroom that he was in. So now he's in the office without the backpack. Wouldn't you want to ask him, do you have a plan? There's protocols. And then ultimately what I'm going to do is say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, our kids were playing at our house, but this is no longer fun, okay? You come get this kid and take him for help right now, or I'm calling the cops. 911, and let them figure it out. Child Protection Act. I'm permitted to report reasonable cause to suspect something is very wrong with this kid's health, welfare, and medical condition. They never did. So they wanted him to get immediate day, and the Crumleys refused. Level of suspicion goes from high to guaranteed something's up with this kid. Apparently, Mrs. Crumley told him, we can't take him home. We don't have time from work. So, no, I'm not taking him home. Well, last time I knew, if your kid gets suspended or they tell you to send him home, you have to. What did they do? The Crumleys left, and they told him when they were going out the door, you've got 48 hours to get your kid help or call Child Protective Services. Sound familiar? CPS. Nice try, but you needed to do it that day. Immediate is what the law says. Immediate. So what did they do? Crumley's left. Ethan stayed at school. Time had passed, so it was a different hour of classroom. And based on our understanding of the facts, Mr. Hopkins, being the counselor, went down to the classroom, got the backpack, brought it to Ethan, and gave it to Ethan without searching it. Let me say it again. He gave him the backpack without searching it. And I go back to my analogy. If this is at your home, what would you do? I wouldn't even ask. And you can tell me then there's a law. Good luck with that. Absolutely had an obligation to. This is beyond gross negligence. Ethan then goes back to class. His parents leave the building somewhere around 11 o'clock, and we know before 1 o'clock, less than 2 hours later, his rampage and what it did. So my clients are very sensitive to the fact that this is their community. My clients, our clients, are very sensitive to the fact that this was their high school and that these were the people that they entrusted with their children. They lived there for a reason. They wanted to be there. They're a close-knit community, and they liked the school. But these errors are so far beyond negligent. They are grossly negligent, even though we shouldn't have to prove that. We will. And they are absolutely the best opportunity that anyone had to stop Ethan from what Ethan was clearly there to do that day. Because according to the investigation, the gun and the ammunition was in his backpack. So, when people ask, and you're going to want to know, why are you doing this? You're going to hear it from these folks. But everyone responsible should be held accountable. Everyone responsible should step up and have to face the ramifications. I'm not the Oakland County prosecutor, so the Crumleys are all charged criminally like they should be, and they are guilty, all of them. Hence, we sued them in this case because they are partly responsible too. But so are these folks from Oxford. And as evidence comes forward in the case, if it leads us to more people that violated the Child Protection Act, then we will be bringing them to justice as well. The last thing I'm going to mention about lawsuits and civil, I'm not the prosecutor. I can't put them in jail. All I get to do is ask for money. You folks love that question. I don't blame you. At Johnson Law, we don't put down large numbers in a lawsuit just to get your attention. You guys, we have your attention, and we knew we would in this case anyway. It's one of the most tragic, saddest things I can think of. I've lived in Michigan my entire life, my 60 years, and I can't think of anything worse than this. Fact of the matter is, we use the jurisdictional amount like we always do. All we have to do in Oakland County Circuit Court is prove and request that the lawsuit, that we're entitled to $25,000 or more. That doesn't mean we'll only ask for $25,000 at trial. Right now, we don't. These family members all know there's no guarantee of any outcome in terms of money in this case. But until we get to the bottom of all of this and a lot more, I know this, these families can't rest knowing that there are children in jeopardy when people who have an obligation of the law to do their job don't do their job. And in my opinion, not just do their job, but do the right thing by all of us. So I'm now going to turn it over. I've asked the families if they want to make a statement, and I'm going to do this as kind of a deal. You guys know, you guys are all professionals. I respect that. We're having this press conference today really for one reason. Don't go to my clients' houses. Don't call them on the phone. Don't send them emails. Don't send them texts if you can get their number. Please don't do that. This is their public comment. Come through me. Okay? I can't promise I'm going to produce them ever again. I'm sure I will, but I'm not going to promise that either. I know you want to talk to them. This is the day. But do it with one of us present. Please respect our rules. I know you will. And leave them alone. They've had enough. So, Buck, on behalf of you and Sherry, on behalf of your sons, Trent and Ty, family friend Frank Kerr, would you like to say a couple words?
Good morning. Today's the 50th morning we've woken up without Tater. Tomorrow will be the 59th, following day to be the 60th. For the rest of our lives, we don't have Tate. We're sad and heartbroken. Our lives are forever changed. Our family will never be the same. All these moments, give you a few of them that we will never get to share again with Tate. Christmas, Thanksgiving, all the holidays. His birthday,
which just passed, right?
Which just passed. He was a January 1 baby. His senior football season, which you all know he loved football. His senior wrestling season. His graduation. Going off to college. Probably playing football in college, chasing his dream. Graduating from college, landing his first real job. All these major milestones that we never get to have with him. Getting married. Standing up in his brother's wedding. Having kids. Being an uncle. None of these amazing moments Tate would never have the opportunity to have. And, people are texting us and calling us all the time and asking us how we're doing. We're not doing good. All we do is walk around the house and think about Tate. We think about him every day. We sit in his room. We listen to his playlist off of Spotify. We miss him. And we're not doing good. But we're going to find a way to get through it together. A couple things I want to share. You guys have probably heard a lot about Tate. I'm going to tell you a little something more about Tate. He was an amazing, selfless young man who put everybody else first. He was a great buddy to his friends and his teammates. He was an unreplaceable wingman to our family dog Cash. They were buds. He was a caring boyfriend, a loyal brother, very loyal, and a very loving son. We miss him so much. Tate had a wonderful balance of being accountable, strong young man, and having empathy for others. I see there's a picture back here of the Christmas tree farm. That was Tate loved Christmas. He loved it. He was the one knocking down the doors to go cut the tree down. He was the one helping me get it set up, making sure it was square. Crazy OCD thing, making sure that thing is square, right? Absorbing everything. He loved decorating the tree with Mom, decorating the house with Mom, making Christmas cookies. Tate loved to go to Uncle Kurt and Aunt Libby's cabin up north. Loved that place. Hanging outside fires, kayaking down the river, doing some float hunting. Tate loved to hunt and fish. And Tate just loved spending time at home. He had a wonderful balance of hanging out with his buddies, but he also loved to be home. He loved to hang out at home, bring his buddies over and hang out with us. And one thing that I think, that really stands out in Tate is he took his role as a leader very, very serious. And his teammates know that. He was steadfast on creating a selfless, team-first environment. He understood that you couldn't win alone. What 16-year-old kid understands that? He was wise. Beyond his years. He was one of a kind. He was a special kid.
We've been listening into some emotional words from some of those family members who lost their loved ones because of this incident, again, that happened back on November 30th. Having just a little bit of trouble playing out the rest of that piece. We're going to work on fixing things, send our viewers off into a 2-minute break, bring that back to you here in just a few moments. All right, guys, thanks so much for being patient with us here on Live Now from Fox. That is part of the way things go sometimes. We do have a live picture here of the White House. Did want to actually point this out, as well as we were showing you outside of the Supreme Court there, because we do have a joint press conference that will be taking place coming up here in just about a half hour. Now, that will be with not only President Biden, but also Justice Breyer, who yesterday the news leaked that he is going to be retiring. So that will be a press conference we'll be jumping into here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, that's set to take place coming up in just about a half hour. So we are expecting, again, to hear from the two of them. And this, again, just means President Biden will be appointing his very first time someone to be set on the Supreme Court. So ahead of a little bit of our technical difficulties, so apologies again for that, but we were listening into a lawsuit that has been filed on the behalf of some of those victims' families. It's against not only all three of the Crumbleys, but also against high school and certain high school staff as well. We were listening into just one of those parents speaking about his son, whose life it was lost way too early. He was saying that he's not going to be able to stand at his brother's wedding. He's not going to be able to play with the family dog anymore. So it's been an emotional part of this press conference, but I know he's not the only parent who had a victim who's speaking out here. So I do want to go back into that press conference, continue to play it here for all of our viewers. Just want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to keep an eye on all of the other top stories as well right here for you. And again, going to take you out to Michigan, where we were leaving off with those parents speaking out about their son.
Who's pushing us far left and far right. They have passed legislation that takes away our rights, Tate's rights, all the kids' rights at any public school, because they go to a public school. They have lesser rights. Let that sink in. If your kid's at a public school, your child is at a public school, they have lesser rights because of government immunity. That needs to change. Another thing we hope that comes out of this is mental health awareness. This has been a long time coming, and I get it. It's a tough issue to address. It's not measurable. It's not like taking your blood pressure. You got a measurement. Taking your blood sugar, you get a measurement. It's high. Right? There's no measurement here, so it's tough. It's going to take effort. Right? But we feel like this is a big issue, and our family is starting a foundation to address this issue. And it was something that Tate was really passionate about. It's called 42 Strong. And Tate loved to mentor. He loved to mentor kids. It's a peer-to-peer, right? So this is a peer-to-peer foundation that we're gonna launch, and we want to reach everybody that we can.
42 is his number in football.
42 is his number in football, right? It's 42 strong.
What's the foundation? What's the primary goal?
The primary goal is to provide peer-to-peer mentoring to kids. We believe we need this, right? And Tate was passionate about it, so we want to carry out his passion, right? And we want to let his legacy live forever. If we can somehow, unfortunately, this shooter was raising his hand, but people refuse to see that, right? But if we can reach kids like this shooter and have somebody mentor him, build his self-confidence and his self-esteem, give him an opportunity to mentor. We feel good when we help people, right? If this kid is mentoring somebody, is getting mentored and mentoring somebody and has a purpose, November 30th doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because we all feel good when we help people, right? So this kid, unfortunately, had nowhere to go. And that's why November 30th happened. And we hope our foundation changes this. On behalf of myself, my wife Sherry, my sons Trent and Ty, and our son Tate, thank you for continued love, support, and prayers. They have sustained us through these dark days, and we will need it even more going forward. Thank you.
You know, returning to the Gregory family, Chad.
Good morning. Thanks, Buck. Listen, I don't want to be here. It's no surprise I'm not comfortable. My wife and I, we have 5 children. Keegan's our oldest. And our hearts are broken. They're broken for everybody that experienced what they did on November 30th, for everybody who's got their own story and their own battle. They're broken for the people that were injured and the students, and they're recovering mentally and physically. And they're broken for Justin and Tate's family and the kids that won't come home. And they didn't come home. And we're not tone deaf. This is a terrible time to do something like this. The school went back this week, and people faced walking through those doors with courage and resolve. And it's an important part of their healing. And we don't want to take that away from anybody. The teachers, the administrators, the students. But we're here. And believe it or not, I never wanted to meet Ben.
Most don't.
I didn't want to meet the Tate family this way. The Myers, or Justin's family. But we're here. And our son came home. And he was ice cold. Like a rock. No emotion. He didn't hug us back. I don't know what to do for him. And he's changed. His moral compass is shattered. He's suffered an injury so severe that it's invisible, and so people won't know. That he could look at all of you in this room right now and wonder when you are going to shoot him. That's not fair. He was in that bathroom for 5 minutes. There were no cops rushing the halls. There was no one calling out for people who were surviving. He was in there with a shooter who had just killed, murdered, injured, terrified. And Justin gave them a plan. If we get a chance, we will run.
Justin Schilling.
And the shooter looked at him and he called them out one by one. And Justin happened to be first. That I'm so sad for his family. Yet I'm guilty. I feel guilty. Because I'm also so grateful that Keegan's home. But the shooter took his 4th victim in that bathroom. And he called our son out and he told him to get against the wall next to the body. And Justin's caring soul, who gave Keegan the confidence and a plan. He's our angel. And the minute the shooter took his gun off of Keegan and pointed at the wall where he was going to kill him, he ran. Down empty hallways past Tate's body. No one was running towards him. A police officer told him to go outside. They left him there. They took him in. They put him in an office. There's no contact to us. I came home and my son, who's 8 years old, is terrified, crying. And we're changed forever. And there's no way to predict what will happen and how long this will take. Or will we have the strength? Or what will we know when Keegan's in his own head, in his room at night? And I pray for him every day. But he's hardened. And there has to be accountability, because this could be it could have been all. It could have not happened. And I hope Keegan's a mentor in 42 Strong. And I hope he does turn this around and he shares his experience. And we're going to do everything we can to provide him the tools and the resources and the support to do that. And money's a necessary evil. And if we could say we don't care about it, we don't care. We want our community. We want our 5 kids, 4 of them are younger than Keegan and still have to go through this school. It's Ben's job to do that. And everything he said. It's our job to support and protect our family. It's our job to heal and forgive. And we'll do whatever we can for the families who lost their kids. And I'll be damned if Keegan is forgotten. He was the 5th victim that managed to run. And because he's hard on the outside, doesn't mean everything's okay. So Megan and I are here knowing that, just like what Buck said about everybody will have their perspective on what they would do in our situation. And I'm thankful no one is. But we're going to fight for accountability. We believe that Ben and the team and Jeff will do their job. And we support change and awareness. And we thank everyone who continues to reach out. And Megan and I will get up and we'll do our best we can, one day at a time. That's it.
On behalf of Lauren Aliano, I simply want to indicate that her 2 daughters, one a sophomore, one being a senior, were in the school, and what I appreciate about all that has been said today by our clients, the tremendous suffering that they've gone through, that every person in that school, not just the kids, are victims of this entire series of events that was caused by, yes, the Crumleys, absolutely, hence they're in the lawsuit, but also because of the failures of the personnel that we've outlined. So at this point, I know it's run a little long, I apologize, but I know it was important for you all to hear what they had to say. So we're going to take some questions, Alex, Sarah?
Yes, we'll open for questions.
All right, guys, we've been listening in. Again, this press conference taking place a little earlier here today as there was another lawsuit that's now officially been filed after, again, the families of some of these victims are speaking out. This lawsuit is against all 3 of the Crumley family members, as well as the high school and certain school staff officials as well. Do want to let all of our viewers know we do have other events that we're expecting to take place here very shortly. A live look out at the White House. We are going to be having a joint press conference with President Biden and Justice Breyer this coming
After yesterday's announcement that his retirement is going to be happening this year, leaving President Biden a seat to fill on the Supreme Court. So we will be sending everyone into that joint press conference as soon as it does get started. It is scheduled to take place coming up here at 12:30 Eastern Time, so that's going to be 11:30 a.m. for everyone on the West Coast. So we're just about 20 minutes away from when it's scheduled to start. Of course, we know that it doesn't always happen on time. So as soon as we see a shot inside of the White House to give everyone a little heads up that it's going to be coming, of course, we'll show you that shot here on Live Now from Fox. We've also been keeping an eye on a procession and funeral that's been happening. The body of one of those two slain officers out of Harlem. The casket of Officer Jason Rivera has been brought to the St. Patrick's Cathedral, and there's been a huge New York Police Department presence here as they've been doing that. Again, this is just the sad number of 5 New York Police Department officers have been shot here in the year of 2022. 2 of those lives have been taken, again, both way too young, a 22-year-old and a 27-year-old officers. So here again is just outside of the cathedral where his casket had been brought in. And we'll continue to keep you covered on all of the other different events taking place right here on Live Now from Fox after we return from a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to just remind people we're going to be waiting for a press conference to come here with President Biden. He's going to have a joint presser with Justice Breyer. That's going to be, again, scheduled for 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And as soon as we do see a shot inside of the White House, that will be something we'll bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This also is important to note that later today we are expecting also a rally outside in front of the White House as people are arguing about the handling of this conflict that's going on between Russia and Ukraine. So that's also going to be happening here today. So a few different things to continue to keep our eyes on here, especially surrounding that conflict. We will be having later a State Department briefing as well as a Pentagon briefing. And so we'll have a lot of those pieces of content coming up here on Live Now from Fox for all of our viewers. But I do want to turn back back to our story of the Crumbley family. Ethan Crumbley, again, is the accused shooter of the Oxford school incident where 4 students lost their lives. Now, this just coming in here this morning is not only a lawsuit being filed against the Crumbleys, also against this high school as well, but also now lawyers for Ethan Crumbley. He's the 15-year-old who's charged with those shootings. He has 24 charges against him. Well, they do say that they're planning to pursue an insanity defense. So according to the court filings that have been filed in Oakland County, Crumbley's defense will be you saying that he was at a limited mental capacity at the time of the offense. So we did have our Fox 2 Detroit team speak with the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, who said that this will start the process to get Crumbley in for a psychological evaluation. As of Thursday, it has not yet been conducted. Again, we lost the lives of 4 students ages 14, 16, and 2 17-year-olds. Crumbley had shot and killed the 4 students with a gun that had been purchased by his parents. We've been hearing, again, more about this lawsuit that has been filed, especially as now we've also been listening into just some of those stories from those families who've been affected. Going to go out to that press conference, continue things along, as now the attorney was going to be answering some reporter questions being asked.
Early on that she would look to charge school officials. Then she sort of walked that back and changed it to that's on hold. You said that they're guilty at least of a misdemeanor. Do you think they should be charged? And if so, does that hamper the criminal case? Because doesn't the prosecutor need their cooperation? But if she's charging them, they're going to take the fifth. They're not going to cooperate. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a great legal question, Kirshner. Boy, you should have gone to law school with me. That's a great question. What's great about what I do is I'm a civil lawyer, not a criminal lawyer. So I'm going to keep my criminal law thoughts to myself because I don't really consider myself to be an expert. What the Child Protection Act clearly talks about is civil liability for a knowing violation at the same time as a criminal charge of misdemeanor, if you will, if that's what the prosecutor decided to do. Personally, everyone has their own opinions on all this. I think Karen McDonald has been an absolute hero to these folks and talked the truth about the Crumbley's involvement and, by the way, the school's involvement, just like Sheriff Breyer did as well. Give them both credit. In situations like this, it's rare. So, sorry, Jim, but I am going to give you the lawyer duck, and that is that great question, but you'd have to ask Karen McDonald. I'm not critical of her for anything that she's done as it pertains to my clients. I'm just going to stick with my job and let her do hers.
We'd also like to invite the Zoom participants to ask via the Q&A feature for those logged in.
Appreciate you all being here, and condolences to everyone involved. A couple of questions, if I may. At the time following the news conferences, the sheriff indicated that he did not believe any individual students were targeted. You mentioned about calling out of names. I'm curious if anybody believes students were targeted in particular, or if it was just that this shooter was in the bathroom with your son at the time. I just want to make sure that's addressed, and if there was any targeting, if anyone knew.
Let me take. You're welcome. Go.
He didn't call their name. He just called them out.
Called them out of the bathroom.
I see.
My understanding, and to be fair, guys, the way this works, since this is a relatively new event,
right,
I can't even get the police report yet. Okay,
yep.
So I think we're going to be able to address that very, very succinctly, very quickly. But the information that we have right now, for example, my families, I call them my clients or families, none of these folks knew Ethan Crumbley. Okay. Had no negative interaction that they're aware of, no bones to pick either way. So as far as we know, at least as it pertains to our clients, there was no targeting of them per se, other than they were there, and he was obviously angry.
Thank you. Two quick questions, if I may. When we talk about responsibility and understanding in an overarching sense what the school's responsibility is in this, in your estimation, when you get down to an individual teacher who hypothetically notifies an administrator, but yet they are still named in this suit, does an individual teacher, in your estimation, have an obligation to go to a higher authority when they don't have that necessarily authority within the district system?
It's not my opinion. Michigan Compiled Law 722.623 requires them to do so, and specifically says that them notifying another person in their own agency, and actually mentions school, does not absolve them from responsibility. The Child Protection Act, folks, back in 1975, when it was enacted by our legislature, it was designed to encourage, in essence, almost force people to err on the side of reporting so that the experts could figure out whether there was a problem or not. What's happened is, since that time, and I will say politics, I know that shocks us all in this room, has taken over in the Michigan, especially on our judiciary at certain levels, especially back in the 2000s and 2010 time frame when a lot of the law was made. It wasn't legislative. It stayed relatively the same. It's the judicial opinions that came out. So, for example, the law says, I don't have to prove gross negligence. And it says, if a teacher fails to do this, they're responsible. That's what the law says. Then we get an opinion from the Michigan Court of Appeals in 2013 saying, well, even though the law doesn't say gross negligence and the proximate cause, Johnson, guess what? We say you have to prove gross negligence, the proximate cause, even though the law itself doesn't require that. So just where I come from, that ain't right. Okay? So plain and simple, to answer your question, the law is the law. If the law didn't, if the legislators did not want teachers to be responsible, think about this. Who spends more time with their kids, folks? And by the way, you're talking to a kid raised by two public school teachers, beautiful Saginaw, Michigan. Okay? So I get it. They have better insight often, or at least a different insight than we do, because they're there all day. If my kid was home and looking at ammunition, are you kidding me? They'd have to call the cops on me.
Forgive me, the point of my question, though, is if a teacher alerts a principal or a superior,
no,
they're supposed to do something
they're
further?
mandatory reporters.
Okay.
So if they have reasonable cause to suspect,
right,
why do you think they notified their person above them? Because they had reasonable cause to suspect. They can't get out of it. They're going to try to, and they're going to argue all sorts of stuff. But the question is it unfair to blame a teacher when counselors and so forth may have more experience in this? Well, first of all, we see the counselors blew it too, right? But the teachers, the answer to your question is simple. Under Michigan law, they have an obligation.
Thank you. Not to monopolize, my last question I'd like to ask. In the Jeff Feiger news conference, he, paraphrasing, he was saying he wants to make it hurt financially so that hopefully maybe districts become advocates in a greater context on legislative actions on perhaps gun reform, locking up weapons, background checks, etc. We've talked a lot about Second Amendment, and you mentioned hunting was the love of Tate's. How do you balance what you're seeking here in regard to possible reform legislation and getting this looked at? Is that part of the objective collectively of what you're seeking?
Second Amendment's in the Constitution. We're not talking about the Constitution, and you will see in 48 pages of lawyer gobbledygook nothing about the Second Amendment. So we're not here to address that in particular. What we're talking about as it pertains to the Child Protection Act and the failure to report and investigate and really just get this kid help. It keeps everybody safe. And sadly, that overlaps with governmental immunity because of the Court of Appeals decision I told you about and the law that's now interpreted differently than it was in 1975 when it was passed. That now, if they're public school teachers, counselors, I have to prove gross negligence and the proximate cause up here, where if it's a private school, it would be simply negligence and what we call approximate cause. I know it's lawyer gobbledygook, but it's two different standards, and what the reality is, as Chris Desmond, our chief appellate attorney, could address, in governmental immunity cases, they more often than not get thrown out of court without ever going to a jury because of decisions like the one I just referenced, because the Court of Appeals and or Supreme Court back in the day were throwing them out and saying, that's not high enough. You haven't proved it, even though we haven't even gone to trial yet. So it's blatantly wrong, and it needs to be looked at, and that's why these two intersect, because of the way in which Michigan law has been interpreted, that I believe we are now interpreting it differently than the way it was intended. We intended in 1975 to help and protect kids, and now in 213 and on, it's to protect the folks that are guilty. Sorry. Jim.
The attorney for the school district said in the context of the other lawsuit that was filed, and they've gone to federal court with a motion to put that on hold until the criminal cases play out.
It's called a motion for stay.
Right. Do you think that's justified? Do you think that's needed, especially now with your case? And yours is only the second one that's come forward, right?
Okay. As far as we know, folks, we are the first and only to file in Oakland County
Circuit Court
on behalf of anything, and it's state court versus federal district court. So to answer your direct question, what I'm going to tell you is Tim Mullins, who I've had cases against as suing schools in the past for years, they're going to file the same motion in my case. So I'm going to address my case because he's going to do it. And I will tell you, in 36 years of practice, I have won that issue about 99.99% of the time. There is no reason to stop us from moving forward in this case because the Crumleys are undergoing prosecution in the other case. I'm not going to be able to take any one of their depositions until their criminal case is done. That's fine. I don't care. I got a case right now, Jim, 2 dead people and a truck driver who's in the middle of his criminal case, and in 2 years I haven't taken his step. I don't need his step. I'll see him in trial. So, yes, they're going to file the same motion. It absolutely should not stop at all. And Karen McDonald knows this about me. I've already reached out to Prosecutor McDonald and let her know that I represented these families. I let her know in advance that we were going to be filing this case. And although we have different interests and we do different jobs, I will not be stepping on her toes in any respect.
Having said that, since you've talked with Karen McDonald, do you think your clients will be called to testify in the criminal cases?
Yes. How's that for a succinct answer for a change? Yes. What happens in criminal cases, here, now I'm going to lie and go through my criminal law, right? But no, in a criminal setting, what they always do is you have the families of the victims who obviously can't speak for themselves. So the question, so certainly somebody from the Muir family will likely be called, let me use that word, for sure somebody they probably want to call Keegan. And if the Gregorys and Keegan's medical professionals say that that can't happen, then I would hope that they might let mom or dad. But these folks have already been contacted. They know that day is coming. So, yeah, not something to look forward to. But, yes, they will likely be involved.
All right, once again, we've been listening in. This lawsuit being filed again on behalf of those families who have victims, whether they be someone who may have been traumatized by this event. Also, we had some of those parents who lost their son speaking out here today. Just such a sad story, but again, just wanted to bring that update as that is some new lawsuit that has been filed. I want to show all of our viewers right here on Live Now from Fox this live picture we do have now from inside of the White House coming up. We do have President Biden. He's going to have a joint press conference with Justice Breyer. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. We'll hopefully have this for you when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are waiting here for President Biden to step out. He is going to be speaking with Justice Breyer after we heard about his retirement yesterday. Now, it hadn't been officially announced by the justice himself, but the news had been leaked that he will be retiring at the end of this Supreme Court term, which would be in early summer. So you can see here our media personnel inside of the room waiting for the doors to open with the pair walking out. And again, it was not too much of a shock, as there had been some communication and talks of about Justice Breyer retiring, and there had been questions about when he possibly could have done that, even asked back during the Obama administration if he was going to step down from Supreme Court during that time. Of course, that didn't happen, but now Justice Breyer did send a letter to President on Thursday. It was obtained by Fox News that he does intend to retire from Supreme Court again at the end of this current term, which is this summer. So here is a person bringing out possibly a speech for one of the two. But in this letter, it said, "I'm writing to tell you that I have decided to retire from regular active judicial service as an associate justice on the Supreme Court of the United States. I intend this decision to make effect when the court rises for the summer recess this year, typically late June or early July, assuming that my successor has been nominated and confirmed." So again, that statement from Breyer means Democrats will likely need to confirm his replacement in the next 5 or 6 months, and that justice would be confirmed well before midterm elections in the fall. So again, just a lot of moving pieces here as we continue to try to follow this news that again had broken just yesterday. So the president here going to be holding a joint press conference. We'll see how many questions that they take, especially since there was yesterday some confusion with the